Hello world, how are you? My name is Viljana and I'm the host of the WeAreDevelopers Live Week, and I'm so happy to welcome you here in our virtual space for our third day of this live week. What can you expect today? Whoa, actually what an agenda we have. So many diverse topics for you. Kotlin, machine learning, AR, VR, and finishing the day with John Romero and Brenda Romero, our legendary guest speakers from our first big event. I'm so excited to host this for you today, and I cannot wait to tell you how actually you can be engaging yourself also with us. So right now, I hope you have had your coffee already, and I don't know if you get dressed, but you can see we have a poll on Slido where we actually interact with each other. If you're watching this on YouTube, in the link in the description of the video, there is a link to the WeAreDevelopers live page. Go there because there you can have the full experience and you can ask the speakers questions when they have their sessions. Right now, as I said, we have a poll that has asked you to vote if you're wearing your pajamas right now. So I'm really eager to see that 30%, 31% have voted never, but also 28% have voted 100% yes. Some of you have just took them off a minute ago, and also around 20% actually do wear the pajamas on down, but they wear a t-shirt or a shirt on top and are a bit more business home casual, if I can say. As you can see, this is a really easy way to interact with us and with your speakers, so make sure you have Slido open at all times. The easiest ways to do this is actually on our web page. So as I said, the link is in the description if you watch this on YouTube, and go ahead there so you can engage with everybody at all times. For the ones who are joining for the first time our WeAreDevelopers Live Week and you don't know what WeAreDevelopers are or who we are, we're a team based in Vienna that is developing the biggest community for developers in Europe. We have a job platform that every developer can use to find their best job, and we also organize once a year an event that brings together around 10,000 people, and we always have around 200 speakers. People network, learn, and get in touch with each other. So yeah, this year, as we couldn't make it happen, we organized this live week. So welcome if you're new on board and enjoy the day. I want to ask you one more question before we open today, because as you know, in the last month, every Zoom meeting, every online conference is opening with one question, and it's like, can you see my screen? I have shared my screen, can you see it? Today, actually, the answer is no, because I have not shared any screen, so I hope you don't see anything, because then this is a big fail on the technical side. And with this being said, I actually want to go ahead and invite our first speaker to join us and start his presentation. This is Lukas. Lukas is Applied AI Manager in Accenture, Austria, and he's going to tell us how machine learning can detect anomalies. Make sure you ask Lukas questions throughout the session because he will be looking at them at the end of the session, and also to give us feedback for his content at the end of the presentation. So, welcome, Lukas. Hi, Lukas. How are you? I'm very happy to have you here.
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm also very good. I slept very well, and I'm super excited to open the third day with you. Very interesting topic. I think we're starting really strong with machine learning and anomalies and how to detect them. Mm-hmm. The stage is actually already yours. As I said to our audience, they can ask you questions, and we'll be looking at them at the end of the presentation. I'm gonna mute myself, turn off my camera, and you can go ahead and share your screen and enlighten us into this topic.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot for the intro. So let me share my screen or my slides. Give me a second. Okay, great. So thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity here to speak about a topic of a project which that means Accenture and the client, we have developed a couple of months back. It's regarding anomaly detection, or to be more specific, since I think there are many data scientists also in the audience, anomaly detection with unsupervised machine learning in order to detect some kind of outliers in the customer base. So this is the talk of today, but before I want to introduce myself. So my name is Lukas Kölbl. I'm data science manager at Accenture Austria, or to be more specific, Vienna. So I started at Accenture 3 to 4 years back, and my main focus is on end-to-end implementations of machine learning models, really from the idea, so use case creation, till the go live, and even further, so maintenance, etc., etc. So having said that, I would like to jump into the situation where current clients are having the problem that they have a lot of data. So you can see the newspaper, of course, your data is the new oil. So yes, that's true. But actually, the problem is that data is unequal to information. And this is the point where we need people like the data scientists who can extract the relevant information out of the data. And this, unfortunately, is not so straightforward as it might sound, because the world out is quite complicated. So we have quite many methodologies like AI. We have some kind of machine learning. We have data science. We have I don't know, neural network. So if you look here at this picture, this is for me a traditional buzzword slide. A bit funny that it's coming from a consulting. Some consultancy speaker. So here we see that we have many words out there, many kind of technologies, and it's really complicated. And even for a lot of clients, for us, which I also see, is that they are a bit frustrated because they do not see where they can start and where they should end. And here we need data scientists in order to help them out, so to show them the right path and in order to do the first steps towards a data-driven community. But what is actually a data scientist? So you have found a cool sentence which sounds a bit catchy here on the left side. A data scientist takes raw data and marries it with analytics in order to make it accessible and more valuable for an organization. What does it mean at the end? It means that we need highly skilled data scientists, which should do the data analysis part. But actually, what is the skill set of such a data scientist? So here, I mean, this is also nothing new, but I would really want to highlight it because I've seen it the last couple of days and weeks, that it's highly misunderstood from many companies. They see, okay, he had the math and the statistic is very important. So here, a data scientist should understand, of course, math and statistics, the fundamental things, also machine learning. So data science is unequal to machine learning. I think it's also an important part. But of course, he should also have some knowledge with the technologies. For instance, he should code, for instance, in R or in Python, SQL, whatever, in order to use the math and the statistics and shape the data. But the last part, and from my point of view, this is the most crucial part, is business knowledge and bringing complex topics in an easy to understandable language to the business areas. And here I see a lot of improvement in the market too, because data scientists, or at least the one that I know, are mainly focusing on data science per se. That means math and computer science. But business knowledge, business understanding, asking the right questions at the right time, and of course, presenting complex topics in an easy way. Here I see a lot of improvements. And this is actually the part where I would also like to put my focus on during the presentation, because here it was a key success factor too. But I will relate to that a bit later on. So coming to the next point, what is data science? Usually, and I'm doing also a lot of interviews at Accenture for recruiting, we see something like that. We have our data pipeline, so we have data requesting, we are doing data cleansing, we're doing the feature engineering, model training, testing, blah, blah, blah. And usually what I see in the market too is that data science is the same like model training. And also many guys out there are, or have at least a point of view that model training should be the main part of data science. So spending time regarding data analysis, data cleansing, and also model evaluation and business feedback is not that core of a data scientist. So they had this point of view that model training should be the main focus. But unfortunately, what is the real world? It's completely different. So here we see that data cleansing and feature engineering, as well as data requesting, which is really a hard part. There is a lot of effort, and these are at least one side of the main things that a data scientist should also do. Starting with data pipelines, understanding the data, and then of course also evaluating the models and getting some business feedback regarding the models. So what I've seen also in the market is that there are many data scientists out there who are working in a room, in a team, they're coding, they're analyzing the data, but there is no close exchange with the business. And here, this is what I've seen. This is also one crucial part, to be connected with business, to be connected with the end user, to understand what he needs and what he doesn't need at the end. So this is one message which I want to highlight here today in the talk. Data science is not just only doing model training, doing coding, doing the math, but it's also understand the business, understand the use case, ask the right questions, and of course, present your results in an optimal and easy understandable way, because these are crucial parts regarding your data science life. Having said that, I would like to deep dive into the use case, so anomaly detection. So this is a use case where we had the go live a couple of months back. It was a European insurance company. And here we had the following situation, that the client wanted to detect outliers in his customer base. Why? Because he wanted to improve the user experience and also the satisfaction of his customers at the end regarding the products that the customer base currently had. So here there were a lot of discussions at the beginning of the project how we should deal with that kind of question or that kind of goal. And actually, it turned out that we have the following situation, that currently the agents are investigating into specific customers when the specific customers are calling, for instance, the company. Then they are checking the whole data, they're checking if the products are suitable for the customers, and so on and so forth. And of course, this is a quite time-consuming process. Why? As mentioned before, they're doing it manually, and of course, they do not have a clear data view. So they have many systems, many databases, many front ends where they have to collect the data on their own. And here, one outcome of our discussions at the beginning was, should we build some kind of recommendation engine like next best product, or should we go a different way? And it turned out that for that use case, it's better to do a different way. And here we started with the approach to detect outliers. That means we are looking at the customer per se, looking at his products, and so on and so forth, and then decide, is this customer one of the peer group? That means a normal customer in a certain sense, or is there some kind of imbalancing regarding his products and his behavior? And therefore, we choose that kind of approach, which turned out quite good. Of course, what was also very important was that we're doing some kind of unbiased outlier detection. That means we do not want to have in focus the gender, for instance, or something like that. So really, from a holistic point of view, what is an outlier, not based on specific characteristics like nationality, for instance, or gender, or anything else. And of course, we also want to understand the results. That means not just building a model and saying, you have it and you're getting the prediction. This was not enough. And this is also what we're seeing out in the market, that this is a must for each data science project now, to explain why the engine is telling you this or that. So this was the challenge, the current situation and the goals. What was the approach? How did we arrange the solution, etc.? So I've written down here 4 main building blocks. First of all, analyzation of current situation. So here mentioned as before, data science is not just only coding or data struggling. It's just, it's also understanding the process which is currently in place. How can we shape the process so that the future model will fit perfectly into it? How would be the technical target architecture, sorry for that, and so on and so forth. So there are many questions which we should align at the beginning of the project so that we can step ahead in a more efficient way. Actually, what turned out was that at the beginning of the project, the client mentioned that it's that they have some kind of labeled data. That means we thought about some kind of supervised approach at the beginning, but it turned out that those labeled data are just Excel sheets, something like that, which are stored locally on the computers, which are not harmonized, where every agent is noting down his own opinion. So this approach was not quite suitable for us. So therefore, we switched from a supervised approach to an unsupervised approach, which turned out that that's fitting better at the end, also for the customer, etc. So this was also one thing. Data is unequal to data. That means we need some kind of data quality or higher data quality in order to build our models. I mean, this is nothing new, but I also want to highlight it here. So data science is also understanding the business problem, but also to understand which kind of data we have and which kind of data we can use. So the beginning and the end of the slide that I've presented before. So what was the second part? The second pillar, we created our analytical record. What is an analytical record? It's like a master data table. So here the idea was that we are creating a table where each row is a specific customer or insured person, and each column is a specific feature attribute. One example would be age, for instance, or frequency of interactions, or which products are used, for instance. So at the end, to get a holistic view about the customer and to get all the relevant data which is needed into our model. And as you might imagine, this sounds super cool, but there is the most work in it. So here we spend a lot of time to harmonize the data, to shape it in the right format, to get the most information out of it. So building features, high quality features were a crucial part here in order to build then the best model on top of it. So here I would say we spend around 70% of our time just to build this master data table or analytical record in order to make it usable at the end for our machine learning approach. The last part was, or the last 2 parts were regarding development of the machine learning engine. So here we tried several different algorithms. We will have a deep dive into one specific. For instance, we tried some kind of isolation forest, some kind of autoencoders, PCA, for instance. So of course, some simplification of an autoencoder in a certain sense. And then when we have chosen the best model in an iterative cycle, what does it mean? We created a model, we analyzed this model together with business, so to get also their feedback into the model, and this loop or this cycle we've done several times, 2 to 3 iterations. And then at the end, we said, okay, this is our final model, and we implemented it into the right place in the workflow, which was based here on R mainly as a backend. But which kind of algorithm have we chosen at the end? So actually it turned out that some kind of modification of PCA was the best solution for us. So here we've chosen a robust version. Since we want to deal with outliers, robust is quite a good approach. So here the idea is to use the ideas of autoencoders. So we have it here on the right top side, the original input. Here it is an example, of course, with an image, but just for easy understanding. We have dimension 400, for instance. So this would be the input from our analytical record. And then we are reducing the dimension. So we are compressing the information in a certain sense. So for here in this example, for instance, for 400 to 200. And then the idea is to transform it back to the high dimensional space, back to those 400. And then we can do a lot of distance measuring. So what would be a suitable distance measure? First of all, the prediction error. That means the difference between the input and the output. So what is here the difference? This would be one distance that we can measure. Orthogonal distance would be another word for that. And the second thing is the lower dimensional vector. Here we can measure them too, and it's the score distance. And here the idea is if our customer refers to the peer group, so it fits totally in it, then the projection of this low dimensional space and back will sufficiently good. That means we can reconstruct the data with high quality. But if the customer is an outlier and is not related to the peer group, then the idea is that those kind of reconstruction is not working in a good way. That means we have a higher reconstruction error, for instance, and therefore our orthogonal distance would be higher or our score distance would be higher. This is the main idea behind this kind of logic, in the same way also for autoencoders, which are a nonlinear version, of course. What is also a cool benefit here? Explainability. It's a linear version, so explainability is quite easy. We do not have to struggle with some kind of special algorithm like lime or shape. So here we can use just, for instance, the orthogonal distance and measure which feature is or cannot be reconstructed in a sufficient way, and therefore extract the reason for this outlier classification directly. So what was the outcome? We have implemented that into production. Of course, we had a couple of iterations with business regarding the outlier quality, etc., etc. But in the top left side, you see some kind of confusion matrix. Just want to explain it a bit. So the columns are the true values. That is the things that the agents are telling us within a feedback loop. And here the rows are the prediction from our machine learning model. And as you can see here, but this is not a huge surprise, we have a lot of normal customers, like 89%, where we are saying, or the machine learning model is saying, okay, it's related to a peer group. And also the agents from the insurance company are saying, okay, this is referred to the peer group. And then we have 3 cases. So first of all, the easy understandable way, we are saying that's an outlier and the agents are saying that's an outlier. That means it doesn't fit to the peer group. And here they are investigating and doing several calls with the customer, etc., in order to make him more happy or to bring better products to him. And then we have the misclassified or false positives and false negatives here, where we are saying that's a normal customer and the agents are saying, this seems to be, it's related to an outlier. So here we have 9.8%. And the other case, we are saying that's an outlier, but it's a normal one. So here we have around 6%. So overall, having said that, what is the conclusion? So we see it on the top right side, 42% of the red flags were based on true values, were based on true outliers. That means we get a lot of them. And the second thing, 84% of outliers have been detected. So here the results are quite good. Why? If you would compare it to human, you would see that the ratios are quite different. So that means that humans need a lot of time, of course, and the ratio regarding false positive and false negative is even higher. So here we also tested that at the beginning, and then also evaluated it, of course, with the feedback loop. We see that that there's really a difference in it in the data. So therefore, there was a huge increase in efficiency and happiness factor, of course, hopefully for the customers at the end. As you can see here on the top right side, we have some kind of visualization of this peer group behavior. And here we have included some kind of traffic light system. That means we have cutted the space into 3 components. What are those components? The score distance and the orthogonal distance. And you can see on the bottom left side, the green area, which is referring to our peer group. Then we have the yellow one, where it's not so clear. But here we are saying, okay, it's also referred to a normal peer group. And then we have the red ones. And these are outliers from our perspective. And as you can see here in the confusion matrix, also from the perspective of the agents. So this was it actually from my side. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity here to speak, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Lukas, for the insightful presentation. I'm going to be sharing my screen shortly so we can actually see the questions. Meanwhile, I want to also encourage everybody who has not submitted their question yet to make sure you go to slido.com and you can enter the event with the code LIVE2020. So then you can submit your questions to Lukas. So here is my screen. So one comment right now and then another question. So thank you for your presentation. As I already said, the participants are also grateful. The question is, do you actually look at the outliers separately or do you ignore them completely?
That's a good question. What is the process? Here, the idea is to have those kind of traffic light or a yes or no flag at the end. So giving the agent the information if he should investigate into the outlier, yes or no. If yes, they should contact the corresponding customer and should find a better solution regarding his product or other things. So here, this was the business case at the end, that we should distinguish the guys where we should need further investigation compared to the peer group where we do not need those kind of investigation.
Okay, thank you very much. As we can see that people are actually starting to join the discussion, excluding the time excluding, let me to market and I question. Excluding the time component, how come humans are worse and why?
So that's a good question. How come humans are worse? I wouldn't say worse. So the combination of the behavior and the products, so there is an imbalancing factor in it. And this is the thing that we want to investigate, or that we have investigated during our analysis. Excluding the time component, I would say it's not 100% correct because we've included some kind of time series too. Of course, not in the same way as you would do some kind of time series analysis, of course. But here we also have some kind of time-dependent features in it.
Okay, thank you very much. Then the next most voted question is from Anonymous. I'm going to highlight it and then read it. You mentioned you also do recruiting. What do you look for in a data scientist?
Good question. Of course, based on your experience, I'm looking at different things. If you, for instance, apply as a manager at Accenture, the idea is to get an understanding how you would plan, for instance, projects, or how would you sell something like that. If you're starting directly from university, it's different. You were looking more on the coding perspective, how you can present results, and of course also it's important to have a clear understanding of what kind of how say it. So how would you interpret a specific problem? So what would be your statistic approach, for instance? So here to get a fundamental overview about your skill set.
So really the practical side you would test first. Good. Next, we have another comment. Thank you for the presentation. It was really informative. Thank you, whoever also wrote that. Then the next question from Nexalist. May you please repeat what was the X and the Y axis of the last slide? If you want, you can switch back to your slide.
We'll do that. Give me a second. You have to stop sharing.
You can go ahead and share it without me stopping.
Okay, great. Check. Okay, here, so you mean this picture, I guess. So here we have two axes, X and Y. And this axis, one is the orthogonal distance, which is the distance between the input and the output. And the second one is the score distance, which is the distance here from the origin point. So these are the two axes, and you can get an indication about if it is an outlier, yes or no. This was the idea behind that.
Okay, hopefully our it's clarified now. I'm gonna go ahead do the share again. So perfect. Then a more logistical question is, could you share your slides? As we always say, we do have a Slack channel where we would like to post the slides of the speakers who are willing to share them. So if Lukas doesn't have anything against it, we will get them later. So you can go ahead and join WeAreDevelopers Live in Slack. It's a group, and there we have a special channel for the slides. So, or maybe you already have published them somewhere, but we'll make sure that if Lukas is allowed to share the slides, we will have them there. Good. Another question. Questions are coming up. And there is a comment from Nexialis. Thanks, I guess, for the information. Here is a question. Is there any DSAS in AU? Can we improve supervised machine learning algorithms and replace them by an AI supervised machine learning algorithm? So it can be used as an unsupervised machine learning.
So the first one, the SRS is data science as a service, I guess. Say yes, we're doing it. So this is an easy question. And the second one, can we improve supervised? So I think there's a typo in it. I think the idea is to replace the unsupervised approach with a supervised approach. And the answer is yes. In a second step, that's possible. When we have enough data for that. So this is the only restriction. That means when we are getting a couple or a lot of outliers, and therefore we can train machine learning, a supervised machine learning algorithm in a second stage, which we then can use in a parallel, which we can use sequentially, etc., etc. So there are many ways how you can improve it now. Because the most important thing is that we have created a fundamental database structure, analytical record, and based on that, you can build and replace your models, of course.
Okay, let's go ahead and look to the other questions. How long did it take to get the data ready for developing the model?
So I think bringing the whole stuff into production took around 4 to 5 months. And the most crucial part was, of course, get the data ready. Which kind of data? This was the first question. So we made many iterations to get all the data which are relevant. Of course, step by step. I would say it took around 2.5 months to create a fundamental baseline, and then building on top the corresponding additional features. That doesn't mean that we waited 3 months till the first model. Of course, we started also earlier, but the idea was to do it in an agile way to create a first baseline and then incrementally include more features, and here to bring out a new model in each cycle. Yeah.
So to sum it up, 5 to 6 months, but you started working on the model before that already.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you very much for answering also this. The next most voted question is, how often do you retrain the model?
Mm-hmm. So what I've seen usually out is that you're doing your exercise, you're doing the training of the model, and then you're bringing it into production. And then what it turns out is that within a short period of time, you have to retrain your model because something changed, structure changed, etc., etc. So here we have a quick update, and then we have a cycle, let's say 2 to 3 months. So once in a quarter, for instance.
Good. And I think we this pretty much have gone through all the submitted questions. Again, we have this comment of thank you. It was really informative. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna just wait a couple of more seconds because we have this in the past, couple of incoming questions last minute. Meanwhile, I just want to remind everybody that right now, just after we close this session, there will be a short feedback survey where there's 2 questions. One is to rate the talk, and the other is to give us any other more concrete feedback about the presentation, about the technical setting, anything that made an impression to you or you wish to see improved, with more information, with less information, regardless what it is. Please make sure you also write some comments, because this really helps us improve, and also forward this feedback to Lukas so he can take it into consideration in his future presentations as well. There is nothing coming up right now, but if more related question comes up, we'll make sure we also forward them to you, Lukas. Another comment, good session. I agree. Good. Yeah, then I think it's time to say thank you very much for opening our 3rd day of our online conference. Pleasure to have you here. Always pleasure to work with Accenture as well. And with this being said, yes, you should be seeing right now the survey coming up any minute. And we'll be back at 12:30 with our next session. Thank you, everybody. Hi everyone, it's me again, Vilana, your host for the Life Week, and I'm very happy to welcome you on our third day of the WeAreDevelopers Life Week and start with our second session of the day. Now we're gonna have a panel on how we will live and work after COVID-19. As you know, the situation has changed everybody's life around the world, and we have a lot of tech topics on our events, but as this is a really recent topic, we also like to engage different perspectives and people into our agenda, into what's happening around the world, and that's why we also put together this panel for you. We have really interesting senior leaders, representatives from Raiffeisen Bank International, PwC, Slack, and SAP participating in this panel, and our managing director and my dear colleague Ben Ruschin will be moderating it. Make sure you also have Slido open because there will be some polls active during this panel discussion, and you can give us your input and your opinion on the current topic. So enjoy the panel, and we'll be back right after.
Hello, everybody. It's great to have you here at the WeAreDevelopers Live Week. My name is Ben. I'm one of the co-founders and managing director of WeAreDevelopers. For those of you who don't know WeAreDevelopers, we're the largest developer platform in Europe, connecting developers from not only Europe, but all around the world with very cool companies. And of course, we produce a lot of content for developers, tech content on the one hand. You'll see a lot of tech content this week. But on the other hand, we like to talk about topics that are impacting our society, our economy, impacting us people at large. And the topic that we have in this panel is how will we work and live after COVID-19? So obviously we're experiencing a crisis, we're experiencing an economic downturn. A lot of stuff is happening in the markets out there. There's a health crisis going on. And this is changing the way we're working. This is changing our lives. Having a big impact on how we go about our day-to-day life. And I'm excited about this panel today because we have four very interesting senior leaders and personalities with us today. We have Christina Catasta, who's chairman and senior partner of PwC in Austria, joining us today. Hi, Christina.
Good morning, Ben.
Morning. Great to have you here.
Thank you for the invitation.
We have Heike Mensi-Klarbach, who's head of Group Human Resources and Organizational Innovation from Raiffeisen Bank International. Good morning.
Hello. Hi, good morning. Thank you for the invitation.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you. We have Martin Wezowski, Chief Designer and Futurist of SAP.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here.
Hi, Martin. And last but not least, we have Oliver Blüher, who's head of DACH at Slack Technologies. Collaboration and communication platform that most of you will know. WeAreDevelopers use it a lot on a daily basis, so it's great to have you here, Oliver.
Great to be here. Thanks for the invitation, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Hi. So I'd like to kickstart this discussion with a question to all of you who are joining us today. From your perspective, what is the new normal that everyone is talking about? What is the biggest impact that COVID-19 is going to have on the way we work and on the way we live in the future? Martin, as the futurist here.
I was sensing the pressure. Yeah. I think it's the idea that it's the new normal. Exactly in your question. I think we will go back to normal, and we will realize, we talk about, oh, will this be the same thing again? Some people say yes, no. Many things will be. We will continue travel. We will continue to pollute this planet. We will continue to have business models that are not sustainable in that way, but also not sustainable in a being ready or risk aware business models way. However, that will be the first reaction to go back. As much as we will run to the pubs and to the restaurants to have a good cocktail with other people, that will not change. The new normal will be when we realize that this was not sustainable for the long term, and we start to discover what I call the long-term thinking. So of course we are just apes, right? Homo sapiens is a fantastic ape that dominates this planet, and we behave in a certain way. Let not fool ourselves. However, when we think a little bit further, actually innovate and change for a long-term perspective, start to repair our house rather than repair our house. We start to turn to visions and our passions and future relationships rather than tactics and immediate measures. And I think that will be the switch the coming year or two, but not the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months.
Christina, maybe we talked about the topic in a previous discussion about long-term planning and thinking, that senior leaders need to start thinking and acting and planning their organizations with a very long-term kind of time horizon. What is your take on that?
I think the world changed, and it changed during a very short period of time. Because if I go back to January, where we had the economic forum in Davos, so the major concern of the C-level people was all kinds of environmental issues. But a couple of months later, they know that the most important value is the health value, and you have to place it in front of all other values. Because why? It's really destroyed a lot. So some industries who were really affected, it's a complete change for them, and they need now a long-term planning. Why do they need it? Because they had liquidity issues, and so they had to take much more debt on their balance sheet. And so the next years, the coming 5 to 6 years, they need to repay that debt. So the debt equity ratio changed dramatically during such a couple of months. And now they have to focus, how can they repay their debts during the next 5 to 6 years? So that means they have to do some kind of restructuring, some kind of cost savings. They have to be very efficient. And some of them have to start really a new way of their business in order to be capable and able to do all this debt repayment. They also have to think maybe they have to take on some equity instruments because they cannot live with the debt to equity ratios. So that's now the major concerns of a lot of C-level people of all the industries who were affected.
Heike, from an HR perspective, what are the big changes that are going to take place in the future as a result of this crisis? What can we learn, and how will HR have to change in the future?
Well, I think we can learn quite a lot. And we have seen that mobile office or working from home is really working. So this was an interesting learning, I would say, in the very first place. However, I think we need to be a little bit careful, because there are, of course, voices that say, oh, it worked quite well, so we don't need the offices anymore. So let's close down many office places and save money. And this is, of course, tempting, especially when I relate to what Christina said in that you have to save costs maybe. But on the other hand side, also relating to we are still heading towards what we are used to. And I think one of the major issues is really, communicating with people in a physical way. So we see that it works quite fine the way we do it right now. I mean, we have all got used to that. Still, we realize and we do a regular pulse survey with our employees in order to get, the feeling of what they need and how they are. And we realize that what they really miss is the informal communication, the, connecting to people that goes beyond virtual communication technologies. And we need to be very careful that we do not drop the baby with the bath, so to say, in now changing it all over and realizing that maybe we should have been more cautious in putting together the good sides from the previous world and then the lessons learned that we have right now, but still keeping what is precious to us. And we are human beings, and human beings need community. They need to live together. We cannot do that in a remote way all over. So combining and getting a right balance between having the commodity of staying home, but yet having a place where you can communicate, where you can, get together and feel that you are not alone, but with others, it will be very important. So this is the big challenge that we have.
Mm-hmm. Oliver, continuing with the topic of communication. Obviously, you're a provider of one of the world's leading communication and collaboration platforms. What is your prediction? Will this increase incrementally? Will this increase exponentially? How will we be using digital communication and collaboration platforms in the future based on what's happened in the last couple of months?
So I think it will force many to rethink what they have been doing. And there are some very different cases out there. There's companies who, let's say, underinvested in technology in the past. Let it be either that they have 96, 98, or even more % of their revenue not being online or digital, and being extremely hard struck by the shutdowns and the consequences of the pandemic. So they will definitely rethink on that side. On the other, there's others who underinvested in their infrastructure. I had many discussions with companies who had problems with their VPN connections, and all of a sudden everybody was out there. There weren't enough laptops available. I heard CIOs talking about like buying bulks of 100 laptops here, hundreds there, just to equip the people and enable them actually to work from home. So overall, it will force us to rethink. And if we go into a direction where we are more flexible, and I understand not everybody can work from home, but many roles probably can and can do it more than have been in the past, then we will have to rethink the underlying infrastructure for our companies to enable that kind of flexibility. And that's my overall theme in collaboration. Inject flexibility into businesses. It's going to be a key part for the future.
Okay. I think this topic of diversifying into digital business models is a very relevant one. As we can see right now, a lot of companies are suffering from the fact that they have not digitalized their business models, or that their revenues are not coming from digital sources. Christina, you obviously have a lot of clients who are very analog, who are still making a lot of money offsite without any digital services or products in place. Is it going to be necessary for those companies to diversify and focus more on providing digital services versus just analog ones?
I think first of all, the company needs to do a digital upskilling with all their people. I think there is still a lack of this digital upskilling. And once all the employees are upskilled, it's also easier to offer it to the others. But what we see, that is really a change, and those companies are much more successful who did that investment upfront. As we just heard, it was quite those who could work from one day to the other remotely. And even if they could have worked, so they did not do, because it's one side that you are digital upskill, but the other side is also from a personal perspective. Do you really want, as we also heard, do you really want to work from home? But what we had quite a phenomenon with PwC, because now it's already 2 weeks that we started and asked people if they want to come back on a voluntary basis. And the result is that only a couple of persons are coming back to the office. So they really got used and they like that kind of work. And they could have done also before, because when we moved our new office building to the DC tower, so we said we do also change management, so everyone gets the computer, no one has his own desk, people can work from wherever they are, but actually they all came to the office and they all took their notebook plugged in the office, and even they did not really change their desk, so they used the same desk every day, even if it was not their own desk. But they just continued working like they worked before, and we see now this change that they enjoy working from home, because maybe it's different from what we heard before, because they feel on the one hand, yes, they want to have their communication, but on the other hand, they also had to travel. They had to get up at 4 o'clock early in the morning to go to a meeting, Frankfurt, Amsterdam, or wherever, and they stayed there the whole day. And then you realize how efficient is it, because if I do it and then I can start maybe for this meeting at 10 and it finish at 5, and I can do a lot of other things during that day. So that people realized it, and they know today they asked to do it, and so that makes I think that's the biggest change management which happened in the companies. Even if people were able to work remotely, they didn't do so, and I think that's the change. And I think those who did not invest before, I think they need to invest, because you are maybe not as cost efficient. If some companies are working remotely, are saving costs, yes, we need a kind of communication, but we have to question always if we have to go and if we have to travel for a one-day meeting, or maybe it's sufficient to communicate on a personal basis with those people, let's say once a quarter, but not maybe every week. And then we can be more efficient and to be competitive in the future. I think companies really need to digital upskill, to really think about and to evaluate before they are doing a travel. I think that will be very important for the future. So I think all the topics which really now started, the digital upskilling for the people. So there are companies who had to sell and to have to do this training for others, and there are those companies who just had the tools and everything, but still people were not upskilled. But I think that will be quite a focus in the future.
But if we look at the business models of companies in the airline, in the travel, in the tourism industry, in industries that are based on very analog services that have effectively been more or less shut down for a certain time period, is your recommendation to these companies that they start offering products and services that are completely digitized?
I think if you speak about the travel industry, so I think we still will need the airlines, and we still need not to do, let's say, instead of a globalization, a globalization. So we still need those kinds of travel. So I think they will not go away, and but also they will have to restructure. And so now they are really urged to do this restructuring, to be cost efficient, to start to renegotiate all their terms they had over many years. Now they are forced to, because they need to be very efficient for the future. And they really need to think, okay, which destination is a destination people will use a lot in the future for business reasons, for leisure, and maybe others they will not offer anymore. So I think they will go to a very hard and severe restructuring process. But what does it mean also? They will end up of being quite profitable in the future, because they were not forced so much in the past to do it. So I think overall a crisis is negative, but has a positive effect, because if you and liquidity during the crisis, that's very essential. But if you were able to keep your liquidity up, and you start all your change management and rethinking process and doing all the homework, all your restructuring, you will end up being a profitable company, a more profitable company in the future, being more efficient. And so then you will realize how important it was to do this process, which is sometimes hard, because it's hard negotiation. And it gives you now also the possibility to do it, because everyone understands that it's necessary to do negotiation with the employees, with your suppliers, with everyone. Now people do understand, because they know if they are not offering a part for this restructuring process, maybe the company will not be alive anymore in the future.
Martin, you're obviously talking with a lot of companies. What is your feeling? Do you think that leaders have to start thinking about diversifying into digital business models if they're not already?
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I mean, we've been talking about digitization for so many years now. I mean, it's a decade and more. Sometimes it's, yeah, from my perspective, that's way too slow. People don't understand what digitization is. They actually think it's to digitize your processes, which we have been doing for more than decades. It is about rethinking your values, rethinking your business models. What can you offer? Where? What is the channel? Is that digital? Is it fast? And I think it goes back to the idea that, which is my recommendation, to the long-term thinking again. What does come before your strategy? What did you build your strategy on? And that's sometimes a very scary question to C-level folks that I meet. And we have these serious discussions, like honest and vulnerable discussions. Oh, well, we build our strategies on the current business models and understanding of the world. And I say, Ben, that's not enough. It's like going to the football game with your team and start to coach them in the dressing room. That's too late. By then, everybody should be coached. You only focus on performance. What did you coach? So I'm trying to get people back to this digital future mindset where you understand, how is your ideology in the company? Why are you here? What is your purpose? Because once you know your purpose, you can start to craft a vision. Okay, this is a place or a spectrum of possible futures we could be and play business in. This spectrum must be written down and understood by everybody, because then you build relationships in your ecosystem, in your business ecosystem. Who will we do business with? Who will be our partners, suppliers, startups, academia? Who will be the people that actually play a role? If you can't imagine that right now, it's too late when this hits you. So do that. Have a political, ideological standpoint so you can realize, why am I here as a company, as a contribute to an ecosystem? Second, what is your ecosystem, say 10 years from now? Start to imagine that. Then extract from that, what relationships will you have in this market? These relationships would give you ideas about the services and products these folks need from you and how they can be relevant to you back. First, then you will have a strategy. And all that today, I mean, especially from our perspective at SAP, is possible to be served on a platformic, digital, technological way to make you sort of the hero of your innovation story for the future. That is the ground. Then you are ready to get out in the storm, whatever sailing adventure you are out for. If you're not ready with that, well, we don't need COVID to put you out of business. It's just a quick change in the market that will take you out. So it's much more dangerous than that. You know, changes like this are life and death things. And I don't mean it as a bad pun, because that's very, very sad. I mean it as a serious afterthought. Guys, have your purpose and ideology in place, because only then can you act and react and be agile in crisis like this.
Obviously, the speed at which the markets are changing is necessitating faster communications also within the company. So Oliver, my question to you is, how have you kind of observed the way companies communicate internally? Obviously, you're a platform provider for communications, but what are the changes you've seen in the past, and how do you really predict that company internal communications will be able to contribute to innovation, to management of crises such as these?
I mentioned before, like injecting flexibility, agility into businesses will be key. So what does that mean? You want people to have access to information. You want them to have access to information faster. Sort it out. You want to give them context. You want to empower them to make decisions. If you think an organization, if you give that freedom to everybody, the risk is high that everybody is running into a different direction, or at least not at the same speed into a similar direction. So the overarching thing, if you agree that you want flexibility, is the question, how do you achieve that with an amount of people, a large amount, it can be thousands or 10,000s, still going into the same direction at a similar speed and aligned. And here we are with the word, I'm still looking for a very good German translation of it, alignment. Now that's for me the key for organizational flexibility. If you want to have the rubber hit the road, to say it in very flat words, and communication platforms like ours will be key for that. I think email is outdated. Email will turn 50 years next year. So I think it's unbelievable to put such a technology still at the forefront, at the center of modern working places. It's going to be a different way. It's going to be platforms that make information and context more structured, more accessible, and combine that. Not only the communication that we as people do, but with communication of systems that are being integrated, and also not stopping at corporate boundaries, but going beyond and bringing the pieces together. So I think we will switch massively from information silos to wide-spanning communication and collaboration platforms that bring together people, data, and applications, because we see a widespread or an even larger and growing number of applications that the different people use and need to actually do their job. And those platforms are going to be the glue that is keeping everything together and making sure that alignment is happening, and that the effect of having all this information and empowerment and the need to take decisions faster is not having a negative impact, but a positive one, so that everybody is going into the same direction.
Do people need to learn how to use digital communications platforms such as Slack? Is that something you feel education is necessary within the organization so that people use it effectively? Because I recently read an article about the fact that a lot of people never learned how to use email, for example. So they're not using it effectively, they're overloaded, they're not managing their time well. Do we have to learn to use communication platforms within the organization?
I think so, because we have learned now over up to 50 years. My first email address I got like in the early 90s. So I myself, like I'm emailing 25 years. We create certain habits. And if we transfer them simply without reflection into modern tools, we by default are not getting the most out of it. Email is by definition a siloed communication. I have information in my inbox. Nobody else has it. I control how I share it. If I behave like that and without thinking and distribution lists and all those kind of things, then I'm definitely under leveraging the possibilities that modern platforms offer. So with every customer that I'm talking to, the topic of change management and education is a big one. Otherwise, I'm just transplanting the past into much newer, better technology, but I might as well just spare the investment if I'm not leveraging what I can get out of it.
Heike, touching on this topic of internal communication and collaboration, how does internal communication and collaboration work at Raiffeisen Bank International?
Well, actually, I mean, we have changed quite a lot, because due to Corona crisis and the fact that people were not on premise, so to say, we needed to completely redesign the let's say communication strategy. And what we actually did in a very quick way is installing, let's say, something that in the agile world you would call it stand-up meetings. And stand-up meetings now in the mornings are very usual for most of the teams, I would say. Then we also figured that it is very important to get grip on our management team. And what Johann Strobel did was taking 1 hour, more than 1 hour each and every week to update all of our employees about the current situation, so to say, and to take questions. So we still have it, and it's more than an hour, and we have on average between 800 and 1,000 people in the calls, where they really listen, but also ask quite a lot of questions, and he just is there in order to answer the questions. We have several additional formats. For instance, when we were announcing our plans on how to get back to office after the remote working, we had more than 1,600 people in one call, where we were giving the information, but then asking questions, and we had like 50 minutes where we were receiving questions and answering that. And for me, this is a sign for let's say, maybe democratizing information. Like in a big organization like Raiffeisen International, you have, oftentimes you don't have access to a lot of information. But now it's a level playing field because nobody meets nobody. So the only way that you can communicate is in a remote way. And to me, it seemed that it's happening much more consciously. So it really becomes visible if people are, separate from information. That is why each and every manager is very cautious and very, let's say, conscious about how to communicate, how to spread information, and how to make sure that people are on the same level. And I would say that it was also much more awareness of the importance of information and how to make people feel secure, so to say. Like if you're off and you don't see anybody and you don't know what's happening, it might be that you really feel, insecure. This could happen on premise as well, but nobody, takes notice. But right now, it was absolutely clear to everybody. So having a very structured, a very regular, and a very democratized, I would say, and level playing field communication for us was key. And this is definitely something that we would want to keep, even if we continue to come back to the office, and if more people are again working on premise. This is one of the things that we really strive to keep, because we found it is very, very precious to give, as you said, also the guideline to align. If you have the CEO talking to you each and every week for 1.5 hours and just, taking questions and answering them, that gives a lot of alignment, a lot of direction to the people that then can go back and say, okay, now I know what we are heading for, and I'm safe and know what my contribution could be. So this turned out to be super useful.
And what are the changes you will make in the future with regards to the internal communications?
I mean, what we are currently thinking of is, and that relates also to infrastructure, because if we envision that some people are coming back and we again have the meeting settings, what we need to make sure is that people who are on premise and people who are remotely joining meetings, that they meet on eye level. Right now, we have a little bit of a problem that those people who are physically there have, let's say, maybe an easier way to communicate than those who are remotely joining. And this is for sure something that we need to make sure. And also to keep some of the standardized and remote communication settings. So what was earlier, these one time a year or maybe twice a year big employee where we all came together and the board was talking once or twice, we figured that this is not the way. But having this very regular and virtual meetings is far more effective, because you can reach so many more people, and you can do that on a regular basis, which is just so much more influential and so much more powerful than having it once or twice with a big, organization to do it, so to say, on premise. We will not continue doing that, but rather keeping a good mixture of virtual communication, the regularity actually, and then making sure that coming together and joining remotely can happen on eye level, and that we have the necessary infrastructure and also meeting room, so to say, designs that make that possible actually.
We touched upon the topic of upskilling, the need to really digitally upskill the people in our organizations. So Martin, also Heike, and also the others, what does that actually mean? What do we mean when we say we need to upskill the people on a digital level? Is it confined to being able to use digital communication tools, or does it go beyond this?
If I may start very quickly, I think it just is the whole definition. It's absolutely beyond this. If you upskill people on using different tools and apps, that must be the given every Monday morning work we have to do every Monday morning, now and 2029. We need to ask the bigger question: what do we do that for? How do we skill our talent, and what is the purpose of that upskilling? The change will always happen. People always will have to use new tools and new digital environments. Again, for what? So we're going again back from this shareholder value to ecosystemic values. What are the values in our ecosystem, which is much more personal and again, ideological idea. We want everybody to know this and this and this. And Heike touched upon this information sharing together with Oliver. What is our common knowledge here? And if we have that, why? Why do we spread exactly this knowledge, not this knowledge? So again, back to ecosystemic values that we share. Every company has values. However, they are very quickly going back to shareholder value. What tools are you using? How did you do they code Java, this and this and this? This is what shareholders want to know, because they want to know if you're prepared for the next 3 to 6 months. What we're talking about here is beyond that, to be prepared for the 3 to 6 to 10 years. What are our ecosystem or our family values? And that is that real upscaling happening.
And maybe also, I think we have several aspects that we are currently focused on. So when it comes to digitalization, of course, it's the usage of certain technologies, but it's very much also about like focusing on who will be our clients, like customer centricity. It's thinking about how do others consume our services and what do they actually need, because maybe it's not intuitive for everybody. So thinking about the intuitive use of what we produce is very important, and especially when it was the first wave of digitalization, that might not have been the super focus, because not everybody was using the technology. Only people who were very fond of technology, and maybe they had a different way of using it and applying technology. And now we're in a way where we say it should be usable for everybody, for your grandmother. It should be, if we are looking at the financial services, it's not just for the youngsters, but it's just for every generation that we want to create a value add. And this is really important, that you are able to walk in the shoes of different clients and make sure that they are easy and comfortable using what we do, so to say. And then I would say the second big issue is that we're working with data. We are working with so much data that one of the big pillars of how we educate, so to say, or we upskill our people is working with data. So that you are able to see what you can do with the data. And as you said, purpose becomes super important, because you can do anything with data, for the good and for the bad. So it's really, really important to have a strong purpose, but also to have the skills that you're able to see what you can do with the data, that you can read data properly, and that you can overall, turn it in something that is value adding in the end. You said it, to your ecosystem. I would say, like, for us, to the employees, of course, HR, but also to our customers and certainly for the society as a whole. So this is what we are focusing on when we're talking about upskilling and digitalization in the broad sense, in trying to break it down, actually.
And maybe I can add also from a PwC side. So what we started first for an internal basis. So we have a digital upskilling app where it's very easy for everyone to do the learning, because always you have to start with the learning to be able to think also about new business models in the future. And so our purpose was also to solve the problems of the society. So what we did during the crisis, the app was before, it was only to be used by internal persons, or you could buy it. But we offer it now on a, you can just download it from our webpage. So without any cost, you can download it, everyone, every Austrian employee, but also on a worldwide basis. It's offered to everyone that you can download this app for free until July. So what we want to do, and that is something we want to do for the society, so that everyone can do very easily that learning. You can do it wherever you are. while you are, let's say, walking or doing other things. Always take the app. You have always your iPhone with you. Download it and make a new session, because you need the basis of this upscaling. And once you are done and you have all these lectures out of this app, you are also maybe more able to think about new business models, because the digital transformation, a lot of people think also is digital, to digitize what they already have and digitize their own systems. But what we heard before also, once you have done this, you have to have the vision of what can I do next? How can I change also a business model, maybe completely different, what is not in existence today. And so it's quite, and if we go back, for example, also the newspapers, they had at a certain period of time, they had to think going from the paper, reading newspaper to online. Today it's crystal clear for us. But so every business has to think how they can offer their service in a more digital way in the future. And as a basis to start to think, it's good to do those kinds of education to yourself, to take your time to go through such apps, which is now these e-learning tools. They are so simple, because you can do it whenever you want, wherever you are, and you can really use the time. So that was the reason why we said, okay, we're now in a crisis and we want to do something for the society. So just let's offer to everyone on this earth who wants to do his own learning to download the app and to take the time to be on a basis of the digital upscaling, that you can start thinking beyond. That was the reason behind. So I encourage everyone to download that app, to ask your employees to download it, so that you are on a certain level of digital upscaling where you can start thinking beyond, and to get your new vision, your new strategy, and to do your thinking process. What can be a new business model of my company?
Question to, sorry, Oliver, you wanted to say something?
Yes, maybe a final thought on this. So training people is certainly a good start. But when you train your people, you train them on something that is there. Now that you have, like a specific tool or those kind of things. Good start so that they make efficient use of that. I believe we need to encourage people actually to be curious again around technology, and go out and scouting and understanding. Very often I see the effect that people are scared because there's such a variety out there of things. And when you have like multiple customers in any industry, for any salesperson, any engineer or someone out there, they're confronted with so much different technology. So we need to help him to handle that. So teaching, you can give him a framework and help him understand the structures and players that are out there. But you cannot teach him everything. You need to instill the curiosity and the willingness, and you give him the framework, the time, the encouragement to actually get involved and understand. And I think that's something that we are really lacking at the moment, the curiosity to understand. And if you build a car, for example, it's a development cycle. If it's efficient 3-4 years, in reality, probably more 5 to 7 years. So you really need to understand trends and what's out there in terms of technology. How otherwise can you now start building the car that's going to be released in the mid-2020s? And I think it's going to be even more important to be curious in scouting out there for technology, what is happening, what is really shaping the future, and also adopt an attitude of trying stuff rather than retracting on something that we know and that we have. It's comfortable and we cannot make mistakes, but to be successful, we need to get out of the comfort zone and encourage our employees to do so.
Martin, you spend a lot of time talking to C-level decision makers. You're an evangelist at SAP. What is your prediction? Do you think that networks will become less relevant as a hiring criteria for top management decision makers versus skills?
Yes, I'm coming back to the idea of ecosystems. So my job is mostly about writing visions and strategies for one of our board members. I also do evangelize about it sometimes, which is a good job. Yes, networks, and I call them ecosystems. Again, I think it's very important to understand that you can exploit whatever resources you have. You can exploit the skills or the whatever you're looking for as a tool to make your business happen. But I think Oliver touched on it in a beautiful way. You need to explore the possible, being curious, and imagination is a business activity nowadays. That can only happen with networks. We are living in such a complex world, to be simplified, by the way, that we cannot innovate alone anymore. You need to innovate with others, and that happens only in networks. And I think, I mean, Oliver's business and the likes of Zoom and so on, these are the competitors to Lufthansa and the analog meeting. I mean, look at how VR heads are hard to find nowadays, or how just buying a decent meeting camera nowadays is a 1 month wait on Amazon. I've seen people having meetings in gaming situation where they actually log into a strategy game, sit around a cowboy campfire and have a discussion because that's nicer than a Zoom. I'm serious about this. I mean, the audio video is the same. You have your avatar, you move, but you have this environment, this imagination happening, and they have good discussions in a game situation. I mean, alternative realities, again, enhance experiences. This is exploration. This is curiosity and imagination. This is actually nurturing your ecosystem of networks rather than asking blunt questions about the bullet points of the skill sets you have. We assume that whatever skills you need, we can share them and give them. We can complete each other. And this is another call to action. Stop competing so much. Start to completing each other. You complete an ecosystem with a need, with something you can give. And we can look at Burning Man and all other gifting ecosystems where the economies and business models are a little bit different than we used to. From competition to completion of each other. For that, you need networks and ecosystems. What do you guys need? And this is also the biggest question you see on social media. Guys, I can walk your dog, I can buy your grocery, I can 3D print stuff that is broken. Basically, these are tiny little personal business models that are now completing an ecosystem, a network of needs. And this is why I think your question is right on spot. We will network in ecosystems and explore with curiosity and imagination. All of these should be written down as business activities, not personal hobbies.
Okay. In a discussion we had last week, we talked about the kind of two poles. On the one hand, on a management level, you're forced to think long-term. You have to develop strategies that will ensure that your company will still exist in 10 years' time versus what you're doing today. On the other hand, you have a lot of pressures. You have the pressure to create shareholder value. You have the pressure to deliver immediate quarterly results, to be profitable. A question to all of you, but starting maybe with Christina, is how do you recommend that leaders should go about tackling both of these pressures, creating long-term strategies that will ensure their company's survival in the future versus creating results, immediate results that will allow for shareholder value and profitability in the short term?
So I think I start because there's always a confusion about this digital transformation. And we heard because a lot of C-level people thought in the past that it's just digitizing their systems. I think today they start thinking also about new business models, and those who are not ready for that, I think we need to train them and to give them this vision. Because if you want to increase your shareholders' value, you need to have a good equity story. And to have a good equity story, you need to tell people what you will make different in the future in order to increase your value, because otherwise you always stay on the same level. On a short-term basis, they have now the challenge that they have to meet all the obligations. If they raise additional debt, they have to repay the debt, they have to be profitable. But at the same time, they need to think about their vision, their strategy in the future, and what do I make different? So I think they need really to lean back and to take the time to think about a new business model, what they could do in the future. And I think the time, because a lot of them, they already now digitize themselves, and I think they start to understand that digital transformation is not just to digitize my system, because that's something during the crisis they understood, okay, I have to do it, but is that really the digital transformation? And how can I increase my value for the future? So I have to think what I have to can do different in the future. And that takes time. That takes time also of thinking, of sitting together, or having let's say also a digital conference together. But everyone has to think, how can I increase the value of the company? What story can I tell to my shareholders when I go out? What am I doing different? After I have now the basis, I'm trained, I understand what after my digital upskilling, what it means to digitize my system, but what is a new business model, what is maybe completely different from what I did, what relates to my business, but what is completely different. And so many C-level even didn't think about it, that they have to do that change for the future. But I think those who will be successful will be those companies who have a vision, who have a story to tell to others so that they can increase their shareholder value, and that on a long term they can stay profitable. I think that's really, really important, and to convince C-level that they have to do this thinking process and to start it right now.
Well, if I may add, I think, of course, the short-term versus long-term perspective is always, a trade-off for many people or for the C-level in talking to their supervisory board, to their shareholders. However, I would believe that right now there is, a big awareness for the necessity to look into the future and to get acquainted with what it needs to be fit for the future, actually. And I would say what we have learned, of course, is the trade-off comes where for innovation, we need a little bit of slack. I mean, that's obvious, right? We need human resources slack, we need financial slack, so that people are not just, dealing with the daily business and working on exploiting, as you termed it earlier, what is already there, but exploring what else could there be. And what you need is actually time and money in order to do so. And I think it comes together well with what you said, Christine, that if you tell the story right and you can make a case out of it, then I would say today more than ever will it be possible to convince your shareholder that this is not a waste of money and time, of slack, but that this is absolutely important in order to be able to live, to survive in the future. You will not make it as a company if you don't devote this. Of course, you will have to be strategic. You will have to get a good sense on where to invest, when to stop an investment and the trial. Of course, not everything will be successful that companies will try out. There will be some failures, and that is, I mean, well deserved. That's just a natural way of exploring. However, there needs to be good, sensitive ways of realizing when it is time to stop and when it is time to let go and invest even more. So that's just the trade-off. That's an age-old trade-off, of course. But today, the awareness that what works today will not necessarily work in the future, I think that awareness is really there with also each and every shareholder. That's my perception.
I have a hypothesis that there's not only the increased awareness for long-term thinking is kind of driving long-term strategizing. Don't you think that compensation systems, especially in Europe, incentivize short-term behaviors versus long-term? Like if we look at, and Christina, you probably also have some insights on this. If you look at a lot of American corporations, their C-levels are incentivized based on, you know, the stock price in 10 years time, or they're based on the results in 10 years time versus on the quarterly immediate results. Do you think that compensation systems will have to change in the future, not only for C-levels, but also for all hierarchies of employees in the organization in order to drive them towards thinking and acting more long-term?
Yes, I think companies really have to rethink. It's so much easier to think on a short-time basis and to have all your compensation system on a short time. And it's quite difficult to introduce a system where you think on a long term, because some people cannot, they don't know really how can I now evaluate what will happen in the future. And they have no long-term thinking. So it's very difficult for a lot of people to say, okay, now it's a plan, but how can I see is the plan fulfilled or not? Because it's only a long-term plan, and my compensation usually it's a 1 year compensation plan you offer to your employees. And to have this long-term thinking, it's much more difficult to do such kind of compensation plans. So I think we need also to learn how to do it. Because most of the systems are based on a very short term, let's say some also only on a 1 term, because you have a plan for your C-level, and for your, most of the companies have it on a 1 year basis, and that you evaluate your people on during the year, but then on the year end, what was achieved during the year. So I very rarely that companies are thinking long term in Europe, and then you compared it also in the United States, and you see here the difference to the United States. In the United States, you have a completely different culture. It's much more innovative, and that's why companies are sometimes also more successful, because they think more to the future. The innovation is much more important, and also if you make an error here or there, it's not so bad like in Europe. That it's you see it then in your compensation. So I think we need here to change our culture, our European culture, to think more long term, to let those people think. Because if you just see also what happened in this in all the digital models and in all the new business models, if you compare the United States and Europe, we are very much behind. Also China, and it is because of this short-term thinking and because of this short-term compensation system. So if someone has really an idea which you have maybe also a turnaround to your company in a couple of years, it's not rewarded. So it's a cultural thing, and I think we need to learn from the Americans, and we need to bring this culture also to Europe. To have this change. And that's what I said at the beginning. A crisis is also a good thing, because after a crisis, you start to rethink, and you start to rethink what shall I make different in the future? How can I be more successful than my competitors? So that's the time for companies to think more on a long term than on a short term basis. And they have to think more on a long term basis, because as I said, they have quite a lot of debt on their balance sheet, and like the system is now in Austria, they need to repay it during a 5 years period. So they have to think ahead and to be successful during this period of time. So they need to change something. So it's a good time as well.
Yeah, a question also to, or Heike, did you want to add something?
Well, actually, I'm not so sure that the Americans are so much more forward-looking, because I would add one more dimension to the way we define KPIs. Or let's say I would like to add two things. One is we have, of course, financial KPIs, but we also have non-financial KPIs. And the non-financial KPIs are the ones that usually are more into the long term and more strategic. And I would say that there is also a tendency to include those into our, like, let's say, performance agreements, or so to say, objectives. That is one. And the second one is the term of the contract length. And here we can see, and that's what studies show us, that if you have, for instance, a 3 years term only for board members, then they will be much more eager to follow short-term goals, especially when it comes to their last term, into their last year. Then they will, behave adversely, so to say. And we have, let's say, more of a culture here in Europe that board members serve quite a long time on their boards, which is actually positive when it comes to long-term thinking, versus a high turnover with short-term contracts, and then having more of a, short-term thinking. So maybe adding that to the picture, it might be that because they have a bigger turnover in the C-suites, they need some more long-term, let's say, maybe financial KPIs. Versus we, if you look at Austria in particular, you can see that the average tenure of board members and even of CEOs is rather long. You will not find that in the US. That is why the continuity and also the long-term thinking is built into the system in a different way. And that's added by, as I said, the qualitative KPIs. I think we're not so bad in that, but maybe I'm missing the overall overview of that. I can only talk for basically the areas that I know in the financial services. So,
and I also would like to add here, because I agree there. We usually pose this question, and you also did, the short term versus the long term thinking. We need to deliver the next month to the market, but we also need to survive. And we always put them as if there was a fight, and this is confusing us. Also, it yields very bad results in the long term. It's not a competition, short versus the long. It is a sequence. It is a system. It's a spectrum. I call it the innovation curation map. You have a map, you play around it, and you need to curate your innovation, as you do with food or whatever else. Many people focus very much on the short term. They say, hey, we have a strategy, a game plan. We need to validate, incubate, and scale this plan. So we kind of plan and roadmap and execute, and we're really good at it, and that is incentivized. So your two questions come together there. We incentivize and pay for execution. Basically, we pay for time and resource-based scalability, so efficient scalability, so repeatable results and so on. And if you listen to that phrase, repeatable results, it's a diagonal opposite to innovation. If you repeat something over, you get my point. Basically, we incentivize and we plan for doing things right. And when you do things right, you get praise, especially from the market in short term. Now, the big question, how about these things not being the right things to do at all? You can do very wrong things very right. They go together. So before you operate, ideate to operate and execute, you need to explore. So before you have a strategy, you need a strategic point of view. Before you have a strategic point of view, guys, we think this would be right. You need to have some narratives to choose from. These narratives, what do they build on? What future outlooks and future sort of fabric do you weave together with others? These things, and Heike, you said it, they are built on qualities, not quantities. They are built on qualitative KPIs rather than go to the market quickly. This is doing the right things before you do them right. It's the same family of business complex, and they are not, if they're playing against each other in your company, you're going to die. So bring them together on the same map and try to weave them just in the different periods of time and incentivize both.
Okay, so unfortunately we're coming to an end. I have my colleague Stefan here who's doing this to me.
Yeah.
I'd really like to thank you all for your time. I think it's been really interesting. To summarize it, I think the key points we can take away is long-term thinking is becoming more important than ever. Being able to plan ahead, manage a crisis, do the right things, and instead of just doing things right, or to quote Martin, completing versus competing. So in this sense, thank you very much for joining us, and I hope the audience took some key learning points away and enjoyed this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Yeah.
Now, sorry.
Whoa, what an active discussion this was. Thank you so much for all the participants in the panel and also on our Slido. We ask you in one word, what's the biggest challenge you're facing when working online or from home? And the answers are really different, from kids to anonymity to distractions, sunburn, meetings, breaks, and in general time management. So thank you for the inputs, and I think we all can relate to all of these answers. And I want to thank also our panelists and Ben for moderating this engaging discussion. We're gonna go to a short break and we'll be back exactly at 2 p.m. Central European Time with our next session. It's with a dear friend of WeAreDevelopers, Eric Steinberger. So make sure you set your alarms or reminders and be back in 25 minutes. everybody, how are you? I hope you're doing very good this afternoon on our third day of the WeAreDevelopers Live Week, because I'm doing great. We have a great afternoon ahead with us. 4 amazing speakers going to deliver very different sessions for you. And we have actually asked you currently on Slido, which is our interactive tool for this week, how you feel. On a scale from 1 to 7, how are you feeling today? It is my greatest pleasure to see that actually the lowest ranking is 4. That means that nobody who is watching us is feeling very bad. And you're either okay or really good, which gives us a great motivation to continue and to push through this day with the speakers that are coming up next. Well, our speaker for our 2 p.m. session is Steinberger, an old friend of WeAreDevelopers, a very engaged person in the community of developers, and in particular in the tech and climate change topic. He actually focuses on his research on deep reinforcement learning, and he has worked with MIT, TU Vienna, University of Luxembourg to apply deep learning to complex and real-world problems. So I think he can tell us a lot about how you can solve, or how he thinks you can solve climate change with tech. This is very, very engaging topic, and I'm sure most of you have an opinion for it. So make sure you actually go on Slido, share your opinion, and ask questions. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can find Slido if you go to slido.com and put the code LIVE2020. Or under the YouTube video, there is a link in the description where you can go to our WeAreDevelopers live page, and there you can have the full interactive experience with the sessions. So without further ado, let's welcome Eric with a virtual applause. Hi Eric, so nice to have you here. Welcome at the WeAreDevelopers Live Week. I'm always very happy to have you as a speaker on our event. I think this is at least your 3rd or maybe even 4th event. So yeah, welcome.
Well, glad to be here. Thanks for having me this time online. Definitely good to be back. Yeah, I think 3rd or 4th event.
Where are you actually sitting currently? Are you in Vienna or are you in the UK?
I'm usually based in the UK, that's right. But during this lockdown time, I'm in Vienna because it was predictable that they're going to do better with the whole management of the situation, and that has turned out to be right. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I already briefed everybody who is watching us that they should open Slido and be active there and ask you questions, or you will also be needing their input, their opinions, so they can type their comments. So with this being said, I'm going to mute myself, turn off my camera, and the spotlight is yours, so you can share your screen.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, you should be seeing my screen now. Let me just start a presentation. Perfect. So today we'll be talking about technology and climate change and how the two interlink, especially in terms of solving climate change. I'm Eric. I used to do research on machine learning for the past 5 years, but around 1 year ago, I kind of realized that there are some bigger problems as well, and I thought I might try to be part of solutions there. So I co-founded this organization called Climate Science. At Climate Science, what we try to do is we produce content, such as this talk, that is as reliable as research papers and based on research papers, but as accessible and as entertaining as news and blogs and so on. Now, I clearly want to note that the stuff you're seeing in this presentation is not just me. I'm just a lucky face that gets to give this talk. We are now actually 80 volunteers from 16 countries working on all of this and all of the illustrations, all of the science, and all of the articles. If you want to learn more about the team, check out this domain, and you'll also see a few interesting courses there, and we'll see more about that later. But for now, let's talk about climate change, and let's talk about how we can solve it, which that second part is unfortunately underrepresented in the discussion. Now, I like to follow this engineering approach of understanding a problem and then exploring and discussing solutions. So I want to spend at least half of the talk actually understanding what causes climate change beyond just, CO2 emissions are bad, which they are. So let's enter that discussion. Over the past around 150 years, we've seen an increase in the global temperature due to increased CO2 emissions. That increase was, quite bad, but not very substantial if you look at what's been predicted to happen until 2300, for example. So there are a few models that you can take. You can draw lines as you want. Projections are easy. You just draw a line and you draw a huge error bar, and then you publish a paper. Of course, it's more complex than that. But really, if under specific policy scenarios, we can either go this way or that way. And that's sort of what we know about climate change today. I guess what most people have seen, it's going to get a lot warmer. And we optimally want to be here and not really here. Why? Why does it matter? Like it gets pretty cold in some places. Why isn't a bit of warmth better? Well, there are a few issues. So first of all, the CO2 emissions that have been causing global warming are having a multitude of effects. So while primarily in the past they have come from the United States and EU, most other countries that are catching up, if you will, with CO2 emissions now are going to feel the consequences because they are not yet as resilient as we are. So we've had the luxury and the chance to build up our civilization, and they're just catching up. So blaming countries like India now for CO2 emissions, it's kind of unfair because we've had this time here and they really didn't. So it's only kind of fair to let them have some emissions now, if necessary. It's just the whole equity part. But really, the problem with climate change, beyond just not wanting CO2, is that the effects on human health and the effects on planetary health are going to be detrimental at some level of temperature. The problem is we just don't know where. If you hear things like 1.5 degrees is too hot, 2 degrees is too hot, well, we just don't know. Those are somewhat good guesses, but maybe it's already too late. Maybe some tipping points have been passed, maybe some will be passed. There's so much uncertainty. If you go back to this graph, we just don't know. But what we do know is that this is bad and this is bad. We just don't know where exactly it will go. We'll have very bad consequences. We'll have no Arctic ice in the summer in a few years, probably, if we keep going at the rate we're going. Agricultural yields are going to start dropping after 3 degrees warming. And they're just the increased extreme weather events will cause poverty in countries that aren't as developed as we are yet because of huge damages through floods and so on. So all of this is going to have costs later if we don't solve it now. Now, where do these emissions come from, really? Because this graph looks like an exponential curve we can't really leave, and that's not very motivational. Luckily, if you sort of take that apart a bit, you do get something more motivational. So this total emissions per year in reality is the product of three things. It's the product of the number of people emitting stuff, the amount of stuff each person consumes, and the amount of CO2 or other greenhouse gases that are emitted per unit of stuff. So if we look at this equation, if we want the total emissions to go to zero, the easiest way is just to get one of those things to zero. Now, okay, population, we're just going to leave that out. Obviously not, we want humans. Services per person, consumption per person, getting that to zero is also impossible. While in the Western world, we can and should reduce consumption in many ways, the developing nations should probably increase consumption, to be honest. Like, we want them to have some of the things we've taken for granted for tens of years now. So really what remains is CO2 per service, CO2 emissions per service. That would make a happy and healthy planet where people can do stuff and we can have lots of people. That's the goal. So if we look at these three elements, we want to get this one to zero. Now, next step in defining a problem is let's explore what these three things have been doing. Let's explore where the problem comes from. Which ones do you think have been decreasing lately? Let's say over the past few decades. Which of these three have been decreasing? I'll let you guess. The answer is on the next slide. If you want to, you can write it down in Slido, by the way. I know this has a 20-second delay, so I won't see your responses in time. But write down what you think. If you think that that emissions per service went down or population went down, I mean, I guess that one's probably not it, but you can guess. So The truth is, emissions per service went down already, and the other two didn't. If you look at population, it's increased rapidly. So much of this, exponential increase is explained by just the number of people increasing. Not all of it, but quite a bit. And luckily, we're going to see the populations, the size of the global population start to plateau soon. Right. Services per person, massively increasing. And it will probably keep increasing, especially because countries that are just catching up with their emissions are getting used to these, comparably or relatively luxurious things like eating meat and like having a car on your own and living in a bigger flat. They're just getting used to this. There's, the people living in the EU and in the United States only make up a small proportion of the overall world population. So that's going to keep increasing, even if we decrease our consumption by a bit. If we want to get everyone to the same level of consumption, that's going to go up. Now, CO2 per service has been going down. It's partially driven by, more of the GDP coming from finance, and there's multiple ways to define this in the first place. We do it with GDP. So there's some, artificial making it go down just because GDP comes from non-material sources as well. But overall, it's been going down, and if we can find ways to keep it down and make it go down further, that would be great. So now we get to the really important question: what actually causes climate change, and where do these emissions come from? Now, another question: what percentage do you think of all CO2 emissions every year come from energy? Here, energy is not only electricity, it's also fuel, what you put in your car, it's heating. So it's everything where you convert energy to something that you want. What percentage do you think? I'm just looking at the Slido app, seeing some answers come in. Right. Yep. It's 73%. So this talk will only cover energy for now. There's a multitude of problems that we need to solve. It's not just energy. The other 27% matter too. And there's other things than greenhouse gases that also matter. But I like to prioritize, and you can't solve 100 problems simultaneously. It's just not possible with a limited budget solving everything at once. So what we'll try to do now is we'll try to tackle the 73% of the problem. And once we have some sort of solution to the 73%, after we understand that and after we're on the right path, we should start thinking about other things. So what could solutions to this look like, or do they even exist? And I suppose that's where the question, can technology solve climate change, comes in. Firstly, a question that some of you might have in your mind now is, can't we just use less energy? Again, unfortunately, there is a correlation between using energy, or in this case, electricity, and human development. Now, Iceland and the United States could probably move left on this graph a little bit, and you could argue 0.8 human development is enough. We don't need to be at 1. But what we definitely can't argue is that India should stay here, and some of these other countries, or all of these other countries, should stay here. And unfortunately, this curve really only starts to go to the very high human development indexes when you get over like 5,000 kilowatt hours per person. And that's the level of energy where energy use that we can't really go below that. And currently the average, as you can guess from this graph, is below that. Right. So the key energy problems, the key energy solutions, what are they? I mean, there are a lot more, but focusing on what is most likely to play a major role in solving the problem is sustainable wind and solar power combined with scalable energy storage, and as a backup to that, clean and cheap nuclear. Now, some of you might be surprised by that nuclear option, but we'll get to that. The first and very motivating graph that I want to show you is a McKinsey prediction on the deployment of electricity. Now, why electricity, and why is electricity growing? Electricity is growing because we're transferring largely from fossil fuel-based energy, like for example with electric cars, where we fuel them with petrol. Now we buy electric cars, so we get to use electricity to fuel them. So electricity is growing. However, energy use globally is actually predicted to plateau in 2030, even though this whole human development index thing is happening, because stuff gets more efficient and countries are starting to catch up. So things are getting more electric while the whole energy consumption is starting to plateau. Now, but what's really interesting is that the growth in energy is happening in solar and wind. That's at least the current prediction. Things might change. Predictions are wrong a lot. But solar and wind is currently predicted to be an enormous part, and this is a 2019 prediction, an enormous part of future energy growth. This growth is largely coming from India and China, where most of the new capacity is being installed. But some other countries, including Germany, recently installed a lot of that too. You might be wondering, why isn't coal going away completely? Once you build a coal plant, it's very hard to just stop using it. You already paid for it. The same is true for gas, and we're building a lot of gas now. So we're probably not going to see that go away for a while if we build new plants now. However, some countries are building solar and wind, and that's great. You might have heard of like these issues with solar and wind, like storage and overnight and what happens, right? We'll go into that. But let me show you this one graph that is kind of like the most motivating bit of what technology can do for climate change. Today, installing solar PV is in many places cheaper than coal, and it's continuing to get cheaper due to the economy of scale behind it. Over the past 40-something years, you can see it actually went down by a factor of over 100. So it went down from very, very expensive. Even here, analysts didn't believe that it would ever be like super competitive, and now it is. And we're going to see it go down a little bit more over the next few years. At least that's very likely. So that's a very motivating factor, because other technologies that might be here, and today we say they're super expensive, no way that we can make it. Your analysts will say that there's no chance. Well, give it a little bit of R&D, and we'll see. Maybe some of them work. Now, solar is already cheap. Wind is cheap too, but there's more to do. If you install a load of solar panels and wind turbines, the material you use actually starts to matter a lot. We need to have that material, make that material, and dispose of that material when the panels or wind turbines are not in use anymore. So this is one of the key problems in solar and wind that we'll face in the next decades. When we install enormous capacities of renewables now, we'll have to deal with that later. And building wind turbines and like the structure of it, it causes CO2 emissions as well now. So we'll have to probably think about a cycle of making that happen without emissions. And of course, we still want to make things cheaper. Right, but the real big deal with renewables is storage. And this graph really explains in a nutshell why renewables are so hard to deploy right now. And things like 100% renewables are not twice as hard as 50% renewables, but much, much, much harder. So you've got solar energy. At noon, it gives you a ton of energy and a ton of electricity right there, and you cannot really delay that peak. Sometimes it's cloudy and it might start to go, a little wonky here. But overall, this is the graph that you should be expecting. On the other hand, electricity demand happens to peak in the evening when people get home from work and they turn on their TV, they start cooking, and they just require lots of energy in general to do their things. Same is true in the morning. So those two things are not very well aligned. What we need is a way to store energy, to move it from here to here. That's what we need if we want to use solar. Wind is a little bit sort of, more spread out. Wind doesn't only blow at noon, but still, it doesn't necessarily blow when we need it. So whenever that doesn't quite align, we still need storage. And the issue with storage, you get that question now. Right, fine. Why don't we just build it? We have batteries. My phone has a battery. I have a battery pack. Electric cars can store lots of energy. So why don't we just build huge batteries? It's a simple calculation, right? How much does it take? How much does it cost to build a battery that's big enough to store all the electricity we use in say 1 day for 1 day? How much does that battery cost? In fact, let me ask that question again on Slido. The question is, if we were to build a battery like those that Tesla uses in cars, that to store the energy used by the whole world, by the whole planet for 1 day, just to keep that electricity stored as electricity, how much would that cost? As an indication, the global gross domestic product, so the value of the whole economy, is around $80 trillion. How many dollars would it cost to build that battery right now? Just want to hear those guesses. That will be an interesting one. So again, GDP is $80 trillion. We're spending, like the defense budget is some reasonable percentage of the U.S., but it's of the U.S. whole budget too high, you could argue. But it's so you can't really go above your GDP or very near it. But I'm interested in thinking, Right, we get $40 trillion as one estimate, so half the global GDP. Let's see what else is coming in. Right. So the price of batteries kind of depends on where you buy it and how much you buy and what you buy it for and where you want to install it. But the cheapest sort of approximation, the cheapest that you can imagine is, what does it cost Tesla to produce a pack or any like what does the cheapest battery pack cost when it leaves the factory? And that's around $150 per kilowatt hour of storage today. So if we multiply that up by the world's energy use, which we did, I don't have a slide for it, it comes out to around 70 trillion today as an installation cost. That's almost as much as the world produced in a whole. Now, of course, you can spread that. You can levelize it over many years as the batteries are being used for a longer time. But still, that's a bit too much. In fact, the installation cost that I mentioned, the 150, that's not the cost when you install the battery. Again, that's the production cost. If you want to factor in like all of the installation, transportation of it, you end up today at around 350. In fact, a recently installed battery pack by Tesla was very price competitive on this, cost around $500 per kilowatt hour to install in Australia. You might have heard of it. It's installed near a wind farm, and it makes the wind farm makes the wind farm a lot of profit because of short-term regulation. But really, at the scale of storing energy for a day for the whole world, a bit too expensive. In fact, but you might think now, well, how much would it need to cost? Does it need to go down as much as solar did by a factor of 100? Well, luckily, it's already done lots of that, but it's still not enough. Experts think we need $20 per kilowatt hour. So we're about a factor of 15 to 20 away. Luckily, there's other technologies other than batteries that could potentially do this. But still, we just need innovation. And once we have this, once it gets cheaper and cheaper and the economy of scale starts hitting in more and more, it's going to be easier to deploy solar and wind. And on the other hand, we don't necessarily need to store the whole energy use for a day if we can have some baseline power. Right? If we have some base load that always provides a constant stream of energy to us, then we only need to take some of the solar energy and move it, not all of it. That could again reduce costs. That would be great. Now, what could that base load energy be? Let's see. What are our options, right? Our options are solar, right? Wind, no, those are variable. Some countries can use hydropower. Norway, for example, or Brazil, they use lots of hydropower. If you have the geology, if you have the mountains, that's great. Install hydropower. In some places, it's environmentally damaging, and you have to kind of factor and weigh these arguments. But overall, where it's good, install it. What are other options? Gas is a popular one. Unfortunately, fossil fuel emits CO2. Okay, nuclear remains. Nuclear is, currently makes up quite a large chunk of the global electricity supply. Unfortunately, due to its limited popularity, it's not really doing well in the West. China and India are exploring it. But if we look at the numbers for all of these technologies, let's see how dangerous is it. How dangerous it really is. And we need some sort of backup, right? Like, what if we can't get energy storage down to the price we needed at? What do we do? Right, so is nuclear dangerous? Let's explore this plot. Greenhouse gas emissions, this is taken from Our World in Data, by the way, accumulated from a bunch of sources. Let's explore this plot. So here we have greenhouse gas emissions on the x-axis. You see coal is doing pretty badly. Natural gas is a bit better, so you get less greenhouse gas per unit of energy than coal. Biomass, still bad. It's different. It's different types of emissions. You're burning wood that grows again, so it's kind of cyclic. So it's a bit better. Hydropower has limited emissions usually, and you see here solar, wind, and nuclear having almost none. Death rate, same thing. Why does coal kill people? Air pollution, and air pollution is a big source of human health problems. The same is true for oil. Natural gas causes deaths too, way fewer deaths because of it just burns cleaner, so you get less air pollution. But still, nuclear causes almost no deaths. It's right there with solar and wind, only that we don't need storage for it. You might be thinking, yeah, of course, there are these explosions, so why don't people die there? If you actually run the numbers, if you actually look at how many people die and what the economic damage is and all of that together, and how often they happen, it's way smaller than the damage that we get from fossil fuels and the damage that we get from the CO2 we emit. It kind of sucks that you have to have this, poorly built reactor every 10 years that just blows up, and lots of people and lots of lives are harmed. That's a tragedy. But unfortunately, the news and sensationalism in general hypes that up way more than a continuous threat that just keeps doing, what we expect it to do, being bad like coal, rather than, every now and then there is a spike of badness and then it gets good again. So unfortunately, that's sort of the public perception and is influenced by data. If you're interested in this, and if you don't need to take my word for this, I recommend you read this or any similar study, here in this case by MIT, on the future of nuclear energy. One thing we'll find, it's probably like one of my favorite energy statistics. If we just had all energy today come from nuclear, we would reduce emissions, energy-related emissions, by 98%. So 98 of those 73 could be solved with today's technology. That would be done like that if we could just build the reactors, if we had done that in the past. We've protested nuclear, and especially in a country where I'm from, in Austria, people have been protesting nuclear. If we hadn't done that 10, 20, 30 years ago, we might not have some of these problems today. And similarly, looking into the future, we can't change the past. Maybe now is the time to change our perspective on nuclear, with threats like climate change getting ever more, close. Nuclear waste is still an issue. I don't want to play that down. However, there is an interesting body of research on how to deal with that, and not just how to store it, but also how to reuse it as a second stage fuel for a different type of reactor called breeder reactor. That still needs lots of research, but if the government support it, again, think of that solar graph, there is no reason to believe that it can't work. The chemistry behind it, like the physics behind it, all that makes sense. All that should, on paper, it makes sense. If we just run models of it, we try to build prototypes, some of them are going to fail, some might work. I recommend here having a look at the company TerraPower. If you're interested in some of that research, there are others too, but they're the ones very close to it. They planned on having a reactor that's way more waste efficient than other reactors, ready in 2022. Unfortunately, China-US conflict stopped that construction for now, but we'll see how that goes. Right, but definitely recommend reading this if you're interested in the topic. Good. So that's kind of the end of the innovation section, but and I know I didn't fully answer the question, can technology solve climate change? That's on purpose. So firstly, we only talked about energy. There's more stuff that we need to solve, but energy, clearly given greenhouse gas emissions at least, is the most important. But what I really want to say is, with can technology solve climate change, is we don't fully know yet. It depends on a few factors. It depends on if we get the investments into the right research and deployment. It depends on if we have the right talent working on the research in time. We need time for research. You can't just make new technologies appear tomorrow and suddenly every problem is fixed. But we can invest the time to make it happen faster. And then there is the luck aspect. Is it even possible to make cheap energy storage? Is it even possible to reuse nuclear waste? In theory, it might be, but we haven't built it yet, so we don't know for sure. Same is true for fusion energy. There's been continuous progress for decades, and it's always like 30 years away. People say there are some routes that actually make sense, that they could work in a few decades, and so far it just hasn't worked. But that doesn't mean we should stop working on things. Technology has a huge potential to solve climate change. It definitely exists. But what's required is that we invest money and talent, money, of course, on a sort of public sector scale, government scale, and talent on an individual scale. If you're interested in these topics, if you want to have an impact on solving these problems in the long term, beyond sort of just driving less and flying less, which are important things, then working on these subjects, if you think you're in a position in a company that could do that, is potentially both a highly impactful, but also a lucrative option. The technology that wins the clean energy race is probably going to be quite popular. So it's definitely a good thing to work on. Many large corporations are doing it. So if you're interested in that, have a look. There's a growing sector. Time, and is it possible? We can't really control that, but we can control these two factors, and those two factors are up to us. So action we can take to solve climate change, depending on where you work, depending on what you do, is either personal or if you have the leverage in these two areas. And technology can do a whole bulk. Unfortunately, not everything, but a lot of it. Right. So I want to, before we go into the Q&A, quickly give a brief presentation or demo of the app we're building. You can go to climatescience.com if what you learned in this talk is interesting to you, and learn way more. We have courses on a bunch of topics. This is, by the way, built by volunteers. The whole website and the content is not, I didn't do all of this. This is, again, the team of 80 volunteers who built the code and who built the content. If you click on these courses, you'll read articles and interactive quizzes on all of the topics. It's very similar to what we did in this talk on energy, clean energy. That's coming soon. It's going to be way more detailed in this talk if you're interested, and you can pick and choose which topics you like. Agriculture, that's the other giant of climate change importance. Energy might be 73% of emissions, but half the world's land is being used for agriculture. And if we can do that better, if we can help people in Africa farm more efficiently, then the impacts of agriculture are going to be, the impacts of climate change are going to be mitigated, which this whole field is called adaptation. And of course, there's other stuff agriculture can do. We talk about, can we remove CO2 from air and all of these other things. So we really try to explore all verticals of climate change solutions and try to come to a conclusion what we can really do about it beyond, just saying everything is bad and we need to reduce emissions. How can we actually do it without completely sacrificing the society we've built? So if this is interesting to you, go to the domain, check it out, yeah, right. That's it for the talk. Thank you a lot, and I'm looking forward to the Q&A. I suppose I should stop screen sharing now, right? Gonna be.
You could, but
awesome.
I can actually share my screen even while you're screen sharing, so that's fine.
All right.
Thank you, Eric, for the great presentation. As you can see, people are already commenting on your input on Slido. We'll go shortly through this. There are a couple of questions, and we'll start with the ones that are already there. Meanwhile, I also want to just encourage everybody else who hasn't submitted their questions and wants to do that or has an opinion to share it. And yeah, Eric can definitely contribute to this as well. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can look and see the questions. So you should be seeing them right now as well.
Absolutely.
Mike has asked, when you talk about talent, what would you recommend as an online resource to get into climate change with tech?
Well, that's very easy. The organization I co-found, climate-science.com. In fact, the reason why climate science, this organization exists, is because around a year ago, when I decided to transition from machine learning research to climate change solutions, and that's not a joke, I literally Googled how to solve climate change, and I was just not satisfied with the results. And you have to read countless papers to really understand it. So what we did is we assembled a team of 80 volunteers, around 30 to 40 of which are working on the content. Extremely talented people with, many of them are at universities like Cambridge, Oxford, and so on. Not all of them, but many. And just the workflow we have is we have an internal peer review process where the authors write content and we have multiple people review it and feedback it. Everything we say has citations next to it, 2 scientific papers, but we still try to make it fun, like with the cute illustrations you saw on the deck, for example, and quizzes in the middle of articles. So I really, without trying to sort of plant my own thing, it's a non-profit, so I don't get anything from. We don't sell anything; it's all for free. So climate-science.com. We really care about having climate change be solved. So it's like we just try to maximize the usefulness of it for people like you who want to contribute to solutions. We try to help you identify what the most important problems are, and then of course you yourself can decide what you think you are best suited for and what you like working on. It's important you like what you work on, of course.
Yeah, it seems from what you say that it's very resourceful and that like it is everything is supported by facts as well, not just the opinion of the team.
Oh, hello.
As you're mentioning
opinions.
this, we have opened a Slack channel for everybody who wants to interact on a deeper level on certain topics. So we will make sure that we get the link there, the resources, so everybody can easily find it if they didn't remember the name. We're gonna go with the next most voted comment or question from Tom. In Norway and Iceland, the power is mostly generated by environmental friendly resources like hydroelectric power. It's so cheap that people use it excessive. I don't know if you have something to
Right.
add.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Norway is really big on hydro. Iceland is really big on geothermal. Unfortunately, these sort of very few extreme cases don't really. So, firstly, yes, it's cheap, so people use it excessive. Right. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. If things get, when things get cheaper, you use it more. But there's no like sort of intrinsic reason to not use renewable energy when it gets cheap, if you can. There's really like no rational reason to not do it if it's already clean. The point is that currently we need to get it cheaper and make it more practical elsewhere. In Iceland and Norway, these two countries are just extremely well suited for near 100% renewables. I mean, Norway is like continuously between 95 and 98% of renewable share just because of their hydro. But that's not possible in most countries. There's just not enough. There are not enough mountains for such big hydro facilities, and geothermal in Iceland is just the whole place is full of that. But that's not the case for most places in the world. So I'm not sure about what the question is, but it's generally like these extreme cases don't really help the general case.
Yeah, I think it's more like a comment of
right.
rather than a question.
Oh yeah, but definitely like the excessive use is a thing, but it's it's available.
Next we have, for people being interested in climate change and AI, what are the fields that you think are good job opportunity to explore?
Great question. I've attended the NeurIPS, this climate change.ai workshop. I don't know if you've heard of it. Like NeurIPS, this AI conference day every since around a year ago they did this. You can find it at climatechange.ai, the website, where they try to map out how machine learning researchers can contribute to climate change. And for a short while, when I had my how to solve climate change journey in the beginning, I was like, hey, I'm a machine learning researcher. I could probably use that somehow. So I looked through their stuff. I looked through their paper. It's very long, but very well structured. So it's fun to read. Unfortunately, I've kind of realized that the space for solutions there is not that great. And it exists, but the biggest sort of, the challenges exist, but the major challenges don't have much to do with AI. And people at that workshop don't really like hearing that, but unfortunately, it's the truth. It's mostly engineering and sort of basic research on technology and how to manufacture things at a larger scale and make it cheaper, how to use materials that are more abundant, how to recycle things. So somewhere here and there, data science and AI comes in, and I'm sure you'll find a spot in it. The most important issues that are currently sort of open are probably related to engineering things. But still, there's room for AI somewhere, for sure. I don't necessarily. I recommend reading the climatechange.ai publication that contains all of that information.
Yeah. So whoever asked that question, then maybe they will get the fuller picture and see how or where they could contribute. Good. Our next question is: do you see potential, like they have done now with papers on COVID-19 research, to use machine learning to get undetected findings from climate change research? Well, that's a complex question.
No, it's an interesting question. I'm just thinking. Like, I'm not. I know roughly what you're talking about with COVID and ML, where they did like their NLP stuff, but I'm not completely familiar with what they did in detail. There are two parts of this, sort of two ways to interpret this question. Climate change research itself, like, how does the climate change? Again, this is a very controversial opinion, and this is now my opinion. I think isn't very important anymore. I don't really care if it's going to warm by 4 or 6 degrees if we do X or Z. Like, it's both bad. And bad or worse, it's bad. Like, we should be doing something against it. We should be spending that time and brain power on solutions rather than understanding the problem. But we can just prevent the problem. So when you say climate change research, I'm just going to answer on like the solutions part because I really want to emphasize that climate science directly, sort of, like the science behind climate change, climatology, isn't particularly isn't all that relevant anymore. We know it's bad. And that's all we need to know. We know CO2 is bad. So can that be used? I'm sure there is some way to sort of aggregate research and extract sort of new findings that could be applicable. I suppose because COVID is such a sort of recent and fast research field where you just can't possibly read all articles. There's probably more room for it than in a field that has had years and decades to build up lots of research, and where climate change is like a very sort of climate change solutions involves a lot of subfields. So I suppose there's going to be you're going to have a lot of branches, which maybe you can get something out of that as worth exploring. But I don't know the sort of, I couldn't say a complete yes or no. Probably get something out of it. Not exactly sure how, but very interesting question, to be honest. People are getting experience with
Thank you, whoever then asked this question.
Thank you. Yeah, I liked it.
Got also Eric's mind wandering in that direction.
Yeah. I like questions that make me think, because I'm going to look into that after this talk.
Cool. Then Tobias, your question has been upvoted, so it's the next question that we're going to ask. You have already gained experience with IOTA. Do you think that is a further step into the future?
Right. So quickly, to people who don't know IOTA or don't know me or don't know my experience with IOTA, I've worked, while I was in high school, I did some research at 2 universities, and one of those projects was in robotics with industrial IoT, which is like, like when machines communicate and they like exchange stuff and exchange funding and whatever. So that's where IOTA is like a blockchain cryptocurrency thing. So after this project, I gave a series of talks about how I think cryptocurrency is an absolute like nothing, like it's just a big bubble of nothingness. That includes every cryptocurrency that by that point I didn't follow the field anymore, because it was just very clear to me that there is no reason to. But at that point, none of the cryptocurrencies that existed, I didn't see any sort of proper value in it that couldn't be attained from a different technology that already existed and has fewer downsides. Now, cryptocurrencies can solve stuff, but other things can solve that same stuff with fewer downsides. So like, for example, Bitcoin and IOTA require lots of computation to mine nodes and blocks, and the issue with that is clear. I mean, CO2 emissions, we just talked about it, right? Computing, electricity, not great. And similarly, IOTA is guilty of that too. There's no value in like that if you don't need it. So do I think it's a further step into the future? No, I think it's a step backwards. I think cryptocurrency in general are a perfect example for how easy it is to get stuck in a trend that probably even lots of the insiders realize isn't really that great, but you kind of already signed up to stand for it. And then you're like, what am I going to do now? I think it's a great strength and like a great personality strength to be able to admit that what you said and believed was wrong, and then change your mind and follow the right path. That way, you get to the right path eventually, at least, rather than stubborn, being stubborn and following it until like it's obvious that everyone knows that it's not. So I don't know. I thought it would be that like for long by now, but let's see how long it takes. I don't think it's any part of the future.
Loud and clear answer to that question. Mike is asking, would the fast charging battery have an impact on climate in a way that electric cars can charge like you fuel a car with petrol?
Right.
Traffic. So,
electric transport is one of the most promising like developments recently, next to solar energy, the solar PV price. Those two things are probably my two favorite trends to show people when I'm like, innovation is a thing and innovation can help. EVs, batteries have gotten 6 times cheaper over the last around 6 years. And that's for electric cars by Tesla, I should note. That's a lot. Could fast charging? Yes, absolutely. Fast charging makes it more user-friendly. Long range makes it more user-friendly, and you still have to build a good product. And the motivating thing here is that if we can build good products that are sustainable, people are going to buy them more, and things are going to, become sustainable eventually. So I'm really glad to see the EV mission start working very well. I can't really comment on specific companies, I suppose, but overall, like I'm very happy to see the developments here, and I'm absolutely certain that the EV market is going to keep growing massively. I've recently, just a few weeks ago, read like the most recent patents on battery technology, lithium-ion battery technology, by Tesla, who's sort of or by the labs that they're collaborating with, I should say. One specifically in Canada that's very, very successful. They have some innovations that are I'm sure Tesla is soon going to publicize more openly, that are very, very promising in many ways. Again, fast charging and long range, two very important things. If you can make cars electric, you can use clean electricity to fuel them. So yes, it will have an impact on climate change. Every improvement in it's just called electrification will have a positive impact. If you can make things that are currently using fossil fuels, turn them into stuff that is electric, and then you feed that with renewable or nuclear energy, you're going to get sustainability. And that's how technology can contribute. So yes, absolutely. Changing traffic, I don't know. I'm not really thinking about changing traffic much, but maybe.
Well, this was a really hopeful answer for the future. And yeah, traffic, we'll see, I guess, with
I mean, absolutely. The price curves are going down on everything. And like, you know, you're bound to be pessimistic if you don't know that. That makes sense. If you don't know that the past 40 years have spent like the solar, you know, fossil fuel price here, solar energy going from here to here, doesn't change anything, doesn't get deployed. No one cares if it's more expensive than fossil fuels. I don't mind if it's 100 times or 2 times more expensive. I'm not going to buy it. But if it's just a tiny bit cheaper,
yeah,
and that's what's happening now.
You don't care if it's bad or worse. In both cases, that on the negative side. So
absolutely, the market is just not going to implement batteries for $70 trillion, but it might implement them if we're at 2, 3, you know, maybe 5 trillion or something, and then suddenly it's going to grow. So this is this temporary. Exponential growth is always temporary. If you think that the world is exponential, somebody has sold you something. But it's not. It's temporary exponential. So while you start growing, it's exponential, and suddenly, you know, at some point, it's going to stagnate. It's going to get a little, you know, linear, and then you're going to flatten off. It's the same with the human population curve. CO2 emissions will do the same thing. If you look at Moore's law, it's still going, but eventually, it's probably going to stop. I mean, quantum computers are a thing, though. It's happening everywhere. And it's also happening with the solar price. It's going to happen with basically any technology you can think of. So there's no real exponential growth, but yeah, there's lots of progress.
As I said, very, very hopeful to know this. I guess there is a lot of interest, as I see some comments, and this next question for your project is, how can somebody volunteer?
That's amazing. I love seeing this. How can you volunteer? You can either go to our website, go to contact, then there's a drop-down jobs thing, and you read the stuff that's there. But if you just want to email me, it's eric@climate-science.com. I can post the email address somewhere. I guess I can. I don't know how you, but it's just Eric with a C at climate-science.com. Otherwise, you can find it on our website if you just go to climate-science.com again, and then to the contact page. I don't know what your profession is, but we're particularly looking for front-end engineers to build out the web app, make it even more fancy, and scientists in any of the fields I've talked about or not talked about, researchers, engineers, anyone with experience in these things. Always happy. And if you're none of that and something else and you still want to contribute, I'm sure we'll find a spot. Very, very, very glad to hear that you're interested.
Yeah. I'm sure volunteers are always welcome, and we'll post all of this information.
Oh, we actually do have a. To be honest, we do reject like some applications. Quite a few for content positions. We base our it on like the sort of the way people try to find answers. If you just want to win an argument, like I usually in my interviews, I would interview people, be like, you know, hey, what do you think about this very controversial topic? They just want to win an argument. It doesn't really work. Like you need to try to find accurate information. Otherwise, there's no way to like get to the truth.
Good. So prepare yourself for an interview with Eric. The discussion is very active, and I'm very happy to see this. And the next question is from Benito. I do like the positive psychology. Question: if you go for a global project like this, how much work or thinking do you put into multilingual approach, web or presentation?
Right. That's a very, very amazing question. So we just started 10 months ago. We already have on our Instagram, we have 3 languages right now. That's English, German, and Spanish. We are just as we speak, like last week or this week, actually, we started building an internal team to manage between 50 and 100 translators to translate all of our web app content into various languages. And we've already we just got a lot of applications on Instagram already for volunteer translators. Yeah, that's so definitely up. We plan on having all of that ready by next school year in many languages already, and including the courses, more of the courses on the app itself.
That's pretty
in many languages. Especially, we care about the languages where people in those countries they don't speak good English, just due to a lack of that part in the educational system. We care about that a lot. So we will prioritize languages where there is a lot of people speaking them that don't speak English well. So that will be.
That is important, yeah.
Definitely want to maximize accessibility and inclusion and so on, and especially with topics like climate change.
Next question is, are there regulations that you know of that are hindering the innovation in this climate change
Yes.
sector?
So many that I could go on for like 4 hours listing stupid policies that exist in various countries.
Well,
That is the only part that gets really frustrating, to be honest. Like, technology is doing well. What's not doing well is politics and policies. So I want to distance. Now I have to distance. This is a personal opinion at this point. For example, recently there was this due to the U.S.-China tension, which to some level is understandable. The company I've talked about, TerraPower, that constructs these advanced nuclear reactors that could completely like revolutionize the nuclear industry, make reactors super safe, super like produce less waste, make it cheap even. They had a reactor under construction. They worked on it for 10 years in a research lab. Would have taken another, at that point, 4 years. That was in 2018. And the US government, because it's a US company, stopped it. It's like, hey, how do you want to backstab your American innovation just because they're building their first reactor in China? The reason they did that is just, price and efficiency. If the US was good at that, they would have done it there probably if they wanted it. Yes, definitely. Lots of countries. The EU is kind of doing okay, I guess. China is doing pretty good. China is pushing quite hard on lots of fronts. Of course, China is controversial in other ways, but they're pushing ahead on many fronts in innovation. And again, particularly, there's no reason to not say that people are going to make money off climate change solutions. It's a real problem. There are going to be real technical solutions, and there are going to be companies selling those solutions. Those companies, if you have the technology that solves the energy problem, you will make lots of money. So climate change, so China clearly has an interest in that. Other countries do too. There are some market forces at play. But overall, yeah, there's lots of regulation stopping it, especially in nuclear research, where it just takes forever to get things granted. Again, the paper I posted on that slide, I'll share the slide deck. I'll figure out a way to do that to get it to all of you. Probably on my LinkedIn. Add me on LinkedIn, Eric Steinberger on LinkedIn, and I'll share it there.
We can share it in the Slack channel.
Oh, awesome! I'll do that there too. Then the nuclear industry has there is a way to get all of these reactors ready by 2030 if the technology works as sort of predicted. But if at the current pace, it would happen by 2050 or later if we don't change regulations. So absolutely, yes, that's a huge issue. Including, and there's even in solar energy, the subsidies and wind, the subsidies are distributed with the absolute wrong methods. Many countries pay people for installing panels or wind turbines rather than using. So what you get is lots of unused solar panels, and that's called curtailment rates, where you don't use the energy they produce. So just they got their subsidies for putting it there, and that's great. That's what they wanted. So yeah, there's lots of policy innovation that needs to happen that can accelerate this.
And I think also with the development, also even more policies would.
Yeah, and there is the whole aspect of equity, right? We want to help developing nations, poorer nations that didn't have the luxury that we had to have an industrial revolution and do all of these things, build all of these houses that we live in. They just don't have that, but yet they're unfortunately geographically, just purely geographical. They're in the they have the bad luck of having all of the bad consequences of climate change sooner than we will. So we definitely want to help those people as well. That they're just disadvantaged by bad luck of where they're born, and I don't really believe in the competition between nations is great, but still we should kind of have some human values between borders, across borders too. So all of that, there's a lot of policy problems going on. Yeah.
I think we can do a whole other fireside chat.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. I could spend 4 hours talking about that. I'll probably get into some trouble for it, but that's fair. I'm taking that.
Well, you're really involved in the topic and you have a strong opinion about it. I see nothing wrong with it.
Not COVID, just water.
Okay, he's still alive. We can continue.
For now.
For now. We do have time for one more question. And as you are still breathing, we can look at it. Is it true that electric cars aren't as climate... Where did my question?
Anyways, I got the question.
Yes.
Oh, right. Where someone just removed that question in time. That's interesting. Well, no, electric cars. So if you look at data from 2015 or something, make sure that anything you read about climate change technology, if it's from 2014, 2015, most of it is outdated. this stuff is moving super fast, especially electric cars, more than anything. We're starting an acceleration. So you don't want to read data from 2014, 2015. Climate friendly as people often, because battery production is being so, yeah, exactly, that's the thing. So I look at EVs today not as the super clean transportation. I look at them as an investment into the EVs of the future. If we pay these companies for EVs now, they will have the budget to produce cheaper and more sustainable EVs. If they need to scale up their productions, like, you know, to crazy levels, there is just no way that they can rely on materials that are rare or that require, you know, like complex and often, unfortunately, unfair processes to mine. My favorite example here is batteries, as you just put up. Now, when we say batteries, or even lithium-ion batteries, people might think that that's one technology. There are a gazillion types of lithium-ion batteries. There are ones that use titanium. There are ones that use lithium cobalt oxide. There are ones that use like completely different chemistries. There's even ideas for using air in batteries. If that sounds crazy to you, you know, early July we'll have a course on all of this on our website. A point being, there's a lot of innovation, not just into the details of it, but very, very broadly, you know, what technology can we use? And I've just before said I've read some patents, very recent, a couple months ago patents about batteries lately. And one very interesting innovation is a cobalt-free battery. So cobalt is the material. You might have heard of, you know, lithium is a problem in batteries. Lithium is not the problem. Batteries don't have much lithium in them. It's a bit of lithium, but not much. Like we can deal with that. The big deal is cobalt. That's the chunk of what the battery is made of. So and some other stuff, but cobalt is the problem. Cobalt is rare, cobalt is expensive, and cobalt is humanly unfair for the people that mine it. In many places. Luckily, there are batteries now that can be built without any cobalt. It's just completely cobalt-free. Some that are being sort of put into production now have less cobalt, but the research exists that shows that you can make affordable batteries with absolutely none of it. So are electric cars not climate friendly? Well, if you buy one today, it might not be. But you can be sure that the research that happens now gets implemented very soon. And when that research is implemented, it's getting better, and that's going to continue. Using electric motors are more efficient than the motors used in your gas car, in your petrol car, whatever, diesel, whatever you use. So you convert more of that electricity that you put in into actual motion, which is also more efficient. So overall, it's going to be better.
Yes.
And as a short summary, for the very long version, check back for the energy course in early July. We're just finalizing all the illustrations.
Perfect. So you also have more resources to look into. I do think actually this is our last question. Let me just scroll down. There is a bit of a discussion going between Tom and Nexialist about the environmental friendly energy and the comment about Norway and Iceland.
Interesting.
But other comments like volunteering is awesome, great presentation, thank you. Like here is another the comment to
Tom is right on this. Yeah. It's just they're perfect for that, and it's just but for those places, not everywhere. Yeah. We just don't have geothermal everywhere, at least not affordable. Yeah. All right, okay, what's our last question? You said
that was it. Like no more.
That's it. Okay, cool. Well, great.
Right now, and we're actually right on time at almost 3 p.m. finishing. I want to say a big thank you for being part of the week, and again, so engaging with your presentation, with your topic.
Thank you. It was great being part of it again.
Pleasure.
I was supposed to speak in a few days in Berlin at WeAreDevelopers.
Exactly. But, tomorrow and Friday in Berlin. So
gotta adapt.
Yeah, we gotta adapt. That's why we're doing this. So
absolutely. Next year, hopefully, when the big scene is ready.
In a memory of our postponed event.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Eric. For everybody who is watching us, we're going to be showing up a small survey for you to just tell us how you like Eric's talk and any input you may have. And we will also make sure we send this feedback to Eric as well. And we'll be back in 15 minutes with our next talk, which will go to a totally different topic. We'll be talking about AR and VR and how developers can actually use this beyond just playing games with it. So very interesting topic, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
everybody how comfortable we are getting here on our third day of the WeAreDevelopers Live Week. I'm super excited to share my coffee with you. Make sure you have one because our afternoon is packed with interesting sessions and we need you to be engaged on Slido all the time because the speakers need this. They need to hear your feedback, they need to hear your voices, that you're there, that you're actively listening to them, and for them to deliver even better presentations, give you the best answers, and feel even more confident because in this virtual setting, you never know if somebody is actually listening. Our next speakers are two guys who are joining the WeAreDevelopers event for the first time, and they have a very interesting topic of how development goes from pancake to spatial computing. These are Dennis and Roger. They both founded Holonatic together, and one of them is in the role of COO and the other is the active CEO. So let's give them a warm first welcome to the WeAreDevelopers event. Hi guys, very happy to have you here. As I said to everybody, this is your first time on the WeAreDevelopers event, so I'm very honored to be your host for this first experience with us.
Thank you so much. So shall we directly go into the presentation or quickly do an introduction?
Exactly, you can go to the presentation. I already introduced you. The people know that they should be ready to ask you questions on Slido, and we'll be answering them after you finish with your slides.
Okay, perfect.
You can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, so welcome to From Pancake to Spatial.
We will share a little bit of what we learned in over 2 years of going from a flat screen developer to the spatial computing domain.
So I'm Dennis, this is Roger. So I've been in the spatial computing domain or VR, AR in general since the last 2 years. Before I graduated in the biotech and neuroengineering domain. I was also I did a lot of UX and design stuff on the side. And after that, we decided to move into the VR domain because it's always what passionated us.
Yeah, we basically experienced VR for the first time in an arcade with full body tracking and big guns, etc. And that was so immersive and so inspiring that we couldn't think about anything else than going into that domain and figuring out what we could add to it with our own approach of the different types of backgrounds we have.
So let's quickly go through the introduction. So we will first discuss a little bit what is the difference between reality and VR. What is the main difference between the typical kinematic or the physics-based interaction, and a few core concepts on how to make something more immersive, what kind of approach we have on the application we do. We will talk about the holistic approach. And finally, we will have a case study of one of our main projects.
So in short, VR is amazing. I think nearly everyone which puts on a VR headset, especially on the recent generations of headset, and tries it for the first time, it's incredibly amazing and immersive. The problem is that we discovered that most ideas or projects you probably have in mind will not pan out in a really good way, especially if you want to do porting. We also believe that the AR and VR domain will at some point change significantly how we interact with the environment and merging the real world and the digital world into one. And of course, we are currently pioneers as well as you are if you are in that domain, because there are not a lot of golden standards. Many things are still changing nearly every year. It's hard to think of a few months where you have no new announcement in that domain where new technology, new features get announced and where you can basically dive into and learn new stuff every single day.
Yeah, the beauty of it is that currently there is no established correct way to do stuff in terms of UI, user experience, how to really interact with the environment. It's all to discover up to now. Every a few months there is a new technology out, like finger tracking is coming, then we have foveate rendering, then eye tracking. It's constantly evolving, and currently there is no golden standard. And that's why it's also so fascinating.
Yeah, and we also saw that video games are actually a very good basis to learn from, because often video game developers push the envelope quite far of trying out new things, making very impressive user experiences, etc. So it's a very good thing to look at. Even if you build a business type of application, you can get a lot of inspiration and techniques from those experiences.
One of the main questions is, for any kind of app you can think about as a developer, should you do it in VR? Does it make sense to do it in VR? Or why are you actually doing this? Does it make sense?
So first, let's get a few things out of the way which are very tedious in VR. So there's a lot of friction. Friction means when you have to put on the headset, you have to search for the controllers. So if you have someone which you want to show an application, it's always quite a bit of setup until you get into it. But even if you own a headset, making the decision to go into VR is not something as simple as putting out your phone. It's really, you have to decide, actively go into it, and it takes a few minutes until you actually can start the experience. And there's also the isolation. When you put on the headset, usually, at least in the VR domain, you don't see anything around you anymore. So that's quite problematic to convince people to get your experience being tested by others which are not that experienced in VR.
Another main problem is currently reading stuff in VR is currently not really comfortable because the resolution of the screen of VR headset is not that high up to now. So reading, like, for example, emails or text or articles, doing that in VR is very tedious because it's not comfortable. It doesn't make you want to do it currently. Educate said, we hope it still will be improved over time, but any app that involves reading currently is not ideal to do in VR.
And of course, we mean as a primary focus. Also, the headsets are still relatively heavy. So reading something on your mobile device is probably more convenient than doing it in a VR headset. At least that as it stands now. The controllers are also complicated for users to explain. You have to, many different controllers has different button mappings, etc. So it's just tedious. Also, text input. There's interesting research currently going on, of course, to make that simpler and easier, but it's still something which is very hard. Just if you have a login and you have to make the user type on a virtual keyboard with the controllers, it's something which is very problematic. Imagine just an email application in VR is currently not something very convenient to do.
Yeah, and we also need to take into account the limitation of your own human body, like where you look, what you can touch, what you can interact with, like tracking your whole body, that you can move around. All that needs to be taken into account.
Yeah, also not have repetitive motions. If you have to hold up a gun continuously or for half an hour, your arm gets tired. So build experiences where you take the physical limitations of the human body heavily into account.
So now let's talk a little bit about what is amazing about VR. Well, the main aspect is the immersion. Like everything you do in that virtual environment, you're really into it. You can really interact directly in that VR environment by just using your controller, your hands, have the ability to move around, to do what you want. We also observe that for any kind of learning experience, the retention rate is a lot higher because as soon as you can involve most of your senses, including vision, audio, haptics, all that, when you can actually experience yourself for real by yourself, when you learn stuff, there is a much higher chance that you have a lot more retention.
Yeah, and there are a lot of studies for that out there, which you can look up. The retention rate is up to 80 to 95% when you teach someone in VR. So it's incredible, valuable to do something like that in VR or AR.
And of course, anything that you can do that you cannot do in real life, like superpowers, like telekinesis, like being able to interact with stuff from the distance, anything you can imagine to, of course, for games, for fun experience, but also for productivity, that you can augment what you can do in real life in VR. That is also something amazing that you can only do in that virtual space.
Yeah, just think about architecture. You can see the whole model like in front of you, and then you can zoom in as 1-to-1 ratio and walk around that model in the same time. That is incredibly impressive.
Also, another experience we saw in the lab we had the chance to visit is how they actually recreate those crime scenes in VR that you can then observe from another perspective, and you can know, okay, the victim was there, the other part was there. Did they have the ability to see that from that angle? Did they have the ability to shoot? Or as soon as you can have a real 3D perspective, go in there in VR and see what they were seeing for real and not from a flat screen camera, you can really get a real perspective of how the events were happening.
And the main question, of course, is VR the right choice? And here we show a very good thing about VR is that many user interactions don't need a menu. If you take Half-Life Alyx, for example, if you grab a bottle and you want to decide if you want to throw the bottle, if you want to drink the bottle, if you want to smash the bottle, you just do it as you would do in real life. When you have it on a 2D pancake device, then you often have to have a selection when it's because you don't have that much input. But of course, that creates a lot of difficulties as well for the developer to utilize those many degrees of freedom which the user has to do it in the right way.
Yeah, for us, one of the best possible user interface is not a one where you have a few buttons and action you need to select from, but just a user interface where you don't need to explain anything to the user. He can just do stuff intuitively. For example, grab an object if he sees his real hands in the VR space, and immediately, oh, I want to grab that object. He can do it. We don't need to explain him anything.
That's why we think like if it's primarily immersive, the experience you want to build, where that's something is something that adds to the application, it's a good choice for VR. If it's purely functional, then it's probably very hard to make it very compelling in VR. And of course, does it need text input, as we said before. Also, we see a lot of more gimmicky applications where it's spent a lot of time on to maybe show it off, and it's maybe fun to go into for the first 2 or 3 times. But if you want to invest a lot in an application, you have to be sure that there's sustainable value and that people come back into that experience because it provides enough value to overcome the friction which you have in the current VR headset technology.
So let's go quickly now about finger tracking, a recent addition that was added to a few headsets, like just the ability to see your hands in real time by using cameras or infrared sensors. And the beauty about this is that we don't need any controllers anymore, and we can use that as a potential universal input system. We don't need to think, okay, for that special headset, they have those controllers, they have a joystick, or they have a touchpad, or the button is there. So for developers, it's a lot better because we don't need to think about that anymore. We can just build a system that works with the anatomy of the hands that every human has. And we can just build it on top of that. And it's the beauty of being universal for anything you build.
Exactly. That's why mobile phones took off, and there was basically a unified language, because you use hands for mobile phones and it's basically unified input. And with VR, we currently don't have that. But if we move to hand tracking, that will probably come. And
also for most new users, there is no more friction because we don't need to explain them. Okay, the controllers, grab them. Here are the buttons. Here you can use the joystick because you don't see them. But if you can just see your hands being tracked in real time and you see them in a VR application, there is no more friction. It's intuitive for them to just, okay, I have my real hands. I can do stuff for real in there. And that's really a huge advantage.
Yeah, and you have to take care of less devices, which is always a huge benefit.
Yeah.
And of course, it's very immersive. So let's go a little bit into how many VR user interfaces are created. And what we observed is that in many experiences, you are basically a ghost. You can interact with the world, but not in a direct way.
Yeah, what we can see most in many applications is that you act as a ghost. Basically, you go through stuff. Everything you can do with your hands, as soon as you want to touch something, the way you would expect it to react for real, well, you just go through. You can grab object, you can like use a laser pointer to manipulate them, but you cannot really interact with them with your fingers the way you would expect to.
And of course, that is a very good user experience, especially if it's more a passive interaction. It's easier to implement because you don't have to worry about when the user goes through a table or goes through objects. There are literally no limitations of what you can interact with. Objects can be extremely heavy and it doesn't matter because you can pick up nearly everything. It also gives the big advantage that you have a linear one-to-one mapping to where the controllers are and where the virtual hands are. So it makes it very fast. So menus, settings, things which you want the user to be able to do quickly are prime subjects for doing a kinematic interactions, and many others, of course, as well. And that there's no physics needed, no complex calculations, no glitchiness. It's very fast, intuitive, and is really good. But there's also the other way, which we experienced a little bit more and have a lot of experiments with, and the physics-based, or we call it also more natural way to interact with objects.
Yeah, and why does it make sense to actually use that is because we also call it the most natural user interface that actually exists, because we all learned since we are born basically as a child that you can interact physically with everything in our world, that we can grab objects, we can touch them, we know how our finger will react if we like push a heavy object or a door. And if we add that additional layer of an interface in VR, that everything you interact with will react physically to your hands, to what you can see, well, your brain will immediately get a higher level of immersion.
And of course, we try to illustrate it a little bit. On the left side, you see a hologram where when the user touches it, basically go through it, and he's not physically really there. On the right side, if you touch something, it physically reacts in a way which makes it a little bit more playful. And we also extended further with the hand physics lab, here you can see how you can push a button, and it just gives a lot of variety how you can push a button. If you use the hands directly with the fingers, or use coffee cups or many other items, you can basically interact any way you want. And then we saw that people really experiment in weird ways of how you can use a button.
There are many ways to also make that possible in kinematic ways, but the fact that you can see how your finger will physically react to when you press a button, the level of immersion is a lot higher, and that really makes the experience much better in general. So how is that possible? How basically can you fake the position of your finger in that virtual space that are not exactly where they are in real? Basically, we use what is one of our sixth sense. It's called is proprioception. Basically, the ability of your brain to know in real time where your body, what is the posture of your body, your fingers, is my arm completely bent or not? But that is an approximation that your brain does basically, and we can play with that in VR. So basically, if you close your eyes, you know, okay, my arm is there. If I extend it or not, my finger, I have an approximation information to know more or less where they are. And in VR, you can play with that a lot, because if your finger are not exactly where they are in real, but they react physically to what you see in VR, your brain will try to make sense out of that. It will really try to make the information correct, and it will create that higher level of immersion. And you will even, at least we experience that we get some kind of fake feedback. If you touch something physically in that virtual world, even if you don't touch it for real, you will have some kind of haptic feedback feeling. And that was something really interesting we had.
Yeah, we also saw the with testers where they grabbed an object, and they, even though it was touching them, they had the sensation that there was something there, although nothing happened. And also another example, which was researched quite a while ago, was the rubber hand experiment, where someone had a rubber hand placed in front of them. They had some warm-up time where they did the same kind of tactile feedback on the two hands, and then they hit the rubber hand, but the human reacted in the same way as if the real hand was hit, because they basically associated that fake hand as part of their body. And the same thing we can actually observe in VR. Many people see what they see belonging to their body. They think it's actually part of them. And of course, in the hand physics lab, we experimented there a little bit with having be able to cut off your hand, but still controlling it with your fingers. And it, as far as we have heard, creates a lot of interesting sensations in the people which tried the application.
Yeah, we can really extend that proprioception capability up to its limits in VR, and really like discover new experiences you could never do for real, like detaching your hand and still controlling it from a distance. And that's something really unique you can do.
Yeah. And of course, about grabbing and pinching for different types of UIs. So in Half-Life Alyx, they did an incredible job of having the capability of grabbing any type of object, and the hand perfectly adapts of how it should grab that object in a very realistic way. And of course, it's a little bit less freedom, because you cannot grab it any way you want, because the hand snaps there, but it feels very natural. And also in their research, they showed that many people believed in their brain that their hand actually turned around or grabbed the object in the correct way, even if the real hand was stationary at the same position. So their brain basically made it real. And of course, it's a lot of work for the developers to define all those positions in a good way.
The advantage of the second option, which is mostly used in hand physics lab, is you have full freedom to grab anything the way you want by just using physics. So any kind of interaction you can do with your finger and any kind of object, well, you have full freedom. You can grab it any way you want. You have no snapping. You have no predefined position. So for developer, you don't need to predefine all those poses on the key points of that object. You have full freedom. Of course, the disadvantage is that it's way more prone to glitchiness, because you don't like snap position. It's probably less precise. So if you really want to hold an object like firmly, that's more problematic, at least currently with the limitation of physics engine, but you have full freedom. So there will be at some point, maybe, I guess, the right balance between having a few snapping position, full freedom to get an object you want. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there is still some stuff that need to be experimented to find the right balance.
Yeah, of course, it takes a lot of time to get it working well, but then you can just add any type of object in there and you can grab them the way you want. And now we focus a little bit about how we come up with prototypes or products inside Holonautic, because we think it can be useful for you as well. So we never come up with a whole game concept or a whole application concept from the start. We basically build small prototypes, and the main factor is how does it feel? How does it make the user experience what you try to convey to him? And so we build a small prototype which is holistic, which means it has often graphical style which is already indicative of the final product, which has audio, which has haptic feedback, and many other things are already in place. And then we let some external people test it. And many times when we had an idea and we implemented the first iteration, we actually killed it, sometimes even before we let someone test it, because many concepts from a whiteboard, from how it felt in your brain, cannot be translated in VR. And yeah. And that's the main problem. It's very hard to imagine how things will feel once you have it in VR. Many mistakes you will make, especially in the beginning, and we still do a lot of mistakes, where you think something sounds or feels amazing when you imagine it in the headset, but actually when you build it and then try to experience it, it feels absolutely terrible, gets you motion sick, or just doesn't feel immersive. And then basically we repeat.
Yeah, another key aspect of the holistic approach is for any prototype to be able to judge, is it good, is it bad, does it feel good? We cannot just build the functionality, because in VR, it's all about immersion, feeling, how it looks, how it sounds, and then you can judge, okay, is that a good application? Does it make sense to make it in VR? Only if you build a prototype that has, not to its full extent, but up to a certain good level, every single aspect of your prototype, then you can judge, okay, does it make sense? Is it good? Do we kill it, or do we completely restart from scratch?
And now we go in a little bit in a case study of things we implemented, mistakes we made, to showcase it a little bit better.
So this is our main product up to now. It's a game we called Holoception, where it also explored a little bit that proprioception capability of our brain to basically see yourself and see your body, because you incarnate a character, but from a third-person perspective, but you fully incarnate that character. It's a full embodiment experience, but from an out-of-body perspective. And we discovered that's actually something really fun you can do. It breaks many limits we saw in first-person experiences in VR, because it allows you to like move around, jump, move really fast, without breaking the immersion feeling, because as soon as you see that character in front of you that basically mimics everything you do, you really have that feeling of immersion.
Yeah, and we also saw, like in a lot of the movies, we like often the action scenes are actually not from first person, they're from third person. So we wanted to recreate those kind of moments where you can do it yourself as the actor and the cameraman at the same time. And we go a little bit into detail where we meant maybe sometimes too far in terms of immersion. One example is the calibration system. Initially, we wanted to have it fully in-game, that you have a scanner which you walk towards, and then it scans you and adapts the height and the call calibration. And we saw that many people struggle to do that correctly because they look down at the puppet, and we tried to adjust it many times. But in the end, we went for something a lot simpler, where it's just kinematic 2D screen where you have to just look forward, you scan, and you're done and you're into the experience. So there we went a little bit too far. And it's very important that for certain aspects, going simpler actually is better, especially if it's something about calibration or getting the user into the experience. Keep it as simple as possible, not to inhibit them to fully experience the rest of the application.
We experimented with many different UIs in Holoception as well. And one that stand out in many ways is just your holographic UI, because using kinematic interaction, so those are not physics-based, what you can see on those videos, is really that you can have that responsive UI, which is holographic, which you can go through to do any kind of stuff which is related to settings or fast stuff you need to configure. Using holographic UI made the most sense. And actually for the rest part of the game, like upgrading weapons or grabbing stuff, this was all done in a physics-based way, more immersive, but everything which was related to the settings, I think as we mentioned before, it needs to be really fast-paced. It should not, don't need to fight against physics. You really need to be able to do that fast.
And also we had quite complex controls in the game, and we still try to simplify that further. We need to have a good tutorial, and the main problem is that with all those different controls, it was hard to convey which button to press, because you don't see the controllers in VR unless you implement something specific for it. So that's why we create basically contextual information, and we let the player learn by doing, to get a grasp of that relatively new perspective, which is for many foreign, because it takes a little bit of time to get adapted to it, around 1 or 2 hours, until you really don't have to think about it anymore.
Yeah, don't be afraid to guide the user step by step, especially in VR, because they don't see the controllers. If your app uses controllers, they don't see the buttons, so they really need to have that as a muscle memory. They learn how to interact with stuff, because they don't see anything when they actually interact with stuff. So we learned making the simplest possible interaction possible is actually really needed in VR. At the beginning, we had a very complex way to select levels. You had to grab a disk, put it in. It was not the best intuitive way to, or most playful way to do it for users. So we changed the system. Now we can just like grab a cube, throw it on a detector. You immediately get zoomed in. You can zoom out to exit the level. Everything is really like responsive, intuitive, and also it should be playful, that the user never like has to just wait there or be bored or has to read text. It really needs to be, the user or the player should be constantly doing stuff, to always be involved in what he's doing.
Yeah, and we're still working on that. It's not yet fully released, but that's basically the experience we went for, because that way you can also show what's still available to the player. We had the problem that when we had it in the environment, people didn't realize it was there, and that made it a lot easier and better for us. And that's what we still currently work on. So key takeaways.
So yeah, don't be afraid to think out of the box. I mean, VR is, and AR as well, is like an infinite canvas. Don't be afraid to try out new stuff, to break the standards of what have been established on 2D screens, both PC and mobile. Just really try to test new stuff. Any crazy idea you have, to try it out, have other people try it out, get some feedbacks, and see how far you can go. If you're convinced, don't be afraid to push your idea up to its limit, test it. There's nothing that has been really established yet, so everything is still to discover.
Also guide the user. Don't underestimate the fact that many are still new to VR or AR. So even a lot of simple things need to be explained to them, even if you think like that should be common knowledge, because there are at least 10 other experiences out there which use the same. We still need to educate the user of doing very simple things, because it's not a legacy of 30, 50 years of experiences in that realm. Also listen very carefully to feedbacks. Even if people have never experienced VR, they try your application for the first time, they usually give you the best feedback to know how you can bring more people into VR or AR.
And finally, the holistic approach. Have an idea for a prototype, try to build most aspect of it up to a good aspect that you can judge it, iterate, test, kill, repeat, and have other people play it, of course.
Okay. So that is in quick what we have learned. Of course, a lot more, but that's the condensed version. And of course, we would love to have some questions and potentially answer them.
Yes, awesome. Thank you very much for the concise presentation. We do have some questions, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can also see them. Good. I am ready. This is a comment for the beginning of our presentation, so somebody was excited and waiting for you. Let's go with the first and the most voted question. Do you think that there is a scope for a VR AR development as a business solution and for developers in the field of web apps, normal apps, and website? And if yes, I guess how?
Well, I personally think VR AR is the future for anything we do, including mobile, including web application. Yeah. It will really be the new standard as soon as we have, I still hope that AR glasses will become out and it will be the new standard. Yeah. Everything we did up to now in web apps, in a website, it will be adapted to VR and AR, and business solution will also follow up.
Yeah. So if you look at the data, like one of the most researched jobs currently in the IT domain is VR AR developers. So it's consistently growing. And of course, it's very early days, so it's not clear when it will come to a point where it's mass adoption, but it looks like that a lot of companies invest heavily in it, and they believe that that is part of the future, because it's the next thing where we can see that, especially in the AR domain, where you can even do mundane tasks, which checking your emails directly in an application which you wear basically on top of your head.
And probably also the lockdown or all what's happening in 2020 also raises the awareness of businesses, how it could be the new solution, like remote working, or is there a new way to interact with other people without having that direct contact? All that also helped to, I guess, grow the interest for businesses for the VR, AR domain and spatial computing in general.
And I think the best ROI they currently have is in the learning and teaching domain, because that's very evident that you learn better in a way that you retain more, that you can do more complex things without using like the traditional approach of learning something. There we see the most uptake, but I think also in many other parts we will see more and more uptake and different experiences come to fruition even in the business world. And there are already many frameworks also for VR on the web browser directly, that you don't need to install anything. It's still early days, but I think that will become more and more prevalent, as it was for mobile phones as well.
Good, thank you very much. We do have some time for one or two more questions. The next one is, which programming languages and technologies you used to realize in this field VR? Is it true that VR popular in industry, interacting with different things?
Well, that's a broad question, but all depends on what kind of apps you want to build. If you want to build something more realistic, definitely go for a game engine, I would say, like Unreal or Unity. And then depending on what engine you use, you can use C#, you can use C++. If it's more like a web app, you're going to build, there are other solutions out there, which are probably more simple to approach. If you really go with the game engine approach, you really need to probably learn sometimes that all the possibility, like, of course, you need to be proficient in C# or in C++ to be able to really extend, like take advantage of everything which is possible to that engine, and learn all the core concept of VR, like 60 degrees of freedom, the VR rig, and all those concepts.
We honestly cannot speak too much about the web development frameworks because we haven't experienced that. We ourselves focus more on game engines, primarily Unity, which we have focused on just because it gave us a good framework to start with Oculus supporting it very well, Steam having high support for it, and it's very well standardized. So we focused on that, but of course, in the future, there will be many different languages probably supported by the different frameworks. Godot has already support for many different languages, and they also have a VR part, for example.
Okay, thank you very much for the good answer, for the deep answer. And the next one is more as a comment. I see great potential in programming future games with this technology. And I think the last question that we can take, given the time today, if we would put VR to an extreme, would we forget or never establish proprioception?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, if you grow up by basically only be in VR, basically, well, actually, that's a research should be done on that subject. I don't think we can give a real answer, but I think it's like a car. Like when you drive a car, after a while, it's like an extension of your body, and you just drive without even thinking about it. But when you learn driving, you're like really like nervous because you need to take care of how large your car is. And in VR, it's the same. After practicing for a while, you just think of it as just an extension of your body, and it just works. For example, for the holoception example, we don't have a problem anymore. Every time we play, we just think, okay, that little character in front of us, that's us when we are playing. So we just think, okay, I'm here. I do stuff while I'm here in front of myself, but I don't even think about my real body anymore. And that will be the case for any application, I think.
Yeah, it's for driving a car, the same as Dennis said. Once you get used to it, you don't think about, okay, how do I turn right? You just do it. And for proprioception or for extension of your body, it's the same. Once you go through a training phase, the brain adapts and makes it as easy as possible for you so you can focus on other things.
Thank you very much. And looking at the clock, we do have one more question, time for one more question. The next most upvoted question is, how can we learn VR development? Is there any class?
Yeah, we get that question a lot. So of course, we learn basically by following tutorials and experimenting a lot on our own, and just following like normal Unity tutorials for the traditional games, and then learned on our own how to do it in VR primarily. We are currently working with XR Bootcamp to provide a class in that domain, especially UX and hand tracking focused. And I think there's also other opportunities out there where you can take classes which are specifically focusing on VR. Of course, it's way less than the other class because the standards change that much that when you create the class now, maybe in 2 years from now, there's completely new inputs. So we try to make one which is currently focusing on hand tracking, like the future of the Quest development, and focus on that. And there's many others. But if you're learning like from scratch and have no experience of building an application, probably following Unity tutorials just to get the grasp of it and building a small little prototype, a small little idea would be a very good start.
Good. So whoever asks this now, he or she knows where they can start. Perfect. Thank you very much, guys, for the presentation. I would need to close this session right now because our next session is starting in 10 minutes, and we need to set up with the other speakers. I do want to thank you again very much for participating in our live week. If there's some outstanding questions, we can send them to you so you can answer them. Also, we have our Slack channel that we have open for the event, so you can also join there and even answer them directly there. And right now, everybody on Slido should see a small feedback survey where we need your input to know how you like this topic, how do you like Dennis and Roger's input, and we will also send them this feedback later so they can learn from it. With this being said, we'll be back in exactly 10 minutes with our next session, which goes in a totally different direction again. We're going to talk about Kotlin Multiplatforms. So make sure you stay tuned for that session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So hello everybody, we are back with our next session for the day, for day 3 of the WeAreDevelopers Live Week. I'm here in the company of two guys that we've been collaborating with in the past weeks, also through our WeAreDevelopers Live weekly sessions. Dragan is a dear friend already of WeAreDevelopers. He works with Bug HR, an online tech magazine in Croatia, and he will be co-moderating this session with me today. So I will give him the stage to introduce our next speaker. And just before that, I want to remind you that Slido is open for questions. You can join on your mobile device with the code LIVE2020, or if you watch on YouTube, under the video, there is a description with the link for the full experience on our webpage. Dragan, welcome, and the stage is yours to tell us who is our next speaker.
Thank you, Vilana, for the intro. Hello, everyone. It's great to be part of WeAreDevelopers Live Week. Just a few words about the Bug. It's a developers conference produced by Bug, the leading tech publication in Adriatic region. And although it was held for the first time a few months ago here in Zagreb, it was the biggest developers conference ever held in Croatia. I'm the managing director of Debug, and I've been working with a great team from WeAreDevelopers for years as their media partner, so it was only natural for us to widen that partnership to our conferences. This is why the best rated speakers from Debug are part of the WeAreDevelopers Live program. So today I'm very pleased to announce Petar Marijanović, who works for Five, one of the biggest agencies in Croatia with huge impact on US market with their offices in New York. Five is one of Debug's partners, and Petar's talk today is titled Kotlin Multiplatform Through Power of Native Code Reuse. So Petar, the virtual stage is yours now.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'll start with the presentation immediately. Okay, so let's go through the contents. The first thing that I will be talking about is why would someone want to use multi-platform, then why Kotlin Multiplatform specifically. Later on, I'll describe our take on it, the initial idea when we started the implementations. We kind of failed the first time, so we took a step back, and that's why we have our take on it too section. And the last thing that I'm going to talk about is the summary and some of the next steps that we would like to do. Okay, but before all of that, why me? Why should I talk about Kotlin Multiplatform? Well, because I already have some multi-platform experience. I developed an application and published it that was built on Google's J2 Objective-C library at the time. That was a few years ago. It was an eye-opening experience, which just confirmed to me that multi-platform, cross-platform development is still a utopia. But maybe Kotlin Multiplatform changed something, and then I wanted to investigate what are the differences. The next thing is that I'm a Kotlin early adapter. I was publishing also Kotlin applications even before Google announced it as the official programming language for Android development. Some of the projects I worked on were from Silicon Valley startups to multi-billion-dollar New York City companies. Also, a few words about Five. Five is a Google certified Five to be a Google developers agency in 2018. They basically confirmed that we know how to do Android. We solve problems by providing successful, long-lasting, profitable solutions, and some of the clients are Rosetta Stone, Napster, Game of Thrones, Marriott Hotels, and Crestron Electronics. And that's all about why me. Okay, let's dive into the presentation. So why would someone want to use multi-platform? The current tech that is out there is React Native, Shoudem, Flutter, and Xamarin. You can build multi-platform solutions on all of those. We have experience with React Native. We have a team built from 2015. And we also built the Shoudem library, Shoudem technology, which provides you to create multi-platform solutions also. It's built on top of React Native. So the vision about multi-platform is you write code once and you run it on every platform, you run it everywhere. It makes your development faster. Faster development means that the cost is lower and the return of investment is bigger. You only have one code base, which is following the well-known developers principle called don't repeat yourself, or the dry principle. There are multiple benefits of not repeating yourselves. When you develop an application for Android and iOS, even though there are different programming languages, those are different platforms, you again write the same logic on both platforms. That's what I meant with don't repeat yourself for the one code base. Also, one set of tests. The principle is the same. Even though I'm repeating myself, again, don't repeat yourself principle is followed here. Writing tests is, it can, if you want to write them correctly and if you want to cover the business logic that the core functionalities of the application, that can get hard, and doing it once saves time and you have the time to do it perfectly. Also, you have one set of bugs and it's easier to find and fix those issues. And what do I mean when I said that we have only one set of bugs and it's easier to find them? Well, if you have a bug, you have it on both platforms. That's why it's easier to find, because you have it both on Android and both on iOS. So it will be easier to find it. And once you fix it, you know that you fix it on both platforms. Okay. So some of the current tech drawbacks that is out there is, for example, lower performance. React Native runs a separate engine because React Native is written in JavaScript, so the performance is not native for React Native. Also, there is a wait time for new features. Sometimes when Android or iOS develop a new feature, they publish it out. The developers can't, the cross-platform or multi-platform developers can't use it until that new feature is wrapped inside of their multi-platform library that they use. So there is always a month or so a delay with new platform features. Also, the updates can become problematic because updating to a newer version usually breaks the current code base. Sometimes on some platforms, there is a complicated communication with the native platform. You have to build bridges, and building bridges is hard, and it's also sort of a boilerplate code, which we would like to avoid. And maybe the biggest issue is another layer of issues, because both platforms, as we know from before, both Android and iOS already have bugs. They're not perfect. And this is a new layer on top of those bugs. And you have to find a way to create an application which hides both platform bugs and also the multi-platform layer bugs. The second to last thing actually is finding developers. I mentioned here that good developers with cross-platform knowledge are hard to find. Why are they hard to find? Because they need to know about, for example, if you are developing a multi-platform application for Android and iOS, you have to have a good multi-platform developer which knows both Android and iOS, and also the cross-platform library which you use. And finding those kind of developers can get really hard. And also some of the current tech is not free. Okay, so we talked about the multi-platform world, mobile multi-platform world in general. So why exactly would someone want to use Kotlin multi-platform? Let me just say a few words about Kotlin first. So Kotlin is a programming language built from JetBrains. A little known fact about Kotlin is that it actually has 3 different flavors, 3 different compile targets. So when I'm an Android developer, when I talk about Kotlin, I usually talk about Kotlin JVM. Kotlin JVM, this is the left one. Kotlin JVM compiles down to Java bytecode, which then is wrapped in DEX classes for Android. But with Kotlin JVM, you can develop. Android applications, you can develop backends, and you can develop also desktop applications. It's basically the same bytecode which Java also generates. The other two flavors from Kotlin are Kotlin Native, and Kotlin JavaScript, Kotlin JS. Kotlin Native compiles down to machine code. We will use Kotlin Native inside of our multi-platform environment. We will basically use Kotlin JVM and Kotlin Native because Kotlin Native is used on iOS. You can develop desktop applications, you can develop some WebAssembly, and also you can develop Android applications, for example, games, which need better performance. And the last flavor is Kotlin JavaScript. I won't go into details about Kotlin JavaScript, but you can use it on web and cloud. Okay, so that's about Kotlin. So how does an everyday look like for example, an Android developer which uses Kotlin Multiplatform? It's basically the same as for any other project. The scope of the work that needs to be done is the same, and the logic is the same. The only difference is that there are certain rules that an Android developer should follow, but basically he is developing the application like any other application that he would use. The biggest difference is for iOS developers. iOS developers import only an iOS framework or iOS library, and that's how they use the shared code. When I talk about the shared code, how does it look like? You basically have a shared module. We wanted to use only one shared module so we don't complicate things because we were new at the time with Kotlin Multiplatform. But in theory, you can use multiple shared modules, and then just from the iOS perspective, you just import multiple frameworks, or from Android perspective, it's just a simple Android module like any other. The biggest benefit and the biggest difference is that you have the full control over what is shared. We'll get back to this later. Why is this so important? Okay, so I talked about the current technology drawbacks before, so let's just compare them to Kotlin Multiplatform. So we talked about lower performance because, for example, React Native uses a separate engine. In Kotlin Multiplatform, you actually have a native performance because both shared modules are compiled down to native binaries. So there is no difference between any other frameworks for iOS or libraries for Android. Wait time for new features. New features are available immediately. There's no need to wait for new releases of the library. You can use whatever platform allows you to use, you can use it immediately. TDS updates, well, this still applies. This is still applicable because the APIs, I saw APIs change in newer versions. State of Kotlin Multiplatform is not yet really stable. So there was times when they changed a few APIs, removed some of those. The biggest issues that I had was with the whole configuration of the project. Complicated communication with native platform. It's really straightforward. You're using interfaces on Android, or you're using protocols which are basically interfaces on iOS. You just, if you want to wrap, if you want to talk to the native platform, you just define an interface or a protocol inside of the shared. Actually, it's an interface because inside of the shared module you use Kotlin. So basically, you define an interface inside of the shared module, and you just make implementation. So implement the interface on both platforms, and just wrap. By doing so, wrap the behavior that you want to wrap, and then you can use the interface inside of the shared module. With some sort of dependency injection, you just provide the different implementations of that interface. Another layer of issues. It's also still applicable because, as I said before, Kotlin Multiplatform is not perfect. It's still not stable, and there are issues with it, but I just added here that they are easier to avoid. And what do I mean by saying that they are easier to avoid? Well, basically, if we go back a few slides, I said that you choose what you want to share. So if you have any troubles with Kotlin Multiplatform, with anything that you want to implement, but Kotlin Multiplatform doesn't allow you to because of a bug or the feature is not yet supported, you just don't share it. You write it natively both on Android and iOS, and once they fix their bug on the multi-platform end, you can either write it in the multi-platform and then reuse it on both platforms, or leave it as it is. It doesn't matter. Finding developers shouldn't be a problem anymore, because they are basically regular Android developers. And I said basically regular because, as I said also before, there are certain rules that the Android developers will need to follow, but basically it's not that huge of a difference. Or as I said here, any iOS developer if they want to come to the dark side. And also some of the technology weren't free. Well, Kotlin Multiplatform is free. Okay, so these were our projections when we just started with Kotlin Multiplatform. So for example, if you need 100% of the resources, the time and everything to develop a native application, and since we have a React Native team, we noticed that it takes 50% of the 100% of the native development to develop the React Native application, because you share everything. By simple math, we came to around 75% of the resources for Kotlin Multiplatform. We'll see later on if we were correct. So let's start with our take on it. What did we do first? So a little backstory. We noticed a lot of hype and a lot of commotion around Kotlin Multiplatform. There were a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of blog posts, a lot of everything around Kotlin Multiplatform. And we at Five, we are really curious, and we want to investigate everything to see how can we take advantage of each technology that comes. So we have an ad hoc R&D team, and we built a simple POC on top of Kotlin Multiplatform. It was basically a little bit more than just a Hello World application. It would be better if we dive deeper with the POC, but we didn't, and we figured out that everything works, and it was really easy to use. Okay, later on, a new client came to Five. He wanted a smaller project. I won't go into details, but it was just a smaller application. We just had a few network requests and showed the responses on the UI. It also had a small database, and it was a really, really good application, really good candidate for us to try it out on Kotlin Multiplatform. He wanted Android and iOS and backend support from our side, and it was built from the ground up. It was built from scratch. So we pitched the idea to the client. He said, go for it. And we were super hyped to start with Kotlin Multiplatform. Since we are using Kotlin for Android, most of the application will also be in Kotlin for iOS, but we also need to write something in Swift. We also decided to implement backend in Kotlin, so we just used Spring to write in Kotlin. I made a bet with myself that I'll take myself to dinner if I succeed with implementing all of those. And did I eat? We'll see. Okay, so our take on it, let's just dive a little bit deeper. So we at Five, we use reactive clean architecture. And what does that mean? Basically, we have our application divided like this. We have a UI layer, we have a presentation layer, a use case layer, data layer, and entity layer. Inside of the UI layer, for Android, we use fragments. For iOS, we use view controllers. Here is an example of such. For the presentation layer, we use Android view models and any other class for presentation class for iOS guys. We have two sets of use cases. We have a command use case and a query use case. Command use case changes the internal state, and query use case queries that internal state. That's pretty straightforward. We have a data layer, which has repositories, services, sources, and so on. And also we have an entity layer, which consists only of entities. So when we started with Kotlin Multiplatform, we knew that we never want to compromise with user experience or UI. What does that mean? That means that we didn't want to write the shared logic in the UI layer, because Android and iOS platforms are different. We didn't want to use shared code to just made compromise because, for example, iOS doesn't support something that Android supports, or Android doesn't support something that iOS supports. So we wanted for our client to have the native look and feel of both applications. So the user experience should be native. We decided to go with baby steps with only small wins, and we estimated that we will use only 25% of the code base. Why did we want to use baby steps? Because we didn't want to, we were new in the multi-platform world. We didn't want to just try to reuse everything and then have a lot of problems by doing so. So we wanted to reuse only the business logic inside of our application, inside of our code base, and only pure functions. So what is a pure function? A pure function is a function that doesn't have any side effects, and for the same input always produces the same output. So that's everything that we wanted to share between platforms. We also didn't want to use any external libraries, any external multi-platform libraries, because we don't have experience with those, and also they could have their own problems. Okay, so that would look something like this. So we would just use, for example, a few pure functions here and here, and also we wouldn't use entire objects, entire classes. We would just have some pure functions written in Kotlin Multiplatform and reused that way. Also, we didn't want to reuse everything because we aren't experienced with using Kotlin Multiplatform, but actually we weren't experienced with using Kotlin Multiplatform at the time, and we also couldn't find any multi-platform developers. So finding them was an issue. Onboarding of new developers, we need to teach them to use the multi-platform environment. And also we wanted for our developers to stay up to date with the native development. If you are using all of the libraries for Kotlin Multiplatform, then you aren't staying up to date with native stuff that is happening. So this project will end sometime. So if it takes 6 months to finish, our developers will stay behind 6 months. 6 months in the native environment. Okay, so here I've written, why did we learn? It should actually be, why did we fail? Because we failed the first time, but each time you fail, you actually learn something. So I've written this, why did we learn? Okay, we learned because of our lack of knowledge about the huge memory difference between two runtimes that should coexist in a multi-platform environment. What does this mean? There is a different memory management model used between Kotlin Native and Kotlin JVM. We didn't know that, and this was crucial information for us to build an architecture that supports Kotlin Multiplatform. So Kotlin JVM uses, as they call it, it's a relaxed memory management model. This is the memory management model that every Android Kotlin developers, Java developers, Swift developers know and love, actually. And this is the one that we are most comfortable with. We didn't know that Kotlin Native actually has, as they call it, a strict memory management model. And why is it strict? Because it defines strict rules about how state is shared between threads. We didn't know that at the time, and it gave us a lot of headaches because of it. Okay, so what does that mean? What's a strict memory management model? Basically, the runtime ensures that there are no race conditions or deadlocks. And how does it ensure? It crashes in runtime. So that's how runtime ensures that there are no race conditions and deadlocks. It crashes immediately once you violate some of the rules that they defined. Why did they do it? Because by having the strict memory management model, as they said, you can't have race conditions or deadlocks, but also garbage collection is really fast and easy to implement. So that's the first thing. Why did we fail? Actually learn. The second thing is that Kotlin native threading doesn't work properly with the current state of Kotlin coroutines. We used Kotlin coroutines for concurrency in our application because it makes sense. If we are using Kotlin Multiplatform, we should use also Kotlin coroutines to stay in that Kotlin scope. At the time, Kotlin native Kotlin native threading is not fully functional inside of Kotlin coroutines. The problem is that every time you want to jump to a background thread or something like that, the thread, it looks like it deadlocks, it just freezes. There's no exceptions, there's no indication that something is wrong, it just doesn't work. It gave us a few days of debugging why isn't it working, because we at the time also had the problems with memory management model, and also on top of those were the Kotlin native threading, and we were just trying to figure out how to make it work. You can have concurrency with just one thread by using Kotlin coroutines, because it's a little bit different. The principle is a little bit different, and we have a concurrent iOS application, but it's not fully concurrent as we would like to have it. Also, the last biggest issue that we had some of the issues with the generics. Kotlin native generics can only be defined on classes, not on interfaces or functions. And also that's something that we didn't know at the time. So how did that affect us? Well, something like this. Okay, enough with the fun stuff. So let's just go through the steps. What did we do? So first, because I'm an Android developer, I wanted to make it work on Android first. I feel most comfortable with doing it so I made it work and then made it pretty on Kotlin JVM. It was a few days of work, and it was not for the entire application, but for the base architecture, and everything worked. Everything was fine. Then the first error, the first thing that I did wrong was expecting it to work the same on Kotlin native. Then all hell broke loose. I desperately tried to make it work with the current code base. I tried to configure something differently. I tried to modify the current code base so just I don't need to dump it all in the trash can. But I failed. I learned, but actually failed. Okay, and that by doing so, here we are at our take on it too. So the first thing that I did was taking a step back. I deep dived into Kotlin native memory model. I took a few days, a week or so, to just read everything about it, try out a few things, watch YouTube videos, and once I have a grasp what actually Kotlin native memory model means, I could develop something. So then I made it work, then made it pretty on Kotlin native. Once it worked on Kotlin native, it also works on Kotlin JVM. And then I again learned, but this time I succeeded. So since Kotlin native memory management model is strict and Kotlin JVM is relaxed, once you made it work on Kotlin native, Kotlin JVM doesn't really care. It's relaxed. Whatever you do regarding the memory management, he'll say, okay, I'm fine with it. Let's go. Okay, so our take on it too. If this is our application, we noticed that the biggest issue was with the memory management model was jumping between shared and native code. Since we shared only few parts from different classes, you needed to, we had quite a few jumps between the shared and the native part of the application. That's why we decided to ditch the baby steps approach and go all in. What does that mean? We decided to reuse everything except the UI layer. Reuse everything except the UI layer. Our calculations are that we reused around 80% of the code base, and we have minimum jumps between shared and native worlds. We have only one jump when user does something with the UI. We have only one jump to the presentation layer, and when the presentation layer gets a new view model to show, we have only a one jump to the UI layer. By doing so, we have a minimum jumps between shared and multi-platform environment, shared and native environments. Okay, that's regarding the memory management model. The second thing is threading. We made it so that we use the main thread only on the UI layer and background threads in every other layer. So we made an architecture which takes care of it in the most simple way that we could think of. So because threading wasn't done correctly on Kotlin coroutines for Kotlin native, we wanted to have only one place which takes care of threading. So basically, main thread is on the UI layer, background thread is everywhere here. So yeah, as I said, we made an architecture that takes care of threading for us. Threading on iOS still not working properly, but we have everything in place when they fix the issue. Once Kotlin coroutines support iOS threading, we will just bump the Kotlin coroutines. Ideally, we will just bump the Kotlin coroutines library version, and everything should work fine for us in our current architecture. The last thing that we had problems were generics. We couldn't find a solution that fits every use case because it's basically it's different in multiple places. So we basically made the most of it, what we can use and where. As I said before, we made different solutions for different situations, and we reused heavily an expected and actual mechanism. What's an expected and actual mechanism? It's a new way of defining interfaces. Let's put it that simply, inside of the Kotlin Multiplatform environment. It's pretty cool. I never seen it before, and it's really, really powerful. Each day I'm learning new stuff, what I can actually do with the expected and actual mechanism. But with using it, we could fix a lot of our generics problems that we had before. Okay, so I was talking about how did we estimate what Kotlin multi-platform development will take? What kind of an effort will it take? So again, if native is 100%, React Native is 50%, what's with Kotlin multi-platform? Well, it's basically whatever you want. Since, again, as I said before, you have the ability to reuse whatever you would like to reuse, actually share, not reuse. This number can go from 0 to, I wouldn't say 100%, because you will not be able to reuse the UI layer entirely. So, for example, from 0 to 80% of the effort to develop an application. Okay, and for the fifth thing, let's talk about summary. So summary, I have written here a few steps which I would really like to know when I started with Kotlin multi-platform. So anyone who wants to try it out, just remember the summary, and you won't be fine, but you will know what to take care of. So the first thing is that Kotlin Native has a strict memory management model. Before diving into developing the application, please read more about Kotlin Native strict memory management model. The second thing is that Kotlin Native plus Kotlin coroutines is not quite there yet for iOS development. The third thing is be careful with generics. Use expect and actual mechanism instead to substitute the generics where you can't use them. And also, as I said before, we developed a POC, proof of concept, when we started, but if we dug deeper with the proof of concept, we would notice these problems before we started working on the production app. But as I said before, our proof of concept was a little bit more than a hello world application, and in that environment, everything looked like it worked perfectly, but there were quite a few stuff that didn't work. So this is a new lesson for me. When I'm developing a proof of concept, I need to dive deep inside of every part of the new technology that I want to use and try to solve all of those problems before starting a production application development. Okay, and some of the future works that we would like to do with our current architecture. We don't have a dependency injection framework at the time when we started. So basically, we are for Android development inside of 5. We are using Coin for our dependency injection library. Coin didn't support Kotlin Multiplatform at the time. We didn't want to learn a new library because we wanted to focus on different things. So we created a lightweight library for dependency injection. A few weeks ago, Kotlin announced that Coin actually announced that it supports Kotlin Multiplatform, and we want to migrate our lightweight dependency injection library to Coin. The next thing that we want to work on is, we call it a thread memory bound object scoping. We made it work on Kotlin native, but every day we learned something new, and every day we were finding also new problems. Our architecture currently works, but it can definitely be better. We are thinking of a solution which we called, as I said before, thread memory bound object scoping, in which we would bound each object to a thread, and by doing so avoid some of the issues that we had along the way. And also, once we are finished with dependency injection and the thread memory bound object scoping, we would like to make everything open source so everyone can see what we've done. Maybe we're not perfect, so everyone can contribute to the project, and we can open a few discussions of why was something implemented that way. Okay, so the biggest question when I started the presentation, I told you that I made a bet with myself that I will take myself to dinner, and I ate. So I took myself to dinner. It was pretty cool. Okay, now we can talk about questions. I'm finished. We can talk about questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Petar. I'm waiting for Dragan to come up. Here he is. I'm going to share my screen now so we can look at the question. There have been raining in the past 10 minutes, so there is a lot of material, and we have time until 5 p.m. to go through them.
Okay.
So, Dragan, I suggest we start with the most voted question.
Mm-hmm. So I will read the question. So, do you have any GitLab published repo with an example app of scaffold, as it would help to attract more development?
Well, currently no, because we still have some of the stuff that we want to fix, and also we can't share it because it's part of the application that we developed for a client. But once we fix the stuff, as I said before, we'll make it open source. Once we fix everything on our end, we'll just create a GitHub project, and we'll share everything to the community.
Cool. Let's go ahead. So, which operating system did you use for development? Are there any dependencies to the app OS?
Which operating system? We used, so for the Kotlin, you need to use both Xcode and Android Studio. We used Xcode and Android Studio. You will develop everything inside of Android Studio, the shared module, because it's, as I said before, it's just a simple Android module which is shared and then compiled down to, for Android, compiled down to bytecode, and for iOS, compiled down to machine code. When it's compiled out to machine code, it's wrapped inside of iOS framework, which then, from iOS perspective, you just need to import as any other. You just need to make a pod install, and that by doing so, import that framework.
Okay, let's go ahead. Which IDE you use for Kotlin? Is Kotlin the popular language for mobile apps only, or also in other areas? More front or backend, or both?
Type safety, question mark. Type safety is a great question mark because with JavaScript, for example, you don't really have type safety. And since you can write, since Kotlin can compile down to JavaScript, you can have type safety by using Kotlin. Which IDE you use for Kotlin? If I'm developing only Kotlin, since JetBrains created Kotlin, I'm using the IntelliJ platform IDE. If I'm just writing a script in Kotlin or something like that, but I'm using Android Studio, which is also developed by JetBrains. Is Kotlin the popular language for mobile apps? Yes, it is. Google announced it like 3 years ago. Google announced it as the official programming language for Android development.
Okay, so Mike is asking, what would be a second choice after Kotlin?
What would be a second choice after Kotlin for Kotlin multi-platform, or I'm not sure about that question. I will answer it like, what would be your second choice after Kotlin multi-platform? I would go with maybe React Native. We have a team that also has experience with it. I tried it out a few times. It wasn't really straightforward, but I managed to implement something. I don't have experience with Flutter. I wouldn't go with J2 Objective-C that I have experience, and I wouldn't also try Xamarin because I believe that it's not free at the time. So I think my suggestion is using React Native or Shouten.
Okay. Okay, I'm lost a bit. There are plenty of multi-platform framework. Is Kotlin better than the others? Is that a lasting solution?
I wouldn't say so. It is better in some terms, but it's not better in some others. So it's basically give and take. What actually, with what you have experience, what you want to investigate, and what's the use case for your application. Is that a lasting solution? I believe so. There is a lot of commotion around Kotlin multi-platform. The Kotlin team is creating updates of the Kotlin multi-platform library on a weekly basis. They're really doing their hardest to support everything. And there is a lot of new libraries popping up every day that uses Kotlin multi-platform and makes it easier to use it. So I would say that it's a lasting solution. There are plenty more. Is Kotlin better? And I wouldn't say, I never want to say something is better because there is always give and take about every library that is used. But I would suggest using Kotlin multi-platform for creating an Android and iOS multi-platform application.
Okay, so Marianne is asking, what would you say is the best way to start with Kotlin?
It all, again, basically depends on which background do you have. If you have a Java background, just simply jump to Kotlin. The API is, the usage is really straightforward. It's really easy to jump to Kotlin. Kotlin has a lot of documentation, and I would suggest using Kotlin Cones with a K. It's a tool which just prepares you for the Kotlin environment. When I started with Kotlin, I used Kotlin Cones. I read a whole bunch of Kotlin articles and everything, but the biggest thing is that we started almost immediately with production writing production applications in Kotlin. So by doing so, you forced yourself to learn. It's not like a separate thing for you to have in a bucket somewhere. You are forced to learn to make the production application not crash and as stable as possible.
Cool. And the last question, and I wouldn't call it a question. This is actually a comment. No, not enough of the fun stuff. That was really funny. I want more of this. So Kotlin seemed like a lot of fun, I suppose.
Yeah, Kotlin is a lot of fun. I really like Kotlin, and I fell in love with it. At the moment, it was love at first sight.
Cool. Petar, thank you very much. And I'm heading back to Vilana.
Thank you both very much for joining us. It was really interesting, and as you said, the talk was really well perceived, very engaging. We had a lot of views on watching us all the time. So thank you both very much. Really appreciated the content and our cooperation. From our side, there will be a short survey, feedback survey coming up right now for Petar's talk. So please give your feedback. Any input, any points of improvement, or what did you love? This is always very appreciated, so we know what we should also continue doing when it comes to the topic. And yeah, with this being said, thank you again for participating. We will be back later in June with book for our another co-hosted session. So make sure you also track this on both social media channels. And we are heading towards the end of the day. In 30 minutes at 5:15, we'll be back with our last two speakers. And I cannot wait to have them because they've been part of the WeAreDevelopers family since 2017. We're going to have John Romero and Brenda Romero joining us for two separate sessions, one after another. So make sure you set your reminders and be back on the wearedevelopers.com/live page at 5:15. Pour yourself a drink, get yourself coffee or tea, whatever you like, because this will be fun for sure. So we will see you back at 5:15, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi everybody, how are you? I hope you're doing as great as I am, because we have two very exciting talks coming up. One of my favorite speakers, or actually two of my favorite speakers, coming up in the next 2 hours. They've been with the WeAreDevelopers family and are coming to all of our events since 2017, and it's such a great pleasure that they're also joining us online right now. First, we're gonna open the Romero section with John. I don't think he needs this much introduction, but something about him amazed me, that he actually has a portfolio of 130 games, and obviously he's been also regarded as one of the world's best game designers, but I think nobody can hesitate that this is true. We've been having a small poll in Slido. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you go on our website so you can participate in the poll. We have asked you which Romero game did you play, and we have a lot of options, very different answers, but Doom and Quake are really dominant, which is great because this talk today is about the Quake Postmortem, and I'm sure if you have played any of this game, you'll be interested in this. Also, John will be answering your questions at the end of the session, and I see already the questions are pouring in, so make sure you join Slido either from the website or from your mobile device using the code LIVE2020. With this being said, please give it up for John Romero and welcome him with a big round of virtual applauses. Hi, John. Hello. Welcome to our virtual event on our virtual stage. Very happy to have you here.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I already briefed everybody about the questions, about Slido, about the poll that we have running right now. We were looking at the results before we went live, and actually Doom and Quake are still the most voted or the most mentioned games.
All right.
I'm sure the audience will be very interested in your talk. So the stage is yours. You can go ahead, share your screen. I will mute myself and turn off my camera, and everybody else enjoy the talk.
All right. Well, thanks for having me here from my Corona quarantine in Ireland, and welcome everybody to the very sunny WeAreDevelopers Live event. So here we are. Going to be talking about the Quake Postmortem. All right, so Quake was released in 1996, but its story begins in 1990. We used to play Dungeons and Dragons, and in John Carmack's campaign, there was this group called the Silver Shadow Band, and they did work for a powerful group called Justice. And in the Silver Shadow Band was this super badass named Quake, and he had an incredible Thor-like hammer. He's someone you would almost never see because he's so high level, and our group was made up of low-level peons at the time. We were lucky to see him and go on an awesome adventure with him every once in a while. Needless to say, we wanted to make a game with Quake in it, especially if we could play as Quake. So we were finishing up our very first Commander Keen trilogy in 1990, and we decided we wanted to make Quake next. So in the previews section of the first episode, Marooned on Mars, we hyped up the idea for our next game that we called Quake, the Fight for Justice. We worked on the prototype for a couple of weeks in January of 1991, and it just was not what we were hoping for. The tech just wasn't there yet. So we decided to put it on ice. Someday we'll make Quake. And it reminds me of the start of Pixar, how all the ideas for all of their movies came out of one meeting at the start of the company. So we continued working on Dangerous Dave and the Haunted Mansion to return to Quake later. We released Wolfenstein 3D, Spear of Destiny, Doom, Doom 2, Heretic, and Hexen. Carmack was planning on making his next engine true 3D, thank God. We decided it was time for Quake. It was only 4 years after the prototype, but in that time, we had made 15 games and an engine upgrade to Wolf 3D for Raven Software's game Shadowcaster. We dabbled in Atari Lynx development for Wolf 3D, and Atari even asked us to create a mascot character for them, akin to Mario and Sonic, and we named the character Pounce. And we internally created the SNES version of Wolf 3D and the Jaguar version of Doom. This is with a team of only 6 people. The archviola is standing in for Tom Hall. The original ideas behind Quake were starting to develop at the end of 1994. We did not have a cohesive vision of the game or how it would play, and we did not immediately assume that it would be a shooter. What we had was the knowledge that we would be creating a true 3D world for gameplay to take place in. Our game design ideas began with Quake the character. He had a huge and powerful hammer. He could throw that hammer and destroy buildings, at least in the D&D universe. And Quake came from a medieval time period, so we already knew the game would take place in the past. And we talked about how the camera could move. One incredible scene that would be possible is that you could sneak up behind someone in multiplayer mode, standing at the edge of a hill, and slam their head in with the hammer right in the back of the skull. They would tumble down the mountain and they would see the world rotate forward as opposed to left and right rotation players are used to. We never got that working, but the idea was there just in case we wanted that kind of gameplay. The first part of starting work on the engine was establishing the priorities. A client-server architecture was just as important as the engine being true 3D. No faking it like our Doom era tech. This time, it was going to be real, and it had to be real fast. To do that, we were going to be using the floating point unit for the first time to speed up 3D calculations, since most processors at that time had them built in. We were developing on Intel Pentium chips around 90 megahertz with 8 megabytes of RAM. We were still targeting DOS as the gaming operating system to play Quake on, and we were developing Quake on Next Step workstations. Before making levels, we needed a level editor that could create 3D maps, and before we could write a 3D level editor, we needed to define the structure of the world and how it would be represented. So this was John Carmack's new engine design, and it was going to be based on a primitive that he called brushes. A brush could be any shape, but in the editor, it would start as a rectangular volume. Special cutting tools could shave off edges so slopes could be made, but those tools cut at an infinite distance. So creating interesting shapes required several brushes individually sliced and pieced together. An example of this is the first door that you see when you come down the ramp from the initial slip gate. It's this high-tech door, and it has a notch on one side, and the other side has a bump on it, and they fit perfectly together. To create this door, I made 3 pieces on one side and 2 pieces on the other. And the editor I wrote was called QuakeEd, and it had a unique way of making levels, because creating a true 3D editor would be like creating today's Maya or 3D Studio Max from scratch and take a really long time. So we went with a very simplistic editor that showed levels from the top down and had a side view that showed brushes that were under a special marker that we placed whenever we wanted to adjust the vertical height of any brush. We would drag the brushes in the view up and down and see the result in a small 3D rendered view in the top left corner. Because of this way of viewing and creating levels, it took more work to make simple things like a ramp. For example, the ramp that you walk down when you come through the first slip gate. You may be thinking that this way of editing levels would be incredibly difficult and insane, and you'd be right. For example, for that base door, I drew the door in 2D, and then I had to rotate it so it was vertical. Then I could rotate it and move it into place using the side view and the marker. This process happened for every single brush in every single level. It was extremely labor intensive, but the team was making levels instead of waiting for a huge 3D tool to be created. So here's some sketches that I made before working on the first Quake map, E1M1. The final map basically had that shape, the golden horseshoe, it's called. At this time, early 1995, a lot was happening. Doom and Doom 2 were out in the world and they had changed gaming. And dealing with that involved an incredible amount of talking to journalists because everyone wanted to know how we did it, and who we were. So it was important to keep John Carmack coding and away from the press in interviews. So Jay Wilbur and I handled those duties. John knew that he was going to be needing some more programming firepower. At this bleeding edge of technology, we could only work with the best. And the first most obvious person that entered our minds was Michael Abrash. After all, he was the genius that wrote Power Graphics Programming, the book that gave John Carmack all the graphics knowledge he needed to develop our first Commander Keen engine in 1990, which was the game that helped make the PC into a real gaming platform. Michael was a programming legend. He had written for Dr. Dobbs' journal for years, teaching the intricacies of 8086 assembly language the way that Roger Wagner taught 6502 assembly in the pages of Soft Talk magazine 10 years earlier. Michael was a hero programmer, and John needed a hero who could write assembly language fast and great. John flew to Seattle to convince Michael that Quake's technology could be the first step toward the metaverse that Neil Stephenson describes in his book, Snow Crash. This was something that Michael was very interested in doing. And it didn't take too much more pushing from John to get Michael to leave Microsoft and to move to Texas. So the first half of 1995 was very busy with bringing Abrash into id, my coding of QuakeEd to get Sandy Peterson and American McGee learning how to make levels in 3D, getting Hexen underway with Raven Software, working on the Ultimate Doom, which was the first retail version of Doom that people could walk into a store and buy, and me spending time experimenting with true 3D level creation in QuakeEd. There was a lot going on. During the first 4 months, the engine was working with a client server architecture, and we made some test levels so we could move around in them in multiplayer. Since we hadn't established how we were going to be building models yet, we used a golden sphere as a 2D sprite. After a short time of researching methods of making 3D models with animation and hardware that could do it quickly and easily, John decided on a path to reading in 3D file formats and UV mapping skin textures. We bought a Silicon Graphics Indigo workstation and Alias modeling software. Kevin Cloud decided he was going to be the guy making all of Quake's 3D models. Adrian would do the textures and everything else 2D. So Kevin made the player model first so we could stop moving around as spheres. The skin textures were a little tricky because they were limited in total coverage, so Kevin had to model a certain way. American was busy making a ton of small maps for John to render. The engine was going through a lot of changes, mainly architectural in the renderer for speed's sake. And American made around 50 small maps for John, stressing different areas of the renderer. Those were all throwaway maps. At the same time, he was working on actual levels for the game. Rewritten algorithms for caching light map rendered textures meant that Abrash had to rewrite his tightly written assembly loops over and over. By the end of the engine's development, there were 8 major engine render architecture changes that required rewriting. Let me take this time to also say that Quake's renderer was written before the existence of GPUs. That means that every single pixel on the screen was computed with perspective correct texture mapping and placed on the VGA screen, which had a limit of 256 colors. The screen is at a 4:3 ratio because no one had 16:9 monitors since there were no video resolutions that supported that. Quake was usually run in 320 by 200 pixel mode. And this is an early screenshot of Quake before we created the status bar. Halfway through 1995, we still didn't have a solid game design because the engine kept going through changes and we had no additional coders who could write gameplay code to test our early ideas. So work kept going on, models, textures, levels, and technology. We knew that whatever we created would be usable in any design that we settled on. Hexen launched on October 30th. It's called Devil's Night, during the huge Dwango Deathmatch 95 event held at the Microsoft campus. I was at the office in Texas to play Deathmatch over the modem with the winner of the Doom 95 tournament that took place. So the winner was Dennis Fong, aka Thresh. The twist was that we had to deathmatch in Hexen, which I'd been playing a lot of, and which he played for the first time that night. Work continued for another few weeks until the engine was finally considered done enough to make the game. Now we would have programmer time dedicated to gameplay programming. We decided to have a company-wide meeting to determine which direction we would go in. The team is really burnt out. We'd been working away trying to make a game without gameplay programming or an idea of how fast the engine would go. The speed of the engine would help determine the kind of game that we would make. A slower engine would be able to create the game design that we had at the start of the project, and the fast engine could be used for an FPS. I wanted to experiment with game design and see what we could do with this new full 3D fast engine, and I was not as interested in making another FPS as I was about exploring our possibility space. So half the team, made up of the members who were burnt out, just wanted to slap some FPS guns in it and finish the levels and ship it. The other half are okay with trying to do some design experimentation. At that point, if you're working with a team in that state, the only way forward is to do the easiest thing. So we decided that Quake would be an FPS. We would start working in a common room, and we would get the game done as fast as possible. And I decided that my time at id would be done after shipping Quake. So we'd just taken over the rest of the 6th floor at Town East Tower in Texas. The offices that we just got were demolished, all the walls and everything. We picked up the huge corner space as our war room that we would use to finish Quake. And we all moved our computers and our belongings into it. Around this time, we found out that Nine Inch Nails were fans of Doom, and they played it on their tour bus really often. So we got in touch with Trent Reznor, and we talked about him doing the soundtrack for Quake. So we came to our office and we talked about it, decided it would be ambient and not songs like our previous games. And in the meantime, Trent got us some ambient music that a friend of his made to basically hold us over while waiting for him to finish Quake's soundtrack. So my first task was to redesign the game so it used all currently created levels, added some interesting story and creature design that emphasized the Lovecraftian influence of our environment and story. And I added several enslaved old ones, various keys and different dimensions that you needed to travel to so you could free them, and a little bit more complexity. After talking with Kevin and Adrian about how many models and animations and textures that they could do, I had to simplify the design into a game that we could finish quickly. So I took a lot of those keys and characters out, and I streamlined the design back to simple get key, open door, kill monsters, find secrets, find the exit stuff that we all know so well. The newest stuff was inherent in the engine technology, such as the way secret doors open by moving back and then sliding sideways. Doors can open horizontally now. We finally had platforms that could follow a path and take the player on a ride. We had water that you could swim in, and you could hear the surface of the water and the wind blowing outside. We added wind tunnels that could propel the player through the air, and we could even change gravity and let the player float. We used the special properties of the engine to make the levels more dynamic than Doom. And it resulted in a very scary single-player campaign mode. So this is January of 1996, and the mood in the war room was not a good one. People didn't talk to each other much, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The room was mostly silent, where in years past, we'd share music played on a boombox. We just had to get the game done, so we entered crunch mode. This was 7 days a week until we shipped. I called Tom Hall, my id co-founder, who left halfway through Doom. And I talked to him about, would he be interested in co-founding a new company after Quake shipped? Tom was working on his latest game named Prey, and he said he'd love to start another company. So the plans for Iron Storm lay dormant until after Quake's release. Around the end of February, we got the game ready to test multiplayer mode with a few deathmatch maps. In fact, we decided that we wanted all players to test the game for us, and we called it Q-Test. And it took us 38 hours nonstop to get it ready. We uploaded it to an FTP site on February 24th of 1996, and we watched the internet reaction. A couple days later, we called 7 of the most hardcore local Doomers to our office so we could watch them play Quake for the first time. They loved it, and their feedback helped us refine some movement and level issues. So the time after Q-Test was a blur. We were working away every day. We got an offer for a buyout of id Software from our publisher GT Interactive for $100 million. We were so deep in Quake that we said, we can't even think about it right now. We weren't in the right frame of mind. So on we continued crunching, making more levels, more monsters, more sounds, checking off the design checkboxes. And to keep the game at a reasonable size, we had to impose a limitation. We decided that a level's BSP size could not be bigger than 1.4 megs. With this restriction, we couldn't make really huge, long levels. I remember working on a really cool entrance for E2M6. And after the level built and it basically went over 1.4 megabytes. So I just deleted it and left it the way that it was before the cool entrance. It was just no use arguing at this point. We all just wanted the game done. So eventually I released the bigger version of the level to the internet about 10 years afterwards. We were getting close to finishing the levels, and everyone on the team could feel that the end was near. The crunch was so intense that American was sick for the last entire month of the game's development. So we didn't see him until a couple of weeks after we released the game. Other team members pitched in to finish his levels so we could ship. I finished the sound work. We finally got the tracks from 9 Inch Nails, and a horrible decision from their record company. The music must not be in MP3 form. They had to be CD audio tracks burned on a CD and playable only on a CD player. This is the reason that none of the music played while people played the game usually. They would have to leave the CD in the player all the time. So on the day of release, I don't even remember how we decided the day that Quake was ready to go. It was Saturday, June 22nd of 1996, almost 24 years ago. As I had done for every single id Software game since the beginning, I created the demos that you see in attract mode, and I created the gold masters. No one was at the office. The company was broken. It took me several hours to get the game in a final state because it was the first game that we made that had subdirectories, and finding a compression that wasn't zip and handled subdirectories was difficult. I settled on the LHA compressor, and it took a while to finally get it to work. I wanted someone else at the office to be there for the upload, so I called my friend Mark Fletcher, who's a real hardcore doomer. I was on IRC making sure everyone knew that the upload was imminent. And IRC was exploding and splitting constantly due to too many people being on the channel. And I uploaded quake.zip and hung out to hear the fans' reactions, and then Mark and I left. So the next month was a really slow one. People were recuperating. American finally came back. I took a 2-week vacation and came back to create the retail Quake Gold Masters for physical distribution. Right after that, on August 6th, John Carmack wanted me out of the company, and I wanted to start Iron Storm with Tom, so everything worked out. Within 6 months, half of id Software's 13 employees left the company, and Quake had taken its toll. But of course, that wasn't the end. id Software went on to create the incredible Quake 2. I was busy heading up Iron Storm while we worked on 4 games at once: Macronox, Dominion, Daikatana, and Deus Ex. We all still continue to create games to this day, with the exception of John. He's dedicated to machine learning now, AI. And Abrash is still at Oculus. Kevin is still at id Software. Tom is now, he's been at PlayFirst in San Francisco for years. And I'm at Romero Games in Galway, Ireland, where life is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, for your presentation. I won't say for the questions, but we're going to look at the questions right now.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Good. And the first questions are in. I just want to remind everybody that Slido is open for questions right now. If you're on YouTube, you can go on slido.com and put the code live2020, submit your questions to John. If you are on our website, you see the Slido section right next to the video, so you can submit the questions directly there. Philip was very eager to ask already from the beginning. Do you remember some strange bugs you would like to talk about?
Okay, with Quake, we did have a pretty interesting bug. I think Philip might know the bug. What happened was Michael Abrash was basically on a Pentium, and he was writing the assembly language loops for rendering. And while he was testing this one day, every once in a while, as he was moving around, the screen would, for one frame, would go somewhere else in the level. It would display some other part of the level, and he had no idea why. And he kept on just moving around, and just every once in a while sees this flicker, and this flicker should not happen. So he isolated the code where the only place that it was possible for this flicker to show up, and it was in this floating point calculation for like the angle and the location of where the camera was pointed. And what was happening was the result coming out was basically 0, and it should be 0, like ever. Like, it was basically impossible for that number to happen. So he called a friend from Intel to come over to id, and this guy works on Pentium hardware. So the guy came over and he saw the code and he said, "Yep, this code is perfect. There's no reason why you would ever get a 0 value out of this code. But what kind of chip are you using?" And so they opened it up and found out that the Pentium that Abrash was using was an overclocked 100 megahertz Pentium, which had a known flaw in it called the FDIV bug, FDIV. And that was one of the chips. It was a hardware error, and we couldn't change it. So if you get on Wikipedia and look up Intel FDIV, you'll see what that bug was that we ran into. And we had to have a hardware guy come and verify assembly language from Intel to make sure that we weren't screwing up. That was a pretty cool bug.
So everybody has bugs at some point in their code.
Yeah, except we didn't have one. It was a hardware that had the bug.
Good. I just want to remind people that they can actually upvote questions. So if you see interesting questions, you can give your thumbs up. So we're going to ask the most favorite or the most voted question first. Our next question is, do you still play games today? If yes, which ones? How many hours per week did you invest during Quake games development in average? So this is actually 3 questions.
Okay. Yeah, so yes, I do play games today. Several games. Let's see. In the office, which we're not in the office anymore, but when we were at the office, a lot of the people at the office play Quake 1 during lunch. And Thursday nights, I would play Quake 1 with my lead programmer for about 3 hours. We'd probably get about 4 games or maybe 5 games in. So still playing Quake, Quake 1 a bit. When I go out speaking and stuff, a lot of times I end up playing Doom Deathmatch against, people that come to the event. Here at home, I'm totally into Ghost Recon Breakpoint, so I'm going to be playing that tonight for several hours. And if you haven't heard of it, whatever you're reading online about it is garbage. It's an amazing game, and it's gotten lots of patches and stuff. It's very, very cool. It's like gigantic. It's like World of Warcraft sized, massive. It's just an amazing game. And how many hours per week did you invest in during Quake? Well, it was 7 days a week for 7 months, and every one of those days was probably at least 12 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, each day. So it was basically all the hours that you could handle, and then you go to sleep and you come back, but there was nothing else outside of that. There wasn't like going to a restaurant and sitting down to eat. It was just go pick up something from Burger King or whatever and come to the office and eat in front of the computer while you're trying to continue making stuff. And it was fun to make like the work that we did, like when you're sitting there on the computer working on something, that is really fun. And so it was actually, the things I was working on was actually really fun, but the mood in the room was not fun.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it also from the pictures you showed.
Oh, I know. Some choice pictures.
You could sense it from the presentation, from the picture.
Yeah.
Our next question is: do you think it was worth it to live such a hard times to release a game?
I think so. It was a really great game. Quake was a really great game. So it was worth it. I wanted to finish it before leaving, so that was important for me. I've maybe one game or two, maybe one or two games have I ever left before the game was not done. It's pretty rare. So they kind of got used to it. The only other crunch that I had that was more than Quake was Daikatana, and that was 9 months of 7 days a week. And that was a lot of work too. So it was more fun, a little bit more fun though.
Good. Our next question is: what do you think it was the main reason that so many people left ID Software after Quake?
Well, people were burned out. It was just a different environment there, and people wanted. It was just like, it was kind of like a good time after the game launched for people to go do other stuff. Because if it's not going to be the same team, everything is going to change because the team changed, and they kind of decide whether they want to be part of the new id or not. So some of the people did stay, and a bunch of people, half the people left. It's not that many people in total, but when you talk about the total company size, it was a lot of people. But it was like Jay Wilbur eventually, like within 6 months, he went to Epic, where he's been since 1996. He's been at Epic since then. But yeah, everybody's turned out fine. It's the way it works.
And sometimes, actually, I think companies do need a fresh start with new people. So you have the mindset, the tension that was building there.
Well, Quake 2 is the new team. Quake 2 was built by the new team, and Quake 2 ended up being a pretty cool game. I loved it when it came out.
Nice. It's important that you like it.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't, I thought it was fun. I played it and was just blown away.
Yeah. Cool. Stefan May is the next participant who has a question. Do you think it's funny that the abbreviation of WeAreDevelopers is with the WAD, like the Doom files?
It's not funny. It's on purpose. The founders were all Doom fans.
Yes, like we've been since 2017. We've been working together since our first big event. So
that's right. Yeah. Well, the other thing, WeAreDeveloper. Well, the funny thing is WAD for Doom's file stands for where's all the data? And we are developers, you know, everybody who's a developer cares about data.
It's now it's coming together. Stefan, maybe
Yeah, now it's starting to make sense.
You discovered the coincidence. Good. Mike has been a very active participant this week of ours. So his question for you is: if you would create Quake today, what architecture would you use? Would Quake be on Unity?
Quake would be on Unreal 5. That's it. Quake would be on Unreal 5 if it was going to be creating the game today.
Okay. So Mike, you got very clear answer. Fabian, which other games do you consider as revolutionary as Doom was at its time? Are there any recent ones?
Minecraft, World of Warcraft, Half-Life 2. I think those games were all very revolutionary when they came out. Even Myst, you know, even though I wasn't a fan of Myst because it was kind of like the opposite of what Doom was, and it came out the year of Doom. Myst was a huge, it was a really huge game when it came out because people had these SVGA cards and nothing that would actually nothing they could play that was bigger than 320 by 200, and Myst was a high-res game. Even though it didn't move around on the screen, the people could show off their computers by having friends come over and go, look at this screen. And it was like the most beautiful thing people had seen on a computer at the time. So it was, you know, it over the years, it hasn't proven to be the you know, the importance of some other games, but it was at the time a pretty important game that really influenced other games like Seventh Guest, you know, and other adventure games around that time. So I'd say most recent, Minecraft, probably about 10 years ago. That was the last really massive change. Why is crunching?
Yeah. Well, I can go ahead, yes, for the next answer. Next question. Why is crunching that imminent in game development? And do you think having crunch time is a necessity for a game developer?
Well, it's basically based on timelines. You know, when you have a timeline and you have a certain amount of work that you want to get in at that time, you try and estimate as well as you can to get your work done. And as you kind of get closer and closer to that date, you know, you have to make a decision about how much you want to put in, how much time is left. And if you don't cut the stuff that you need to put in there, you're going to have to spend more time trying to crunch that stuff in the amount of time. So it's kind of a team decision usually. Sometimes it's a corporate decision, which I don't agree with. But you know, it's not really a necessity. It's something that could be avoided, but it takes a lot more focus on planning and a lot of work trying to decide what should go in to the game at launch.
So it is a decision, team decision.
Yeah.
It's an option.
It's yeah.
Alex is asking, what is your opinion about the potential Quake remastered with 2020 NVIDIA Ampere graphics?
I haven't seen that, but it sounds good to me. I haven't seen it, but you know, who doesn't want to see that?
Well, Alex, maybe someday you'll see that. We'll see.
Yeah.
Then Philip again, what was the hardest part to implement in Quake?
Well, that was definitely the engine. The engine was the hardest part. And with the engine, the hardest part of that was not, the assembly language renderer loops were not as difficult as architecting the world database design and figuring out how to make the game look as good as possible and have lighting in it and still deal with 256 colors. Because what a lot of people, you may have read over the years, people when they're reviewing it saying, oh, the game is like muddy gray, or like these colors that are not, there's not like the palette that Doom had. And the reason for that is because we only had 256 colors. And when you have, let's say, brown, and you're going to go from black to full brown, we chose, I believe, 16 shades of brown to make the light look good on it. You're eating a 16th of the palette on that one single color. So, and there were other colors that needed to, to be permanently fixed in the palette that ate up some of the color space. So when you see, like, if there were 8 colors, we're eating up half the entire color space on just 8 colors in the game, because of lighting, to try and make it look good. So, and that's because there were no GPUs back then. It was, we put every dot on the screen manually ourselves with no hardware help.
Wow.
That had to be it.
I didn't even know that brown could have 16 shades. Wow. But there are 2 questions with equal voting. We're going to go first with the questions of Radim. What kind of arcade machines do you have behind you? Do they work?
Pac-Man and Street Fighter 2. And they're turned off right now. I mostly play the Pac-Man machine. I really like Pac-Man.
Yeah, they're turned off, but if you turn them on, they work, or?
Yeah.
I guess that's the question. The next question is, I don't know how often do you get asked these questions on events. Did you ever cut your hair?
Probably once a year. Gotta trim it.
Yeah.
Straight across. Can't go out and do that right now, but if I could go out, I would do that.
Maybe you can try yourself. There are a lot of YouTube tutorials currently on home cutting. So
it might not matter, just get some scissors and just chop it and whatever.
Whoever asked this question, I hope you're satisfied with the answer. Next, we do have some more time for some questions, so if you don't mind, we can keep going. What would be your number 1 piece of advice to someone who wants to make a game?
Well, if you want to make somebody who wants to make a game sounds like someone who hasn't been making games, because if you're used to making games, you wouldn't ask that question. So if you want to make a game, my advice is to scope your game really small. Keep it as small as possible, because making games takes a really long time. So if you want to see how long it takes to make a game, choose Space Invaders, choose Pac-Man, choose something that was made in the 1980 or earlier. See how long it takes for you just to replicate that game. And that includes the attraction screen where you're just like watching the game sit there, play itself. Make sure the points are being counted up correctly and that it goes through the correct screens, and you'll see how hard it is just to make a really simple game. So scope yourself really small to start, and then as you get faster and faster, start making slightly bigger games.
Yeah, so there is a lot to do before you actually start doing your own.
You need a lot of practice. You need a lot of practice.
So Ala, yeah, you should start, I guess. Your first step.
Tonight. Start tonight. There's no reason not. You don't need permission to learn. You don't need permission to make games. Just start doing it.
Yeah. But here is the tip from the master. So
it started when I was 11, so no one gave me permission.
Yeah. Let's take 2 more questions. When recruiting new employees for Romero Games, how does age factor into your decision? Do you see age, in particularly 40 plus, and the resulting experience as advantage?
It doesn't usually ever. Age usually never ever factors into our decision. It's what we need in a position. And even somebody who has 30 years of game dev experience, that doesn't mean that they're like really, really amazing. It means that they've been doing it for 30 years, but what do they know? and what they know is what we need to figure out. Does it match the needs of the game that we're about to make? So, if you can take almost any profession out there, and I'm sure that there's somebody who's been doing, has been a plumber or a painter or something for decades, and are they really good at it, or have they just kind of stayed at the same level? They attained the level required to continue getting jobs, and have they just kind of stayed at that level? Sometimes you need somebody like that, because they will have experience over time that's really valuable. It's always super valuable to have somebody with that much experience in your company, and we have probably 5 or 6 people like that in our company. And it's super valuable to have people that have that much experience. So age is not really a thing for us. It's like, what do you know?
Mm-hmm. It's actually the learnings and the practice you have,
and trying to like push yourself further and further.
Yeah, I think that's actually the best for any job that you want to apply for. Good. I do want to actually let you choose the last question for today's session. I'm going to scroll down slowly. If you read through and like something that you feel that you want to answer the most.
So the one, could you eventually create a game that implemented the original ideas that you had for Quake? So the funny thing about that was in 2004 or 5, I believe, when Darksiders came out, that was I immediately blogged about it, saying, oh my God, that's exactly what we would have made if we had gone down the path of creating Quake with those initial ideas. It would have turned out to be like Darksiders, but with Quake technology. So someone did it. It was experimentation of how you would play and how the camera would work and third person and all that kind of stuff. And so I was really surprised when it came out, but it was really cool to see that game. Could you talk about the level design documents you showed, and what process do I follow for design levels? Those are 2 level design documents. You basically come up with the overall idea of like, where are you going in the game, and how do you break that up into specific places that you want to visit that look cool and different from each other, because you want to take the player on a roller coaster ride. So you want to make sure every part of that ride is really cool and doesn't look like the other ones, specifically like it's not a clone. So you kind of have to break it up into pieces, and then each of those pieces you have to focus on what's going to be the look of this area, and what's going to be different about this area. Is the theme, can you theme it a certain way and kind of reinforce the theme with your landmarks and your shapes and in your path, through the level. And one of the things I do a lot is I make it so the player is always coming through the level or seeing parts of the level over and over again. So it kind of reinforces their 3D spatial understanding of the space. And it makes them feel better about the location. It's not like pushing forward constantly and never seeing what you saw before. It's always going back and looking at it, because it's fun to see a place that you used to be change or reveal something you didn't know was there. It's really fun to do that kind of design. And you just basically create, the way I create levels is sometimes I'll sketch the whole thing out on paper, and sometimes I'll just start building it room by room, and sometimes just like brush or line by line. Just I'll draw a few more things, run it, play around in it, feel the space, the scale, how it feels for me inside the room. Go back in, add a few more things, run it again, and we're talking minutes. It's just a few minutes before I'm running it again. So every level that I make has thousands of times that I've run it and just played with anything that I saw while I was running through it and doing stuff. Sometimes I would have to change massive chunks of it because it just felt too big, or it didn't feel right, or I needed to open up some space or something. But it's all about like not not being too invested in what you've already created in that level. Be invested in the outcome of the entire thing. So if you spent, days creating a bunch of stuff in there, and at some point you have a better idea for how you would do it, just destroy it and redo it. Like, there's no reason to keep it. That work is not as good as it should be. So, you got to get used to just making new things all the time. And if that becomes part of your DNA, then you don't have a problem just wholesale destroying chunks of stuff because you have better ideas, and you can always make a better thing because you're not afraid of killing the work that you did, because that work actually helped you get to where you're at. It was critical work to do. So every step that you take is a step towards the best version of what you're trying to make.
But I can imagine also sometimes you can be quite insecure about it, of like, is this actually a better idea? And until you implement it, maybe you wouldn't know.
Well, you have to have a really good sense of what it's going to be before you destroy a bunch of work. So it's a big decision to make, but you have to really know that this is a better idea, and for several reasons. And it makes it easier to just wipe it out, which means, you copy the map out, and then you start modifying the one that you've created. And if it doesn't work out right, you still got the old one, So there's lots of ways that you can, not lose everything if you find out that was a bad idea. But I usually pre-think everything like way in advance, many steps in advance. So it's always the right way that I wanted to go do something.
Yeah, to move forward. Cool. Questions keep pouring in, actually. From our side, we do have some more time before the next stop, so it's actually up to you if you want to look at them, or we can also go ahead and finish here. But if yes, like, here's a comment. Awesome talk. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
The next question is, are you still in touch with the team of Quake despite the hard times?
Hard times. Let's see. I haven't talked to Sandy in a while. I've talked to American not too long ago. Messaged John Carmack the other day, but we usually don't talk too much. Abrash, I haven't really talked to him since then. Adrian Carmack, I talk to him every once in a while. I mean, he comes to Ireland every once in a while as well, so we hang out. Kevin, I've been emailing Kevin recently. And John Cash, whenever I get over to Blizzard, I hang out with John Cash because he was a lead programmer on World of Warcraft, and he's still there 20 years plus later. So I'm pretty much in touch with most of the people on the dev team still.
Nice.
Yeah. And what's your take on Stadia and GeForce Now? Definitely GeForce Now is cool. I was really surprised when I played GeForce Now, because I've never been a real fan of streaming, like game streaming, the way that because it was, for me, it was like, well, this is for super casual gamers that don't have high speed connections and don't play high speed games, and then played GeForce Now and was just like, oh my God, this is amazing. I wouldn't really use it because I like playing games on my hardware as fast as the hardware is, but I can see people totally playing games that they wouldn't want installed on their hardware, eating up massive bandwidth or hard drive space or SSD space, playing stuff on GeForce Now. The fidelity is great. The speed is there. It's incredible, So I'm definitely more towards the GeForce Now side than the Stadia side.
Good. I think the next question, I've seen it on pretty much every event you've been, or that I've been, or you've been on.
Yeah.
What's your favorite game you've worked on?
Probably Doom.
Easy to answer.
I know, we had a really great time making the game. It was really fun.
Yeah. And which one, maybe a question from my side, which one would be actually your least favorite?
Least favorite game? God, probably Quake. I'd say Quake. Daikatana second to that. Yeah, probably those two were the lowest. Oh yeah, saw you played A Short Hike. Do you think these sorts of games are more relaxing to be taken over in the future? I mean, I don't think they'll take over, but I think that there's a really good place to have games like that. A Short Hike is just a really great example of very tight design, Nintendo-esque sensibility and execution, and just really a wholesome game that has lots of exploration in it. I love games with exploration. And it's just, man, what a perfect little game. A Short Hike is really great. And I would love to play more games like that. Absolutely.
Cool. Then what do we have? Do you want to choose another question? We do have a couple of more minutes before.
Let's see. Many games are released in remastered versions, and which of the games I created would most benefit from being re-released with upgraded tech? Well, people are always taking Doom and Quake and taking levels and making them, in in newer technology. In fact, yesterday I was talking to somebody, and somebody had taken Duke Nukem's first level and remade it in Daikatana. It was recently Daikatana's 20th anniversary, just a couple days ago. So they're holding lots of events with playing Daikatana Deathmatch over the internet together, and they have a Discord for it and everything. But yeah, lots of people, like, I have some really super res shots of Quake in Unreal 4 that looks really amazing. And people just kind of rebuild, because it's a fun thing to do. It's like, when you want to get good at using a tool, the best way to do it is to focus on using the tool and possibly remove the creative aspect from it, and just say, I'm going to try and replicate that in this, and I'm going to get really good at using this tool. I'm not going to try and create something brand new while I'm trying to learn how this complex tool works. Just focus on the one thing, which is learning the tool, and take the creativity from somewhere else and see what you can do with it in this new realm. And then when you're really good at using the tool, then you start getting really creative in that space.
Good. Let's take one more question before we finish the session. As a legendary trash talker, how do you view the excessive harassment in games like Dota 2?
I don't know. I don't play Dota 2, and I don't play any game where people trash talk like that. So I would expect it's not cool. It's not fun being harassed. So I don't play console either. So, I hear that that's definitely a console thing. But I usually, when I'm playing games, I'm playing with somebody that I know. Like, as an example, when I play Ghost Recon Breakpoint, I'm co-oping with my friend, and we're on a Discord server, and we're constantly talking together while we're playing the game, because we're co-oping, and it's really fun, and we're like laughing, and it's just insane playing that game. But when we play Quake, I'm screaming at him as loud as I can because we're deathmatching each other, but it's just us. It's not like I'm not going out into the world and jumping on a server somewhere so I can hear somebody trash talking me, or I can just get insta-jibbed or something. Like, I like to play when it's the right level of competition. Yeah. So I don't really, of course I can say, excessive harassment sucks. Turn off the audio from the other players if you don't want to hear it, and don't do it yourself.
I wouldn't know why people do that or want to listen to this. And also, when you play also the deathmatch at our event in Doom, it was really quiet, actually. Everybody.
Yeah. Yep.
You actually played the game.
Yeah, you're really focused on it. But there's plenty of videos on YouTube about people like doing this crazy harassment stuff. But it's just like a thing I don't do, and I don't care, and I would never play a game where that happens to me anyway. So sorry for everybody experiencing that.
Well, okay, I'm gonna go with this last question, because we even been talking, some colleagues of mine have been talking in the office about it. When is Empire of Sin coming out? And
it's coming out in the fall this year.
Good, that's a teaser, everybody. Stay tuned.
That's right.
It's kind of full. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. All these questions, we'll make sure we forward them to John, and maybe we'll get them answered in some other format or some other way, because in 15 minutes, Brenda will be joining us.
That's right.
Live. John, thank you very much always for being such an entertaining speaker, such an amazing guest.
All right, thank you very much for having me.
Always honored. Yeah, everybody, you will see now a feedback that we're collecting just for each speaker on Slido, and John will be in touch very soon, I hope, for another physical event.
All right, yeah.
So have a great evening.
Cool, thanks. See you all later. Bye.
Bye. everybody, Vilana again, here from Vienna, from our live studio for the WeAreDevelopers Live Week. I'm very excited that we are ending this day with an amazing and very, very special speaker for us. She's been always such an entertaining speaker on stage, always engaging, always taking time to work with us, to work with the audience. So please make sure you go on Slido with the code LIVE2020 so you can ask questions and interact with her during and also after the session. And with this being said, what can I say? What is better than one Romero? Two Romeros. Our next speaker is Brenda Romero. She's gonna give us a history run through women in code. And as her husband, John, there is not much to actually present, to tell you about her, because I'm sure you already know who she is. But she's been a major figure in the area of game design, and she has done a lot of work on the role-playing series, like Wizardy, Dev Jam on Dungeons and Dragons. So an exciting talk coming for us, and I'm really, really happy to welcome her on our stage today. And so we're finally live with Brenda. Hi, Brenda. So happy to have you here. How are you doing?
Good, good. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Very excited that you are the person who is closing our day. I have already briefed everybody to make sure they interact with us on Slido, submit their questions, and we'll be looking at them at the end of your session. The stage, or the virtual stage, is yours. You can go ahead and share your screen, and I will put myself away for the time being.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Hopefully everybody's looking at my screen now. I assume you are, because I am. First of all, I want to just thank everybody for just being here live online. It's weird ways that we're connecting, but it certainly feels great to connect with my brethren geek wherever you are. So this talk is a talk about the hidden histories of women in technology. So what I want to say is, I don't even know who's out there. Normally, if I were giving this talk, say at WeAreDevelopers, I'd be able to look in the audience and I would see a mix of people. And so I'm just going to imagine, based on previous talks that I've given, who's out there. And I want to let you know that whoever you are, the fact that you're listening to this tells me that you're interested in this subject and that you want to see a tech space that everybody feels welcome in and everybody feels good about. And my hope is that when you leave this talk, you won't think like, oh, geez, I kind of feel bad about that. I know sometimes talks about diversity can make people feel that way. And my hope is to make you laugh and make you enjoy this, because I think everybody who's listening to this is part of the solution. So without further ado, this is Hidden Histories. So I'm going to tell you over the course of this 5 different stories. And for me, these were stories of discovery. They were something that fundamentally changed the role of how I saw women in this industry. And just in case you're wondering, no, you do not, in fact, need to code to understand what I'm talking about in this talk. So the first story is Usual Suspects. And when we're talking about the history of women in technology, we'll often bring out what I refer to as the usual suspects. And I'm pretty sure you'll recognize all these names. Of course, one of the most important ones that comes out is Ada Lovelace. So she invented the very idea of programming in 1843. And another person who's often talked about is Grace Hopper. So Grace Hopper invents COBOL, and she's an absolute rock star. I mean, she was an actual general. In 1952, she coins the term compiler, and she found literally the first computer bug, and that is a picture of said bug there. We also often talk about Hedy Lamarr, who created Wi-Fi, and I want to say that every single one of these women is absolutely worthy of celebration, and their contributions to code can't be understated. I mean, obviously, they're really important. But I often find in articles about tech that are attempting to be inclusive, which is great, it's usually the same 1, 2, or 3 people, as if that's all there were. Whereas if we had a similar article and I just said, I want everybody to think about some person in tech, some man in tech, you might think about a whole lot of different people. And we could fill this page, several more times easily. And before I jump into my next story, I want to say that the usual suspects are important. They're critically important because they form the stereotypes of what we see in our heads, what everyone sees in their heads when they think of what a person is. And this shapes the opinions of what people want to become. So for instance, who's a surgeon? What's a surgeon? Who's a teacher? Who is a nurse? What's a CEO? What's a lead programmer? And I found this happened in my own home. So this is my daughter, and at the time she was around 7 years old, and we were here, live in Ireland, and we were going to go to this thing called Coder Dojo. Coder Dojo is an amazing program that teaches kids, basically if they can walk, they're welcome to code and using lots of different stuff. So I said, let's go. There's going to be this great event. It's called Coolest Projects, and there's going to be loads of different kids there with games. Her response to me, as you can see there, was, it's all going to be boys. And this is what she deeply believed it was going to be. And the reality was that there were loads of girls there. And in fact, I want to say that it felt to me like there were more girls there than there were boys. And I wondered, like, where did she even get that perception from? How did that develop? And so usual suspects, I wonder if that's part of it. And people make career decisions based on these things. So my next story is called Impetus. And I'll tell you how I got started in the industry. I'll give you a bit of background on me. So I got my start in tech when I was 5. So that's me there. And that's when I start making games, believe it or not. So I grew up in the US, as you can probably tell, and my mom took me to yard sales. So she would give me a dime. We didn't have a lot of money, and she would give me a dime. And with that money, I could go buy some stuff. And I always wanted to buy games. But as you can imagine, with 10 cents, you were not going to get very much. So what I would end up getting are games that were already open, that were missing some parts, that, had a board that was a little wonky. And at some point, I guess I just stopped caring about that. And I started specifically looking for it. And I ended up collecting loads of different parts of games. And I still have basically a trough now. I could describe it, I think, accurately as that, of game parts. And from these game parts, I would make my own games. So when I was 11, my mother got me Dungeons and Dragons, and I cannot even begin to describe the effect that D&D had on me and still has on me. Like there's a lot of soft spots I have, but one of them is for Dungeons and Dragons, and I still have my original white box version of this. When I got D&D, man, I realized I could create worlds. I was able to do whatever I wanted to do, and I was effectively done going outside. It was a rule set that my imagination needed. And I think that's why I was so blown away when I saw Stranger Things, because I was an awkward, unpopular kid. And all the kids on this show felt like me, and they were going on adventures that I wanted to go on. And so I eventually upgraded to something called Rollmaster, which was a more advanced system at the time, except I didn't like the rules for encumbrance, which clearly these are not actually the rules for encumbrance, but I didn't like them. And so I rewrote them, and that ended up leading to me rewriting the entire system, which I humbly called Brenda Law. I don't have it. I don't have it anymore. I really wish I did. I remember even getting rid of it and thinking like, man, should I keep this? I wish I now could have a word with myself then. I'm sure it was terrible. I'm sure I would remember it a lot better than it actually was. But we played it for a couple of years anyway, and so we had a lot of fun. So in 1981, I got my job in the game industry, not in this actual bathroom, but in a bathroom in a high school in northern New York. So at the time, there was another game developer there, and she asked me if I had a job. And I should add, like, why is this conversation happening in a bathroom? That would be a good question to answer. I'll tell you. So I grew up in Northern New York, as I've mentioned, which is under maybe 6 feet of snow at any given point in time. And so as a kid, if you smoked, which I wouldn't advocate smoking for any reason, especially to get into the game industry, I was standing in the bathroom smoking. And so she was looking for a cigarette. So several people offered her menthols and she didn't want one of those. So I happened to have a non-menthol, and to be polite, she started a conversation and she asked if I had a job, and I didn't. Had I ever heard of Surtech? I hadn't heard of Surtech either. Had I ever heard of Wizardry? Also no. But had I ever heard of Dungeons and Dragons? And that was it, man. Like, that was, you just opened a portal to conversation. And so that's it. That's how I got my job, really. That was my entire interview. I showed up on Tuesday. And this was the first game I worked on, Wizardry 1, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord. As you can tell by the graphics there, it was it was state of the art at the time. And as I mentioned, we didn't have a lot of cash. So my mother was incredibly thrilled that I had gotten this job at Surtech. It's also where I met my first husband, pictured here. This was the Apple II. And I and she believed that I was at the forefront of technology. Like, looking from 1981 forward, I couldn't see anything but incredibly exciting things, and I couldn't get enough of computers. And it was a good thing that I had this gig because I didn't have money to buy one myself. So by the time I get into high school, I fell headfirst into tech. If I had to do it twice, I would code it. And for me, coding was more creative than Legos. It was more creative than the game pieces I had. I knew I could do anything with it if I wanted to. I convinced my high school to offer a programming class, which they did. And then I begged them to please offer a class in Pascal. I don't even know how I found out about Pascal, but they did. But because I had this gig, I wasn't even able to take it. So during those early years, we actually ended up releasing a lot of games, and I put myself through college while working in the game industry as well. And during that time, I never saw myself as a woman in a man's world. In fact, my world was mostly women. So if we take a look at this picture here, this company that I joined Surtech just after this photo was taken. And so there were five of each of us. And so it felt normal to me. If we fast forward 30 years, I was teaching at a university, teaching a game development class. And so I was put in charge of the university's the department's diversity initiative. And to me, so it was the Athena Swan initiative. And I still think this is just such a fantastic program. It really encourages universities to look at what they can do to hang on to people as they're going through those courses, to, what things are blocking people from getting their degrees, what things are blocking people from coming into the program to begin with. So I thought it was fantastic. And I got my email all ready to send to the entire department, and I sent it out, excited to begin this task. And within maybe half an hour, I got back an email, which included the following. This is half-baked populist jargon. And it let me know that diversity in diverse teams, like, this was just all whatever. And so I was really pretty surprised to receive this. The nutshell of it is that, there were studies that were cited incorrectly, I might add, that said women weren't really interested in tech, and there was little I could do, and this was just a complete waste of my time and everybody else's. So needless to say, I was a little surprised by that. And so I sent an email off to the head of the department, and I pointed out the email and the things that were said in the email, and the reply that I got was, and I quote directly, "There is little point in taking offense." And I decided, indeed, that was the entire point, if I didn't take enough offense. So I set out to prove them wrong. So this begins my next story, which is my archaeological expedition about how women are not interested in tech. Here are the first computers. Women literally were the first computers. That is what the job was called. Programming jobs were advertised to women because they required menial, detail-oriented labor. That isn't my term. That's not my wording, rather. That's the wording that was actually in the advertisements at the time. And at the time, people deemed women were the perfect fit. In fact, even up until the 70s, IBM in the UK measured code in girl hours. And I'm finding loads of evidence that at one point in time, here and there, women were definitely not the minority, and in some cases were the overwhelming majority. because it was believed that labor perfectly suited women. If we go back, in fact, and we think about who's making typewriters, that's hardware, that's exciting. And who's typing on those? Well, that's women, right? It was menial and detail oriented. And so there was an amazing case in Dundee, Scotland, of the ZX Spectrum. And this machine was built largely by women who, in fact, were not celebrated for their contributions and didn't really at the time feel like they were part of what would later become one of the things that the region is best known for. The same thing happened to the women who were working on Cray computers. And as these machines evolved, the thing that ended up happening is women, in order to make these machines work, just like you would type on a typewriter, you would also type on these computers, and you would have to do something to type on these computers. That was not English, but in many cases was assembly language. And so women needed to learn how to code these machines, and they absolutely did. So this you're looking at here is 6502 assembly from the Apple II. And I remember when I went to college, I was one of those people. I don't remember being the only woman in my college course. In fact, there were loads of women that were there. At the time, this is obviously not a picture from the 80s, but at the time it was really taking off, right? And women were heavily encouraged to go into it. So as the importance of the field grew and as people needed more and more people with this skill, understandably, the pay starts to rise. And when the pay starts to rise, men start to show up. And before you go, ha, it was a function of the time. There were actually countries in the world where if you were a woman and you were working, you were not allowed, or you were a woman and you were married, you weren't actually allowed to work. Men were the traditional breadwinners, and men had the traditionally higher paying jobs. And even we see when the training starts for these people, there were times when they would say, well, we'll have this woman train this group of men, or this woman train a group of people. And they weren't just having that. So out they went. And I think it's important to take a look back to see where I'm talking about and what the culture was like at the time. So as I mentioned, things were very much male breadwinner society. This is just the way it was. I mean, unless you, unless you were part of this, and you're featured in the ads that are coming, I think it's helpful just to place our heads. So here's some advertisements that are from that time. So we see here one from Brown Ovens. Get arranged by Brown, equipped with a soil-free oven. It's a lifesaver. There's one of my favorites from Weinberg Shoes, Keep Her Where She Belongs. I mean, these are I'm not cherry picking these, right? Like these are the ads of the time. Here's an ad from Legs, nice to have a girl around the house. And then another ad from Chase and Sanborn in 1970. If your husband ever finds out, like these appeared in products that in magazines and didn't cause massive outrage because that's just the way it was at the time. We were actually at the time on the verge of a female-led tech revolution. But the culture wasn't ready for it. So this period that we're in, I think, is probably just an aberration where the college admissions for women have gone down and we have fewer and fewer women entering the industry. What I've just talked about is super well covered in this book called Program Inequality, and I highly recommend you read it. It's an excellent book. So my next story is we'll call the unicorn anomaly. So when people think about coders, we often think women who are coding are this unicorn. And even the term female coder doesn't sound like an odd thing to say versus if I said, do you know any male coders? People are like, what? And so I find that I often get these type of questions. What's it like to be a female programmer? What's it like to be a female game designer? Or what's it like to be a woman in tech? As if there's one answer to that question, because there's obviously not one answer to that question. If I could see all of you and I pointed to all the women in the audience and somebody asked that question and I said, I will answer on your behalf and I will tell your story, I imagine all of you would stand up and say, like, hold up, sister, I will tell my story because there's no way your story is exactly mine. And that's borne itself out in my own experience. Like I know one of my favorite game developers, Amy Hennig, she's an absolute rock star. She worked at Naughty Dog for years and she's now with Skydance Interactive. And if you ask Amy about her experience in the industry, and she's talked about this publicly, you know, she'll tell you she's had a great time. You know, that hasn't affected her. And then I've talked to other women, and their stories are not so pleasant. They have indeed experienced weird things. I myself, in announcing a new game, that's my game, I have absolutely had John Romero's wife announce his new game. You know, so I've seen my own fair share of it. I, however, have largely had a great experience, I would say. I do remember this one time I was talking to this guy who was a giant in our industry. I mean, obviously this shot is not to scale that you're looking at, but he was a giant in our industry. And I, being American, I was like, oh my God, can you guys see who I'm talking to? This is so cool. And so we talked probably for 30 minutes, maybe. And at some point in time, he moves his coat over. And there was an erection there, an obvious erection. And then he asked me if I'd like to do something about it. And a life behind a computer screen has not prepared me for this moment. I don't know what social skills you need for it. And in fact, a life of any kind should not prepare anybody for a moment like this. So I don't even know what I said. I have no idea. Like I didn't do anything about it, but I felt like a deer stuck in a headlight. I was surprised. I was offended. I was somewhat scared by the oddity of the situation. Like his games, like suddenly he had transformed from this person that I thought was really good, doing really good stuff, to this like, oh my God, you might be the grossest person I know. And I remember thinking, just like, this is the dirtiest non-dirty picture in the history of talks, probably. And I remember just thinking like, my God, how do I get out of here? And so as we do, like somehow I get out of there. I don't even remember what I said, but I'm just thinking as we're walking through the conference hall, like, you know, like everybody get out of his way, this man. Ugh. Anyway, so this was way back at a conference hall when GDC was held in San Jose. So that's probably the weirdest thing that's happened to me so far. And other questions that come up sometimes, like, what would you say to other women who wanted to be in tech? And would you join our panel on women in games? And would you be our diversity speaker? And then there's the statements that need to be debunked, like women don't like tech. And the end part of this is that it ends up being so much less about the stuff that I'm doing and the stuff that I'm interested in learning about and about my gender. And it's not just obviously women that this happens to. It happens to pretty much anybody else who's considered an other. You know, they might not necessarily be the normal. And so they get what I will say is othered. And that tends to be the focus of their experience. For instance, if you were just listening to John Romero's talk, my husband, John is Cherokee and Yaqui. He's Native American, but I don't recall John ever being asked to give a talk on being a Native American in games, or what advice might he have to, for other Native Americans looking to break into games. And I'm not saying these questions aren't important, because diversity is important and identification is important, but it's not also all people are. Here's an example. This is Amal Clooney. She is an international human rights lawyer. She's just coming out here. She's arguing, she's discussing the case in the European Court of Human Rights about the genocide of 1.5 million people. And when she comes out, somebody asks her, unbelievably, who she's wearing. Like, it's robes. They're judges' robes. Who even cares? Like, what if we, this woman is a rock star. What if we asked her questions like this? Like, what can we do to change the world too? Like, those are questions I'm interested in hearing the answers to. And then, another example, here she is, she's also talking about ISIS here. And instead she's showing her baby bump at the United Nations. No, she's not. I mean, she was there to talk about ISIS, right? So this kind of stuff happens. And I'm not saying these efforts aren't important. And you could even say, well, that's interesting, Brenda, because you're giving this talk then. Why are you doing this? Well, because this stuff is critical. And while I applaud these efforts to diversify companies, conferences, and events, it would be fantastic if we invited people to talk about their work as well, and not just their gender or sexuality or the color of their skin, unless that's actually the conference topic. And just to be clear, WeAreDevelopers said, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. And I said, I want to talk about this. So that I think that stuff is critically important, because we ultimately, we are more than just these things. And I sometimes have used the term the female tax, where at least female game developers probably get asked about women and being a female game developer about, who knows, I'm quite obviously making this number up, but you know, the amount of times I'm asked about that versus my work, or I'm asked to be on a panel to discuss, you know, I'm a speaker at a conference and they don't want to hear about the game I'm developing. They want to hear about the gender I actually had nothing to do with. So in 2008, I was offered an opportunity to write an article about women in tech, and I said, can I do anything that I want for this article? And so they said, yeah, sure, you can write anything you want. And so I did. I decided to take a bit of a twist on it, and I called my friends and I asked them this question: what's it like to be a male game designer? And these were the actual questions. Sorry, the actual answers that I got. What? That doesn't make any sense, Brenda. Wow, that's a pretty niche topic there. So I just decided to double down, and I asked them this: what advice do you have for men looking to break into tech? The answers I got were, wait, you're actually being serious. Is this a joke? So just as a spoiler alert, to the best of my knowledge, my reproductive organs have never made a game or technical decision. I have never said that I want to grow up and code as a woman. I have never said that I want to play games as a woman. And in fact, I don't even know that I have any gender-based goals. I've never said that I want to be a superstar at giving birth, although while I say that I carried twins to term, which I think should count for at least a STEAM achievement in that, I've also never even said I want to have the best menopause ever. There probably, as I get closer to it, I will change my mind on that. And so all this is to say that I am grateful. I don't want to say that I'm not grateful, because I am. This is, and I've seen the importance of it. So this is a picture of my husband dressed with next to a man who is dressed as a hot dog. I have no idea. I wish I would have thought to ask this question. I have no idea why he's dressed as a hot dog. This was at QuakeCon, which is a game my husband made. And so this guy was standing off to the side as John was talking to a bunch of other people. And I saw that he would like walk up, and he kind of walk away, and then he'd come back. And so I eventually said to him, did you want to talk to him? And he's like, no. And I said, are you? But I could tell like it was this really weirdo, hesitant, and not weirdo, it was an odd, hesitant answer. And so I asked him again, like, are you a fan of his games? And he's like, yeah, no, but that's not, yes, I am, but that's not it. And so we talked for a few minutes more, and I understood why this mattered to him. And it mattered to him. And as he said to me, he was my hero, not because of the games that he made, but because he made them as a Mexican. And he could see that John was who he was, and that really mattered. And we all need role models, and we need their stories to inspire us, whether that's in real life, movies, tech, or art. And so that's why I find it's so critically important not to comment women out, to go beyond the usual suspects, and to include women. So here are some of my favorite rock star examples. This is Margaret Hamilton. She was a director of software engineering at MIT, and she literally wrote the code that put men on the moon for the Apollo space program. So that's her standing next to the code there. This is her daughter. She did this while being a mom. And her daughter was often in the lab. And in fact, her daughter played in the lab, and she actually found a bug in the code that if you did a certain thing, it would cause something to go wrong. And so Margaret reported this, and she was told that our astronauts will not make any mistakes. And it turns out that they did make mistakes, and there's movies about those. So this is Lois Fortran. No, it's not. It's Lois Mitchell. But she was instrumental to Fortran. And then sometimes I also get these, but did women do they have any real heavyweight contributions? How about the optimizing compiler with Francis Allen? Because that's pretty heavyweight to me. Or Katerina Yushchenko, who created pointers. And I will add, she created these in 1955 with the development of the address programming language. This work, though, wasn't well known outside the Soviet Union. In 1964, Harold Lawson, he's popularly credited with creating pointers, and he was given the Computer Pioneer Award by the IEEE for this achievement. But just because of the way politics were at the time, Katarina's work wasn't known, but she actually did create pointers first. And if that's not hardcore enough for you, how about Kathleen Booth, who created the first assembly language and designed the assembler? So Melba Roy, she was the NASA computer. And then maybe one of my personal favorites, I shouldn't laugh every time this comes up, but I can't help it, is Sister Mary Kenneth Keller, who was instrumental to the work in BASIC, a language that so many programmers, including me, started with. And then we have Kay McNulty. She's from County Donegal, Ireland, where I'm calling from today. And Kay was on a team, an all-female team, 5 women who coded the ENIAC. And sadly, these women were not actually even remembered at, well, they eventually did go, but as the 50th anniversary of the ENIAC came up, again, menial, detail-oriented labor. These women, these 5 women who coded the ENIAC weren't even invited, and some person who was working on their master's thesis found out about this and contacted them, and so that changed, rightly so. The first computer science textbook was written by Alexandra Forsythe, and she and her husband were the co-founders of, well, a nice typo there, Stanford's CS program. And she actually, when she and her husband, they were both accepted to the PhD program in mathematics at Brown University. And she was an exceptional student, but she was unable to continue in the program because the dean did not approve of female mathematicians, because I guess math is dangerous, and cut her support. And so the challenges, they were not uncommon for women at the time. And here we have Donna Bailey, who was a programmer of Centipede, and Roberta Williams, who founded Sierra Online, which gave birth to a whole, just tons of different adventure games that people remember very fondly. This is Mabel Addis, who created the Sumerian game, which was one of the earliest digital games. And the point that I'm making in going through this long list is, like, we have always been here. We have always been here. It's not a like, where, you know, if we could only get women interested in tech, it's like, the better question is, where do we go? Why are we not here? Computer science was quite literally founded by women. And percentage-wise, if you think about it, it wasn't like when they created these languages, they went out and said, okay, no, we have to have half and half here, at least on the teams. There had to be a large number of women in these fields for this to happen. And if I look back at when I went to school, in fact, you can see that, you know, nearly 40% of the women who are in computer science, the people who are in computer science, are women. And so if we look at this looking back now, the reality is that there are millions of women in tech today. We're half the population. We're 59% of the Silicon Valley workforce. We're less than a third of tech workers, though. And of those workers, only a fifth of us are in leadership positions. And so here's what that means in terms of product development strategy and company strategy. So you can see it's not exactly what we would hope. And the results of this are non-trivial to our health, our well-being, our education, our enjoyment, and our success. So I'll give you one that's a little bit more on the trivial side. So this is, I'll start light. This is the original Xbox controller, and its nickname was Fatty or the Dupe. It was in all territories except Japan. And so here it is in your average man's hands, and here is an actual photo of it in mine. This controller was so big, so incredibly, ridiculously big. They gave it Blunder of the Year award for Game Informer, and eventually the Japanese controller was released in all territories. And it's true, obviously, that hand sizes do matter. So if we take a look at the adult female versus the adult male, you can see the women's hands on average are smaller than men's, which will come as no surprise to anybody. And that affects things when we start talking about how big can we get screens. So we go from 4.5 inches with the original to 6.2 inches with the latest. And in fact, the phone that most ideally fits in women's hands was discontinued. And so while it may look great in this picture, the reality is it doesn't fit nearly as well in the hand. And so this can actually put women in a situation where they were phone because their safety, they might be fumbling with, it's too big. Like I have actually not upgraded to the latest one because of that exact reason. And so the key point here is what's considered standard size should account for all their customers. And another cool thing happened, and I should say, I'm a huge fan of Apple, so I don't, and actually I'm a huge fan of tech in general. But I'm just a huge fan of, I'm a bigger fan of inclusivity. So on June 3rd, 2019, Apple added cycle tracking, which is fantastic. I bet you probably didn't think you were going to be hearing about menopause, and now we're going to talk about periods in this talk. And there's still more coming. So we have cycle tracking, and this is amazing. So they actually, they tell you about fertility, when your period's coming. But what I'm wondering is, why did this take 5 years? Why did it take 5 years from the launch of HealthKit? I do not understand that. There are 2 billion women in this age group. That's enough of a market. And even Disney in 1946 talked about this. Incidentally, in this film of Disney's, this was the first use of the word vagina in a film. Not that you needed to know that, but now you do. And it also has gotten into our AI. So you might have heard the story of Amazon's recruitment engine. So Amazon is obviously amazing at automation. And they wondered, like, would it be possible if they automated their recruitment as well? So basically, they scanned over all these resumes that they had. And the problem was that most of those resumes were from men. And so if they looked at the people they hired, this would tend to sift out things like, women's coding club, women's reading group, or the names of women's colleges, in fact. So if you had these things on your resume, you might find yourself, the AI would be at best neutral on these terms. But it was impossible to say that the bias didn't remain. And this program later got retired in 2018. So then in 2017, a group of academics decided to take a look at GitHub and to see if there was any kind of bias in open source computing. And the great news is they found out that women's contributions were rated higher and accepted more often than men, unless their gender was known. And by then it would drop 20%. So I get that what I'm talking about is, it's bullshit is my summary, but it's also engineered. And if it's engineered, it can be fixed. And so it can be changed. And as women have gradually been pushed out of computing, people might start thinking, I guess women just aren't interested in code, except that's not even close to true. Women are interested in technology. I firmly believe that it was a temporary aberration that was engineered. And I think we can reach parity. So how? Well, there's loads of things, but we can, for one, clear away the myths. I often hear that women, people will say to girls, girls aren't good at IT, they're not good at code, they're not good at math. And the fact of the matter is they absolutely are good at math and IT. There's no study that suggests otherwise. However, if they're told, if anybody, regardless of their gender, is told that they're not good at something, they will almost always live down to that if you keep saying it to them. So we need to stop saying that and start selling the opposite. We also need to extend the message to parents because their opinions matter. In fact, Science Foundation Ireland discovered that they did a study and they found that the single largest influencer of a child's career choice was their mother. And it was more important than anything else. So those messages can change. I mean, ultimately, women were quite literally the original computers. We created code. We created programming languages. We built the machines. We put men on the moon. And just for pettiness sake, I shouldn't be petty, but we did build the man that got put on the moon as well. So as much as I'm saying all this, I'm not saying that we should go for exclusion. I don't want that, nor does anybody else. At least I hope not. For me, this is about diversity, and having it be all women would be just a different flavor of the same problem. In fact, it's about getting to equal for me. That diverse teams are better in work and education. And that means we need to clear away the barriers that are keeping people from those seats. And the reality is, it's also the business case. If we look at this picture here, it might be great, our industry is growing, but the reality is man, there's a lot of chairs. And we need a lot of bodies in these chairs. And it becomes more important than ever that we address these problems. If we don't, we risk leaving the chairs empty, and we risk falling behind because of lack of skilled talent. It's also in the marketing. And this is another thing I think we need to change. So if I take a look at, I decided to take this class and see coding. And so I started a tutorial just to advance my knowledge. And this was what I found. Right? Like I look at this and I imagine myself like trying to sell this to my daughters. I have 3 teenage daughters. I'm not sure what I was thinking there, but that's what I have. So my house is just overrun with teenagers at the moment. But I can't imagine like trying to sell this to them. Like, I'm like, how do they identify with this? Like I'm old and I'm white and I'm a man, right? Like I just think there are better ways to sell it. Like, what about Margaret Hamilton? Like she wrote the code that put men on the moon. This automatically looks more exciting to me. Some other marketing things. This is from a campaign in 2011, and they were looking for coders. And the first thing you can probably see there, well, there's a lot of things you can see there, but this is what they would give you if you signed up. And so you can see that there's a briefcase with some bacon wrapped money. Okay, that I'm in for the bacon. I'm vegetarian. I'm not interested in the bacon, but I'll take your money. And so they said that they would give you a custom made tuxedo, which tux is probably not something I would buy for myself, but I think I could rock it. The next thing that they offered was Sex Panther cologne, which, okay. But then this is where I firmly drew the line, and this was at beard grooming oil. I don't want a beard. I don't want beard grooming oil. Like it very clearly sends a message, and they need to change that message. I sometimes think about if we had a summer camp for exceptional coders. And we invited just a ton of kids to this, boys and girls, and we told all the girls that girls were just natural coders and IT was for girls. And we weren't saying this, for any reason other than it is actually true, just to hammer it home. I remember when I was growing up, a teacher told me that I would never amount to anything as a writer, and that I would live in the worst part of town, and that I was told I had no chance of getting into a college of my choice. And I was told not to make the games that ended up being part of the reason I won a BAFTA. So I would say with that I am a fighter. I did write 3 books and I made those games, and I got into that college, and I don't live in the poorest part of town. I moved to Galway, Ireland, which is a long way from where I thought I would be. And I'm grateful for the life that I have, but sometimes I'm not a fighter. And sometimes I believe the things that I hear. And I wonder how many girls we have lost to those very messages. The tech community is for everyone. And I want anyone who wants in these doors to find a place for themselves, from school kids to entry-level coders to graduates to people teaching people. I want to build the ladder to show people. I want us to have a ladder so people know where to go when they feel like they belong there. And I want us to create an industry and a culture where images of women in tech and girls coding isn't like, oh my goodness, look, it's girls coding, but it's just a normal thing. And it's not an afterthought. And that is the end of my talk. So thank you.
Wow, Brenda, I think there will be standing ovations right now.
I will stop sharing my screen. There we are.
From the office, and if you had an actual stage, for sure as well. That's definitely the highlight of the week so far, and for sure of the day. I know that I've seen and I've heard this talk before, and I was so looking forward to it because I didn't manage last year to see the full talk at our.
Oh, all right.
So I'm so happy I could witness and really put myself deep into what you were saying. People are really engaged on Slido. So let's look at their comments and their questions. Thank you very much again for the talk. I really appreciate it. I'm going to share my screen so you also see the questions. As you can see, 22 comments, questions, and pouring in. So the first is, oh my God, share this talk. This is awesome. Well, this talk should go on the half of the fame of talks. Thank you so much. The world needs more people who talk that straight like you. And then we have a question. In your opinion, what is the best way to attract more girls in tech right now?
Well, what is the best way to do it? I think there's so many different ways to do it. And I think we all have to pick our place and just super double down on it. So for me, one of the things that I do is I work with young women. If I have any opportunity to talk to young girls about code and about getting into technology, I do it. And there are initiatives everywhere, no matter where you live, there's something. And if you can share your passion for it, if you can just maybe be the person who brings that to them and says, hey, this is a career. That's great. Like I'll tell you, like one thing I do every year, it's one of my favorite, I would even say like it's my favorite event of this type easily. It's called I Wish. And there are three, the third level, or I guess if you're American, 10th grade girls that come in third level or 10th grade. And it happens in a couple different places in Ireland. And it's set up to be, it's like a rock concert, and they hear people talk about tech in excited, passionate ways. And it is thousands of girls who go through this every single year. And so they're being introduced to careers that they might not have heard normally. I also do game development workshops. I mean, kids really love to make games. And so that is my lure that's my lure to get them into tech. But, you know, for me, like I will just, if given an opportunity to talk about this, I will talk about it wherever. I do think that there's also practical things. Like a lot of universities will say, geez, we wish we could have more female applicants or female enrollment. Give them scholarships. That's a really easy way to solve that problem. And I think from a hiring perspective, there's a couple things that we do is we try to make our pool as big as we possibly can. That means that we often leave we take resumes whenever people want to send them so that we have a big pool to pull from. And then we do blind code reviews as well. So when we're looking to hire, we don't know whose code we're reviewing. But yeah, there's loads of different ways. But I think one of the most important things is just visibility. Like if all you see is Ada Lovelace and Grace Hopper and Hedy Lamarr, like that's just not enough people. Like I know, I don't know if this happened during John's talk, but I've heard, just because he's my husband, obviously, I've heard a lot of people who say, man, I got into coding because of you. I wanted to do what I did because you did what you did. And I think we need a lot more of those people to point to, that people can see them and say, oh, that person's like me. I want to be there.
Yeah, and also actually showing the history, because I personally did not know how much women were involved in the beginning of tech and of computers. And it's like,
oh, absolutely.
So many names. So this is really inspiring also to put this information out there. So to actually realize that was never a man's job, actually. Our next question, what projects are you currently working on?
Well, I'm currently working on, if you could see any of the other monitors, you would see it full of it. I'm working on a game called Empire of Sin, which is going to release this fall on PS4, Xbox, Switch, PC, and Mac. Yeah, so anyway, it's a game about, it's 1920 Prohibition era Chicago, and you're playing as one of 14 different mob bosses. So it's my passion project, a game I've wanted to make for a long time, and we have an incredibly, just honestly, a ridiculously talented team of people working on it. I'm very fortunate they're making the game what it is.
Nice. That's a teaser, everybody. Stay tuned then for Empire of Sin. I believe next thing is more a question and a comment together. I believe women have greater attention to detail and thus could be even better in the job. Would you say that the non-tech interest came from other fields?
I don't know, like I'm hesitant to my first answer always is like, I would like to see some studies. Would you say that the non-tech interest came from other fields? I'm not exactly sure what's meant by that question, so I will interpret. I will guess, and I guess the person can let me know if I'm wrong. And you can always reach me on Twitter as well, and I can re-answer it there if I'm off. But I would say like a lot of coding is incredibly creative, and I think it's sometimes not sold as that. You know, I believe if anybody likes Legos, that they would like to code. I also feel sometimes when I think about how gateways into technology, like I know a lot of some of the best coders I know are actually musicians. And I feel too that when I hear people talk about technology and things that technology can do, sometimes their options are skewed in one direction or another. Like when I'm talking to a group of women, I will often, or young, schoolgirls, I will often ask them what their favorite apps are, and then I will get an amalgamation of that, and I'll say, do you know what those apps were built with? They were built with code. Like how would you actually, for instance, how would you improve TikTok? What would you do if you were going to make your own TikTok? And they get really excited about that thought. And then, this idea, like, so I could do that. I could do this with code. So I think their interest in whatever it is you like to do, that phrase, there's an app for that. Well, there's code for that app. And so you can always leverage people's interests in a whole variety of fields. And lead them into technology if that's what they're meant to do.
Yeah, so just tell them how you can, how they can start, or they see it from their own perspective. Clarissa is asking, any other books you would recommend on this topic? I guess this was related to when you mentioned one of your favorite books on the topic. Yeah,
so that book is exceptional. And it's another thing. Here's a book that doesn't exist that I'd love to recommend. If you look for biographies of coders, they are all for men, except for one. And that biography is about Margaret Hamilton, and it's a kid's book. So I actually do, Clarissa, I have a pretty sizable bookshelf behind me. In lieu of carrying my monitor over there, what I'll do is after this talk, I will go over there and I'll tweet a picture of the bookshelf. Perfect. So then you can scan that and choose something to read. Mike is asking, what games do you play? Let's see. What games do I play? Yes, is pretty much the answer. What games do I play? In the lead up to releasing my own game, I'm playing a hell of a lot of that right now, just trying to make sure that it is as fun as it could possibly be by the time it goes out the door. If I am just left alone and can play anything I want to play, I'm really into narrative games at the moment. So say games like some of my favorites most recently, well, not most recently, I'm just thinking of the one, how much I enjoyed them. The Return of the Obra Dinn, I thought was incredibly brilliant. Inside, I thought was exceptional. But I also, I think Red Dead Redemption 2 was fantastic. I mean, I mostly play anything. The only games at any given time, the only games that I'm not playing are those closest to the game I'm making, if I'm anywhere near launch, because then playing those games just is this massive exercise in tension. Like, oh my God, should we add this? Should we change this? So I usually, for my game playing, I usually set aside the last 3 weeks of the year and I do nothing but play games, nothing at all. I get up and that's my only job. And it's absolutely fantastic. I do not play. I play Ghost Recon. I love Ghost Recon. I don't play Doom or Quake because if you live in my house, it's a pathway to death. Like I can't even in Doom, I can't even see John. So I tend not to play those games as much. I do play Ghost Recon though. But yeah, I play pretty much everything. I mean, I love games. It's my life. Yeah. Mike, I hope you got your answers, and maybe in some online battle that match, you can meet Brenda. and win. So not a question, but thank you, Brenda, capital letters. Thank you. And then who are your role models? I think a lot of the women that I mentioned in that talk, I also, and it changes too, like, so Katerina Yushchenko, the woman I mentioned who invented pointers, I really am into finding, like, it does feel like archaeology to me, because sometimes I'll be, in fact, so Katerina, I was curious for whatever nerdy reason, I wanted to know who made pointers, or who's credited with making pointers. And so I looked it up, and then there's this little bit of discrepancy there. And so then I went and looked up the discrepancy, and I love the idea. I admire people who do things, not because they want to be known or whatever, but just for the pure craft of it. And so I would say she's one of my current role models. My mother these are such obvious answers, but my mother and my mother-in-law, I'm going to merge them together into one person, largely because both of them lost their husband. My father passed away when I was young, and my mother-in-law's husband just didn't come back. John's dad went away and didn't come back one day. And so these women had to raise a family in pretty trying circumstances. And they always, my mom, and even, my mother-in-law now, who's, effectively my replacement mom, they are just powerful women who are as strong as can possibly be. And so, I'll take that, they don't necessarily need to be coders or game designers. On that side, if I had to pick a coder, I'm going to be divided and pick two because I can't not pick two. Nasser Jabeli, who was a sole coder of Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, who made computers do things I wasn't aware they could do. And for the exact same reason, Bill Budge, who created Pinball Construction Set. And I'm just in awe of the work that they blew me away at the time. And then for game design, I'd probably say, like, you know what? There's a lot of young women in game design that actually are incredibly inspiring to me, just because they're so passionate and they're looking at things in different perspectives, like Lauren Hernandez or Lauren Scott. Both of those women, they're both game designers in the industry, and they're fantastic. And I learn as much talking to them as I do from anybody else. God, that was a really long answer for such a short question. Sorry.
No, but it was really informative, and you gave your roles in different categories. So that's always good to elaborate even more on the question. We do have some time left for one or two questions, depending on the answers. What are your thoughts on quota for women?
That is always a tricky question. It's I always feel like that question should come with some fire on it. Ultimately, I think it is. On the one hand, you want the most skilled person for the role. On the other hand, I feel like there needs to be a way to ensure that people really are doing everything they possibly can do. Like there's a company in Dublin, a tech company in Dublin that I know recently got to 50-50. It's Facebook. And in this one guy's group, they're 50-50. And I was like, my God, that's incredible. And then there's a coding group at Unity that got to 50-50. And like, I'm not at 50-50. I'm probably at 30-70, the 30% being women. And, so I think in some cases, it's interesting because I could sit in two chairs and have an argument with myself about whether or not I'm in favor of it. I do think that if there were quotas, people would be forced to diversify that resume pool. They would be like, well, geez, we better get more women into computer science courses. The market is pushing for that problem to solve itself, because we simply cannot hire all the people that we need to hire to build the things that we need built just by having men in those seats alone. So, like it or not, the chairs, we need bodies in those chairs, and people need to reach further than they're currently reaching.
So no clear answer, but I definitely feel the same like you, because we also need to deal with quota for women on our events. And there is so much questioning, and we're always torn apart that we actually need to consider gender when we select talks. And we would just wish that this would not be a topic as well.
Yeah, it's on that. I would say just an interesting exercise is I would even say, like, in companies, people maybe tend to think about it a little bit more. I don't know. Obviously, my viewpoints is skewed because I give talks like this and it's my company. But the next time you look at a tech conference, not this one, but the next time you get any email for a tech conference, scroll through the speakers and see what you see. Look for the gender diversity, look for the cultural diversity, look for people of color. And I think you'll start to see what it looks like when people who are say, not the status quo, how it looks to other people. And there's loads of conferences, and they'll often say like, oh, we couldn't find any female speakers. Seriously, really, honestly, like I don't believe that. I just simply don't believe that.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the conferences, sometimes it is harder because you need to encourage more also women or female speakers to go to the event. So that's a totally different topic because you have these players that are around, but there is potential, and you can find people. That's
absolutely, absolutely, not even a question.
Yeah, good. Let's take one last question.
Okay.
Do you think video games could also play a huge role in attracting women to coding? One could argue video games have been mostly advertised to men and boys.
I do, actually. And here's something super exciting that's happened. And I think we're probably 10, 15 years out from this, but there are, with the launch of, surprisingly, Facebook games brought so many people into the industry and into games who had not been into games before. Like, I mean, a massive amount. It was so big that it actually changed the overall, not dynamics, what am I trying to say? It changed the overall pool of people. There's a word that for some reason I can't think of. So that it would actually, if we took into account all gamers, there were a majority women playing games. And so that role that ended up, there are loads of women now. In fact, the first company I worked at where it was majority women was a company making social games. So social games and social apps, narrative games, the way we look at games and what are considered to be like best-selling games, that's changing a lot now. And more women are getting into games. Absolutely. Like it's still not enough, but there are more and more women heading in there.
Thank you for your answers. Comments and questions keep pouring in. We will collect those and we can send them to you. So then we can think of answering them on Twitter or making some.
Okay, that'd be great.
Of the questions we cannot answer, but the comments are really great. Here another thank you. The best talk
thank you.
I'm male. Thank you. You are amazing, Queen Brenda. I also saw somewhere King Brenda. We'll definitely forward you these questions. So everybody can actually keep on discussing and bring this topic also outside of the online event or bubble that we have created today. With this being said, thank you very much for participating. Always pleasure to have you. And I hope to see you soon physically in a physical event setting. So yeah, with this being said, I want to wish you a great evening.
Thanks, you too. Thanks everybody for the incredible comments. It's a perfect way to end my day.
We are also very energized. Good. I'm gonna then set everybody. I wanna close today's day. What an amazing setting. What an amazing agenda we had. And tomorrow it's Thursday, our 4th day of our conference, and we're going to another different direction. We're gonna have talks about the Call for Code initiative that's going on right now, about engineers' life cycle. We're gonna have a panel with Margarete Schramberg and Dorothee Baer, and we're gonna finish the day with Jimmy Song and a talk about Bitcoin. So very diverse agenda, again, very diverse schedule. Make sure you sign up for the event if you haven't. So if you have just accidentally bumped into it, sign up for it on the wearedevelopers.com/live website, because each day you're gonna get a reminder or an email with all the talks, and this way you can also plan your day with us and what we have prepared for you. And yeah, I hope you had as much fun as we had, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. still here? Are you still watching us? Don't you have a life? We'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Go have fun now with your friends